Honourable members, the Speaker.
I acknowledge the Ngunnawal and Ngambri peoples who are the traditional custodians of the Canberra area and pay respect to the elders, past and present, of all Australia's Indigenous peoples. Almighty God, we humbly beseech Thee to vouchsafe Thy blessing upon this Parliament. Direct and prosper our deliberations to the advancement of Thy glory and the true welfare of the people of Australia. Our Father, which art in heaven, hallowed be Thy name. Thy kingdom come, Thy will be done on earth as it is in heaven. Give us this day our daily bread, and forgive us our trespasses, as we forgive them that trespass against us. And lead us not into temptation, but deliver us from evil. For Thine is the kingdom, and the power, and the glory, for ever and ever. Amen. And I call the clerk.
Government business. Order of the day number 1. Customs Amendment, Strengthening and Modernising Licensing and Other Measures Bill 2024. Resumption of debate on second reading.
The question is that this bill be now read a second time, and I give the call to the Honourable Member for Wannon.
Thanks, Speaker. And I rise to speak on the Customs Amendment, Strengthening and Modernising Licensing and Other Measures Bill 2024. Or what is called the Customs Licensing Charges Amendment Bill 2024. This bill amends the Customs Act 1901 to modernise and strengthen the customs licensing regime and make amendments to streamline administrative processes, including through the digitisation of forms. The customs licensing regime encompasses depot, warehouse and customs brokers licences. The bill also amends the AusCheck Act 2007 to allow for the disclosure of security identity card information to an officer of customs for the purposes of the Customs Act. The Customs Licensing Charges Amendment Bill modernises and streamlines the calculation of depot licence charges, alongside the primary changes to the Customs Act via the bill. Amendments to the Customs Licensing Charges Act 1997 will strengthen licence fee compliance by aligning licence renewal payments requirements and calculations across the customs licensing regime. The Charges Bill will also rectify deficiencies found in calculating depot licence renewal fees. Together, these bills introduce a range of sensible changes to simplify and streamline the cross-border trade environment to ensure Australia remains globally competitive, building on the previous coalition government's simplified trade system, SDS, reform agenda. And that simplified trade system work, which was done by the previous coalition government, has been incredibly important for driving down the cost of trade. And my hope is that the government will continue to drive that SDS work and make it a focus and a priority, because it needs to work across departments, and coordinating cross-departmental reform can be incredibly challenging unless it's driven by ministers in a very coordinated fashion. And my hope is we will see that from the government, so that this simplified trade system work, very important microeconomic reform, can continue. Now, this bill is informed by the recommendations of the review of customs licensing regimes. It was a review that was conducted by the then Department of Immigration and Border Protection in 2015. The scope of the review was to assess all licensing regimes under the Customs Act, including licensing of custom brokers, depots and warehouses. It's also informed by the Australian Border Force's Operation Jardina, which was established in November 2021 to coordinate ABF efforts in combating organised crime in Australia's international supply chains and identify supply chain vulnerabilities to inform longer-term supply chain reform. The measures in the bill address some of the identified vulnerabilities that are related to the customs licensing regime. So, important work has been done, and now what we're seeing through this bill is that work which was done with two important reviews and other work coming about in these amendments. Now, the amendments to reduce red tape and strengthen the integrity of the Australian customs licensing regime obviously is supported by the coalition, because we've done a lot of work that has led us to here. In conjunction with amendments to modernise and streamline aspects of the licence administration, the amendments strengthen the eligibility to hold a licence and maintain a licence that ensures the integrity of goods under customs control, and the applicant is adequately able to report, store and move goods under customs control in line with the obligations of a licence. The amendments in the bill are set out thematically according to each part of Schedule 1 to the bill. Part 1 enables that digital transformation of depot, warehouse and custom brokers forms. Part 2 modernises provisions in respect of serving notices for the customs licensing regime. Part 3 modernises the publishing of notices by the Comptroller General of Customs. Part 4 streamlines the disciplinary and licence cancellation process for licensed customs brokers. Part 5 removes restrictions on the eligibility of contractors to be a nominee of a customs broker, that is a company or a partnership. Part 6 facilitates the disclosure of information by Auscheck for a purpose or function under the Customs Act. Part 7 strengthens the fit and proper person test in the customs licensing regime, including updating and ensuring that management or control has the same meaning with regards to depots and warehouses. Part 8 strengthens the criteria for the grant and cancellation of depot and warehouse licences, and strengthens integrity controls, such as by extending the powers of authorised ABF officers to give directions to persons operating in a customs licence place, and matters relating to the conditions attached to depot and warehouse licences. Part 9 streamlines and strengthens licence fee compliance by aligning payment and renewal requirements and enhancing suspension and cancellation provisions for non-payments. Part 10 facilitates the surrender of a licence upon request and removes the requirement to return or surrender licences after or when they're in the process of being cancelled. Part 11 provides for the refund of licence charges only where the licence has been voluntarily surrendered. Part 12 enables digitised forms relating to the loading, unloading and use of aircrafts and ships stores, and for these stores to be taken on board an aircraft or ship. Part 13 enables digitised forms relating to claims for return of seized goods. And Part 14 makes amendments in respect of provisions for warehouse licensed under Part 5 of the Customs Act, and which are contingent on the commencement of the Excise and Customs Legislation Amendment Streamlining Administration Act 2024 bill introduced in May but not yet passed, which updates the drafting of these provisions. The reforms benefit government by reducing the administrative burden associated with managing the customs licensing regime and strengthening the Australian Border Force's ability to effectively manage threats of criminal organisation infiltration in the supply chain. These are important reforms, and that's why they're getting bipartisan support. And as I've said previously, builds on work done by previous reviews on what the Coalition did through its reforms of the simplified trade system, and it's good to see, especially in this area, the work that's been done on digitisation and also on further streamlining, because the more we can do to simplify trade, to simplify red tape, to simplify licensing requirements, the better our trade will be, and the more smoother the customs processes will be, especially for Australian businesses. So, as I've said previously, the Coalition is happy to support this legislation. It builds on important work that we did in government, and my hope is that, especially when it comes to the simplified trade system, that very important reform work, which is hard work, hard microeconomic reform, will be continued by the government.
And I give the call to the Assistant Minister.
Thank you, Speaker. I move that debate on this bill be adjourned to a later hour this day.
The question is that the debate be adjourned and the resumption of the debate be made an order of the day for a later hour this day. I'll put the question. Those opinions say aye. Against no. I think the ayes have it. And I call the Assistant Minister.
I move that order of the day number 2, government business, be postponed until a later hour this day.
I'll put the question. Those opinions say aye. Against no. I think the ayes have it. And I call the Clerk.
Government business, order of the day number 3, Telecommunications Amendment, SMS Sender ID Register Bill 2024. Resumption of debate on second reading.
The question is that this bill be now read a second time, and I give the call to a member for Banks.
Thank you, Mr Speaker, and I rise to speak on the Telecommunications Amendment SMS ID Register Bill 2024. And what this bill seeks to do is something very sensible, Mr Speaker. Now, I think almost all of us have received a text message on some occasion that pretends to be from someone that it's not, those scam text messages. So you might get one that says it's from Westpac, or it's from HSBC, or it's from Telstra, but it's not. And that is what is known as spoofing, where scammers go in and put in the line of who it's from a false identity. And the idea there is to trick people into believing in what's in that message. And so what this bill seeks to do is to create a register that the telecommunications companies would hold, so that if somebody tried to do that, if someone tried to impersonate Westpac or whoever, that the telecommunications company would see, well, no, this isn't Westpac, this isn't Telstra, this isn't whoever, and actually block that message from getting through. So it's a very sensible proposal, Mr Speaker. There are a few issues with the bill which I'll come to in a second, but generally it is sensible and something we support. There is a quite significant irony here, though, Mr Speaker, and that's because the Labor Party is putting forward this bill about not pretending to be someone you're not. in a text message, when probably the single most famous example of this actually happening in Australia was perpetrated by the Australian Labor Party. And it was actually 8 years ago today, Mr Speaker, that this happened, and this was something that became known as the Mediscare scandal. And of course, what happened back then in 2016 was that the Labor Party sent millions and millions of text messages to Australians pretending to be from Medicare. And in those text messages, they made various political statements. And so actually I've got one here. So Saturday of 2nd July 2016, so 8 years ago today. Who's it from? It says Medicare. Wasn't from Medicare, it was from the Labor Party. And it says, Mr Turnbull's plans to privatise Medicare will take us down the road of no return. Time is running out to save Medicare. So it's called spoofing, this process, and is something that was pioneered and championed by the Australian Labor Party, and so much so, Mr Speaker, that the then Leader of the Opposition, the Honourable Member for Maribyrnong, he admitted to it. So the Sydney Morning Herald wrote a story just after the 2016 election about this text message, and I'll quote from the story. And it says, the election day text, which said the government planned to wind back Medicare services, appeared to come from Medicare. Opposition Bill Shorten in Murrayfield told reporters the Medicare text idea came from Labor's headquarters in Brisbane. Mr Shorten was asked directly on Tuesday if the Mediscare campaign came out of the Queensland branch of the Labor Party. Mr Shorten said yes, they've taken responsibility for it. A number of people, a very large number of people, including journalists, claimed on Saturday that they had been sent the same text message from a sender that appeared under the name Medicare. And a spokesman from Queensland's Labor confirmed it had sent the text messages. So this is a pretty ironic situation, isn't it, Mr Speaker, that the most famous example of what the government is now seeking to stop, sensibly seeking to stop, was actually perpetrated by the government itself. And the Minister Rowland, our Minister for Communications, and she said quite accurately, it's hard to imagine an Australian who has not received one of these text messages purporting to be from, she used examples of a bank or a toll road operator. She could have used Medicare. For example, these fraudsters operate domestically and overseas and use sophisticated technologies to trick innocent Australians. And she's right, they do. And the biggest one probably ever was from the Labor Party. So look, we won't quibble about that, Mr Speaker. I'm pleased that the Labor Party wants to seek to ensure that it can never, ever again do what it did with such enthusiasm in 2016. It's good that they want to legislate to stop that from happening. There are a few curiosities in the bill, Mr Speaker. It doesn't say whether the register will be mandatory or voluntary on the part of the telecommunications sector. That's a pretty important point, and I believe that the sector is open to it being mandatory and is broadly supportive of this legislation, but it's a pretty important point which is missing from the legislation. It also doesn't set a date for when the register will actually start working, and again, that would be good. The government actually announced plans for this in April 2023, so what's that, 16 months ago? And as we're often seeing in the communications portfolio, Mr Speaker, there is a sort of a bureaucratic inertia, just sort of layer upon layer of roundtables and consultative committees, and generally not a great deal happening. So what we've had with this bill, so April 2023, the government says we're going to do this. 16 months later, the legislation arrives, but then the legislation doesn't actually tell you when it will happen, and that suggests it will not be happening for a little while, Mr Speaker. So that is unfortunate, but it is something that is a sensible piece of legislation because, as I said before, we've all been recipients of those text messages, and unfortunately they often target older Australians, and they often target people who might be a bit less familiar with how these scams work, and unfortunately can be susceptible to responding to some of these text messages. And I have to say, on that note, Mr Speaker, in my own electorate, we have seen a shocking example of this, of a scam involving a scammer pretending to be HSBC Bank. This scam has led to numerous people just in my own electorate losing up to $50,000 each. I have very serious concerns about the way in which HSBC has responded, or more frankly has failed to respond to that scam. And I know that the Australian Financial Complaints Authority, AFCA, is looking into this very closely, and I look forward to AFCA seeking a resolution, and a resolution which is fair to those people who have been scammed out of very significant amounts of money. In some cases, Mr Speaker, those amounts equalling their life savings. So this is a really serious issue. It's appropriate that the government moves in this area. It's taken too long, but better late than never. And the Coalition will support this legislation. But it is irony upon irony that the greatest perpetrator of scam techs in our history was the Labor Party through the shocking Metascare scam. And it's pleasing that under this law, that will be unlawful in the future.
The call to the Assistant Treasurer, the Assistant Minister.
I move the debate on this bill be adjourned to a later hour this day.
The question is that this debate be adjourned and the resumption of the debate be made an order of the day for a later hour this day. I'll put the question. Those opinions say aye. Against no. I think the ayes have it. I call the clerk.
Government business, order of the day number 4, Communications Legislation Amendment, Regional Broadcasting Continuity Bill 2024. Resumption of debate on second reading.
The question is that this bill be now read a second time. I give the call to a member for Banks.
Thank you, Mr Speaker. And I rise to speak on the Communications Legislation Amendment, Regional Broadcasting Continuity Bill 2024. And why is this called the Regional Broadcasting Continuity Bill? Well, the reason it's called that is because the continuation of regional broadcasting has just stopped in Mildura. So in Mildura, one of our great centres in Australia, the Channel 10 broadcast as of yesterday is no longer being broadcast. And the companies have said, and it's a joint venture between WIN and Channel 7, the Channel 10 channel in Mildura, and they have said that for some years now that the cost of running that business has exceeded the revenue, that they have been trying with this government to come to some sensible resolution which would enable them to continue to broadcast in Mildura, that no such resolution was provided, or frankly even an idea provided by the government, and consequently they've shut down that service. And the issue about Mildura potentially closing has been on the agenda for a very long time. This is not a new issue, and it's something that WIN has discussed over a significant period of time. So WIN announced that the closure would occur on June the 30th. When did the government introduce the legislation related to the closure of Mildura? So, slated to occur on the 30th of June, Mr Speaker. When did the government actually introduce legislation to deal with this issue? The 26th of June. 4 days before. That's when the government introduced the legislation. And what does the legislation say? And it is quite extraordinary legislation, and I'll come to the detail in a moment. But I have here, Mr Speaker, a letter that was sent to the Prime Minister on the 18th of June and signed by, it appears, all television networks in Australia. Jeff Howard, the Chief Executive of 7 West, Mike Sneesby, Chief Executive of Nine, Beverly McGarvey from Channel 10, John Kelly from Southern Cross Austereo, Andrew Lancaster from WIN, Amy Wilshire from Impaja, and Bridget Fair, the CEO of Free TV Australia. And what those executives said to the Prime Minister is, the closure of Mildura shows that things are getting desperate for regional television in Australia. And we need your assistance. We need your assistance to keep the lights on, to allow those broadcasts to continue. And what the chief executives pointed to, and they talked about the many pressures facing the industry, but what they pointed to in particular was what is known as the commercial broadcasting tax. And this is a tax that is charged by the government to broadcasters, and it raises about $46 million a year. And because it's charged based on how much of the airwaves you use up, regional broadcasters pay a disproportionately large amount, because regional broadcasters are obviously covering large areas, and so they pay a disproportionately large amount of this $46 million. So the CEOs wrote to the Prime Minister in good faith, and they said, look, we don't want to close Mildura, we don't want to close other regional broadcasters, and what we need is a 3-year moratorium on that commercial broadcasting tax. And of course that dovetails, Mr Speaker, with policy that's already been announced by the coalition, and in fact was announced in last year's budget reply back in May, where the Leader of the Opposition said, alongside the reforms that we would introduce to remove gambling advertising from live sport, that we would get rid of the commercial broadcasting tax. So one side of politics has said, yeah, we're going to do this thing that is so important. So the CEOs write their letter in good faith, the 18th of June, and to my knowledge, Mr Speaker, have not received a substantive response. So, on the 30th of June, what happens? Mildura Television closes down. Channel 10 closes down. So if you live in Mildura today and you try to flick onto Channel 10, nothing. Gone. So this bill, which the government introduced 4 days before the closure of the Mildura service, is the government's attempt to address that issue. And it's pretty remarkable what the government is suggesting here. So what this bill does is basically say, if you live in Mildura and you can't watch Channel 10, we've got a solution for you. You can get a satellite service. Like, oh, okay. But there's a bit of fine print, which is to get the satellite dish, you've got to pay about $800. So imagine you're in Mildura, no more Channel 10. Now, many people, of course, will access it through digital means, but if you can't access it through digital, you can't access it through the airwaves because it's no longer there. What does this government say to you 4 days before the thing's about to be shut down? Go and pay $800, buy a satellite dish just for the purpose of watching Channel 10.
Yeah, great solution.
Now look, Channel 10's got a lot of fantastic programming, no doubt, Deputy Speaker. But how many people are going to pay $800 so they can watch Ready, Steady, Cook? I don't know. But I suspect that it's not going to be a large number of people who are going to be particularly excited, project fans though they may be, to go out and spend $800 on a satellite dish. Yeah. And this is the solution that this government has come up with 4 days before switch off. And the network CEOs have very clearly stated there is a solution here, and it is to provide tax relief on the commercial broadcasting tax, which hits the regionals really hard. So if you're a regional broadcaster, obviously it's a much smaller market than if you're broadcasting into Sydney or Melbourne, so you've got much lower advertising revenue. But through this commercial broadcasting tax, you have quite a lot of tax that you're paying. And so the broadcasters are saying, give us some relief from that tax. This government said, no, we're not going to do that. What we're going to do is say, hey, people of Mildura, why don't you go and spend $800 on a satellite dish just to watch Channel 10? Because you don't need it for 9 or 7 or any other channels, because they all still work. But Channel 10 doesn't. And I suspect, and the member for Mallee who's in the chamber, I suspect would have a better idea on this than me, but I suspect if you did a poll on the streets of Mildura and said, how do you feel about paying $800 to watch Channel 10? Probably not a lot of enthusiasm, Deputy Speaker. But this minister, that's her solution. That's her solution. To say to the people of Mildura, look, you can still watch Channel 10, but we want you to pay $800 for a satellite dish, and you only need it for Channel 10 because everything else will continue to work. And I mean, that is just very, very concerning. And of course, this is in the middle of Labor's cost of living crisis, Mr. Speaker, the Deputy Speaker. And as we know, many people in regional Australia are on lower incomes than people in metropolitan Australia. So who's got a lazy $800 in Mildura to spend so they can watch Channel 10? I don't think there would be many people in that position. But the lack of foresight, the lack of rigour, the lack of planning, the lack of strategic focus on the part of this government and this minister means we're in this situation 4 days before, Deputy Speaker, to come into the parliament. And of course, we're only debating it today, which actually is the day after they switched it off, Deputy Speaker. Switched off, well, 2 days ago, June 30. So we're debating 2 days after it's been switched off what to do. And look, the Free TV has been quite scathing on this, Deputy Speaker. And Bridget Fair is always a very passionate advocate for the industry that she represents. Here's what Ms Fair said. She said, this legislation merely allows Mildura viewers the option of installing a satellite dish at their own expense to receive the remote area VAST service to replace their Network 10 services. While this gives Mildura residents an option to replace their lost services, it is not a fair or reasonable solution. New satellite installations can cost upwards of $800. And she goes on to observe with great clarity, Deputy Speaker, in a cost of living crisis, this is simply not realistic for many Australians just to access the television services that are available for free to everyone else. It's extraordinary. And the member for Mallee has been articulating with such passion the situation that the residents of Mildura find themselves in, because this is actually unique to Mildura. Now, the fear is, and the CEOs talk about this in their letter, Mr. Speaker, it might not be unique to Mildura in the future. This could easily happen in other country towns. And is the government's response seriously going to be to those towns, hey, pay $800 to get a satellite dish to keep watching Channel 10? And, you know, the CEOs in their letter, they talk about the issues that are arising here, and they say we are now in a position where regional licensees have been forced to start turning off unprofitable licences. The shareholders of Mildura Digital Television can no longer subsidise the losses incurred. And they also say, and this is an important point, and I mentioned before that unfortunately Mildura may well not be the last. The CEOs say in their letter to the Prime Minister, decisions such as those in relation to Mildura and other challenged markets can be expected to continue into the future. So Mildura is not going to be the last here, Deputy Speaker. And this proposal is a 3-year relief on this bill. But it is sort of sometimes hard to understand the positions taken by the Communications Minister on so many different issues. And obviously it's the judgment of the Minister that we we talk about here, given that the Minister has put this legislation before Parliament. I mean, as we've seen today, widely reported in the media, this is the same Minister who has signed off or actually welcomed as great news for consumers NBN price increases of up to 14% in 8 months. This is the same Minister who, in response to the E-Safety Commissioner's call for a trial of age assurance technology to protect children, wrote in a letter to the Prime Minister in July last year that that would be an unnecessary distraction, only to adopt that position some 9 or 10 months later. And it's part of a pattern, just very concerning conduct by this Minister, Deputy Speaker. But look, the other part of the bill which I should mention is a sensible change to enable broadcasters to use effectively less spectrum when they broadcast, should they choose to do so. That is technically not allowed under the rules at present. And so what this bill would do is enable that to occur. That's a sensible thing. It's good for the networks, it's good for the government, it's good for efficient use of spectrum management. But this is a very concerning situation. There are some 70,000 viewers in the Mildura region who will no longer be able to see Channel 10, and the Minister's response is pay $800 for a satellite dish. And it's very difficult to understand, Mr Speaker, and I know the member for Mallee will have a lot more to say about this, given that this so directly affects her community. And unfortunately, this same issue may affect other regional communities in the future.
I thank the Minister. I thank the honourable member for Banks. The question is that this bill be now read a second time, and I call the honourable member for Mallee.
Thank you, Deputy Speaker. Mildura and the wider Sunraysia region are ground zero for the vanishing future of regional free-to-air television broadcasting, which is in stark contrast to the trailblazing position Labor claimed Mildura held back in 2010. More on that in a moment. The 1 July closure of Mildura Digital Television Proprietary Limited, and thereby the transmission of Channel 10 and affiliate channel content, must become a critical juncture for regional television in our nation and demands more than a band-aid. Regional Australians need and deserve a comprehensive, long-term strategy to secure sustainable regional broadcasting. Mildura residents can no longer watch Channel 10 or its Bold and Peach channels on free-to-air television, as Mildura Digital Television has now shut down. MasterChef is off the menu, and Mildura is sadly, undeservedly, in the cheap seats. One constituent who rang my office was quite emotional. She will no longer be able to watch The Bold and the Beautiful. The sad reality of this unwanted first is that in 2010, the Sunraysia region welcomed the then Communications Minister, Stephen Conroy, who read out the countdown for the gathered media as Sunraysia became the first region in Australia to switch from analogue to digital. On board the PS Mundu paddleboat, fabulous paddleboat in the Mildura region, Minister Conroy on loudspeaker told technician Rob Kovac at Yatpool over the phone to flick the switch and switch off the analogue signal. As the analogue screen flicked to white noise, Minister Conroy then said, "Today, Mildura makes history again as it becomes the first region in Australia to make the switch to digital-only TV." How sad that just 14 years later, Mildura takes the unwanted first of being the first in the nation to switch off a digital TV signal. Indeed, Sunraysia residents are now the first in the country to cease having access to one of the nation's 5 major television channels. Little wonder the Labor spin doctors have called this bill a continuity bill. The only continuous thing from this government is weakness, incompetence, and robbing regions to buy votes in the inner cities. I raised the alarm about Mildura Digital Television's decision when I first heard about it in early May. I wrote to the Communications Minister, Minister Rowland, asking for assistance or intervention, bearing in mind that some of our older viewers may not have had the TV to access the digital alternative, or may not have the digital literacy to do so. The panellists on the project expressed similar concerns on Sunday night. I also spoke with both Win, who co-own Mildura Digital TV operation, and Channel 10. In a peculiar arrangement, 10 are powerless to stop their programs from going off air due to a decision by the co-owners of MDTV, affiliates 7 and 9. A constituent wrote to me about the loss of Channel 10 locally. She says, as a long-time viewer, I am deeply distressed by this decision, as it impacts not only me, but also many other residents in the area who rely on Channel 10 for news, entertainment and community connection. Another constituent told me, if they let Channel 10 close its services to Mildura, it will cause a cascade of changes across all networks. How true. Look at the banks. One closes in a small regional area and others follow. My partner and I often watch Channel 10 when we come home from a long day. The second constituent is right about a cascade of changes that will follow, as we saw with bank branches. And Free TV Australia has called for reform to establish a stable, long-term footing for regional television broadcasting. As regional Australians begin to lose access to television services, the availability of local trusted news, local advertising opportunities for regional businesses, and Australian content in regional areas is all under threat. Most regrettably, Mallee knows this all too well. Mallee has not one single television journalist or news service presented in the region, and I might remind the House that that is over a third of the geographical area of Victoria. On the Mildura digital television shutdown, Free TV Australia CEO Bridget Fair told ABC Mildura and Swan Hill, and I quote, "This has been a long time coming and the government's been aware of it, so they should have maybe had a bit more time to come up with a plan."
4 days.
Yeah, 4 days is all we got. This bill before the House today merely allows Mildura viewers the option of installing a satellite dish at their own expense to receive the remote area VAST service to continue receiving Network 10 services. The Sunraysia Daily newspaper, a local newspaper, generously called the minister's bill a last-ditch effort to provide access to Channel 10 broadcast. Sure, this bill gives Mildura residents what you could describe as a technical option to replace their lost services, but it is neither a fair nor reasonable solution. The cost of a new satellite installation, which is up to $800, is simply not realistic for many Australians, especially in a cost of living crisis. Without urgent, substantive action by the government, more regional digital transmission areas are likely to cease. Over the past 5 years, regional broadcasting has been the subject of numerous detailed government reviews, but we still have no plan from the Albanese Labor government to ensure a long-term sustainability of this critical media sector. Regional commercial broadcasters spend millions on local content every year and comply with significant local news content quotas that do not apply to any other platform. In the financial year 2023, they spent $35 million on local news bulletins, $5 million more than the previous year. Regrettably, Mallee voters don't see the benefit of that, as there are no local commercial TV news journalists or bulletins. Even so, while Mildura has taken the first hit in this latest round of signal closures, this is about regional Australia, because the Nationals stand for regional Australia. All commercial television broadcasters also comply with additional regulatory requirements, such as the 55% Australian content obligation and accessibility requirements. Despite the public interest benefits they deliver, Australian commercial television broadcasters pay the highest spectrum taxes in the world, known as the commercial broadcasting tax here in Australia. This tax is a significant impost on regional broadcasters' ability to fund content and infrastructure costs. The commercial broadcasting tax was introduced as a temporary measure in 2017 and, as the Shadow Minister has outlined, should have been abandoned years ago. Solutions to keeping the lights on for regional TV are squarely in the hands and control of the Albanese Labor government. The Coalition did its part during COVID-19 with a public interest news gathering program, or PING, to help regional media, including regional television, to apply for grants totalling $50 million in value to help with staff wages, training, technology or website upgrades. The Coalition also provided spectrum tax fee relief for 12 months to assist the regional media sector in 2020 to 2021. Regional television now needs direct funding support for markets where services are not commercially viable. Regional and remote communities are now faced with the equivalent of a mobile black spot. Call it a broadcasting black spot, if you like. The federal government provides funding for commercial telecommunications operators to ensure locals can receive their signal, yet this government has not ensured that regional Australians can continue to have access to high-quality TV services. Regional broadcasters know their audiences love local news, community stories and sport, and that local businesses need regional TV to reach local customers. Without the government's long-term support, more services are at risk and the social and economic benefits for regional Australia will be lost. Let me touch on the role of the ABC. As some members might be thinking, they are there to fill gaps like the one created by the demise of Mildura Digital Television and the Channel 10 signal in Sunraysia. The ABC's resourcing in regional Australia is problematic. One of the upsides of commercial broadcasters is they get direct feedback on the profit and loss statements, on whether their content is fit for purpose, whether their local regional audiences like what they're broadcasting. If advertisers love your local content, they will advertise. If they hate it, they stop paying the bill. It is the best market-driven way of ensuring accountability to your local audience. Arguably, the ABC lacks that form of direct accountability, so the ABC is not adequate as the fallback solution. I met with Minister Rowland's advisors last week alongside the Shadow Minister for Communications, David Coleman, about the Mildura situation. Despite our efforts, MDTV is committed to their closure decision, as we know it's happened, saying the federal government's commercial broadcasting tax was a major contributing factor. For 10 viewers in Mildura, the signal went off air on June 30. The Coalition is committed to reforming our television arrangements. Shadow Minister Coleman and I have discussed policies to support regional broadcasting, including the abolition of the commercial broadcasting tax. In 2023, TV broadcasters were forced to pay over $44 million for this tax, which disproportionately affects regional broadcasters, as he outlined. Eliminating this tax will allow broadcasters to invest more in local staff and programs for regional communities. The Albanese Labor government yet again is robbing regions to buy votes in the inner cities, leaving regional Australia to wither on the vine. The Prime Minister's weak leadership sees the surging power of Meta, Google and social media platforms going unchecked, pushing their content and ideological agenda onto Australians as their primary source of entertainment and news. These foreign giants' unchecked market power is also a major factor in commercial TV's struggle for advertising revenue. Indeed, Bridget Fair, the Free TV Australia CEO, also told ABC Radio in Mildura, "We've got more competition for eyeballs. Obviously, people are watching streaming and other services, and our services are required to be funded by advertising dollars. So as that becomes more difficult to generate with more competition, it means that there's going to be more challenges for regional television operations." The Coalition has led the way on holding the social media giants to account, establishing the eSafety Commissioner and putting forward reforms to control online content in the national interest, proposing age verification to protect children online. The Communications Minister has only recently realised the need for action. As the Mildura Digital TV shutdown date loomed, one Mallee resident said, And I quote, "Country people need to be able to source information and programs from all free-to-air channels. Surely the government can ensure these things are freely available to not only the city, but country people. Once again, we are the forgotten electors." The right to access reliable news, local stories and entertainment should not be a privilege based on geography. The digital divide between city and country must be addressed to guarantee that all Australians, regardless of where they live, have equitable access to the same television services. The Albanese Labor government's neglect of regional Australians is glaring. The needs and rights of regional Australians cannot continue to be overlooked. It is a matter of equity, something this government talks a lot about. The government has a responsibility to ensure that regional communities are not left behind, particularly in an era where information is power. The closure of Mildura Digital Television is a stark reminder of the disparities that still exist. We must ensure that regional voices are heard and that the essential services they rely on are protected and sustained.
I thank the honourable member for Mallee. The question is that this bill be now read a second time, and I call the honourable member for Nichols.
Thank you, Deputy Speaker. And I rise also to speak on the Communications Legislation Amendment, Regional Broadcasting Continuity Bill 2024. I do it with a heavy heart. It's the diminishing of regional TV. It's the diminishing of regional choices. And it's another indication that when it comes to regional Australia, this Labor government just doesn't get it, whether it be WA sheep farmers, irrigators in the Murray-Darling Basin, people who live in regional cities who want infrastructure. It's just, you can't have a government that just focuses on cities and doesn't care about regions. And unfortunately, that's what we've got. This isn't a huge example of that, but it's an example of that. And it's really disappointing. And I want to support the member of Mallee who just spoke, and her community in Mildura and the surrounds. The loss of any free-to-air broadcasting in a regional area is a poor outcome for the industry, for viewers and for choice. Mildura Digital Television, which carried the Channel 10 signal to 70,000 viewers in Mildura, stopped transmitting on June the 30th. MDT, it was jointly operated by Win and the Seven Network. It first went to air in January 2006, but it's run at a loss and the decision was made to wind it up. And without any federal assistance to keep it going, the licence is being handed in. So viewers in Mildura now have to use the 10Play streaming app to watch the shows they previously watched free-to-air. And that's if they have the technology, the know-how and the internet bandwidth to stream. And not everyone has that. Not everyone has it, particularly in regional areas, Deputy Speaker. So this bill is a response to the situation in Mildura, but it's not the long-term solution that we need, and it's not the long-term solution to the challenges faced by regional broadcasters. So what does this bill do? Well, it amends the Broadcasting Services Act 1992 and the Radio Communications Act 1992 to support continued access to television broadcasting services in regional Australia by permitting viewers to access government-funded viewer access satellite television, or VAST, viewer access satellite television, VAST, VAST, just to get that in there, or the VAST safety net when a commercial television broadcaster ceases to provide services terrestrially in a given area. And that's the case in Mildura, where the 7 and 9 signals will continue to be broadcast, but Channel 10 and its secondary channels will no longer be broadcast. So, what is VAST? Viewer access satellite television, it fills the gaps in regional Australia where there is no reception or very poor reception. So anyone wishing to access VAST needs to purchase a VAST-approved satellite set-top box and a satellite dish of at least 65 centimetres diameter. Now, the cost is from around $500 for a dish and receive a bundle plus installation. It's a popular service for many grey nomads, and the portable systems with automatic tracking can cost many thousands of dollars. While creating access to VAST in the Mildura scenario means viewers can continue to receive terrestrial broadcasts for all the channels, they do face additional imposts in costs and the technological challenges with that. And therefore, they're not receiving the same equality of access as other people in Australia, for example, people who live in cities or even regional cities. Now, some might argue that it's a cost of living in rural and remote parts of Australia. But Mildura is a regional city on the Victoria-New South Wales border. It's a significant city. I think its people deserve the same sort of access, the equality of access to terrestrial broadcast television that other Australians have. So, the reasons for this impost on viewers are not remoteness or reception. It's a partial failure of the aggregated regional TV market. Continuing to broadcast at a loss was uneconomic for the broadcast licence holder, and hopefully this is a one-off, Deputy Speaker. But as a parliament, we can't just afford to hope it doesn't happen again to another regional community. It's happened to the member for Mallee. I'm her next-door neighbour in Nichols. I've got some regional areas that might suffer from this in the future. It could spread to Indi. All of us who are in regional areas consistently suffer from this inequality and the perception that the government somehow thinks that we don't count as much as people who live in cities. Thanks to this bill, the Mildura example now has a name. It's a declared service deficient area. And decoded, it means that some of the channel's viewers who should ordinarily receive free-to-air, for them, that'll be no longer available. And I think we should seek to avoid this situation. And the way to do that, the long-term solution, is to make regional broadcasting viable. This bill removes impediments to commercial television broadcasters consolidating their terrestrial transmission arrangements, and by breaking the one-on-one relationship between broadcasting licences and transmitter licence in certain circumstances. And this will allow broadcasters to pursue more efficient and cost-effective transmission arrangements. And the industry view is that these are tweaks rather than real reform. Now, Free TV, which represents regional television broadcasters, has called for a comprehensive four-step plan to be put in place for regional television broadcasting on a sustainable long-term footing. What is at stake here is access to services, particularly trusted local news, local advertising opportunities, and access to major sports and cultural broadcasts. And that's so important because we traditionally in Australia have come together around sporting and cultural broadcasts, but all sorts of sporting broadcasts, such as the Melbourne Cup, such as the Olympics, such as the AFL Grand Final. Now, some of those obviously are on channels that will still be broadcasting terrestrially in Mildura, but Channel 10 had some of those too. So there is an issue with access to sporting broadcasts into the future. Abolishing the spectrum tax is one of the suggested measures to reduce costs for regional broadcasters, and it's something, and it's a cost-saving measure that the Coalition supports. Deputy Speaker, we have lost so much of what we had in regional television, and I think we need to protect what we have left. Now, 3 years after television had launched in metropolitan Sydney and Melbourne, the first regional station started broadcasting. Now, the first to launch was TVT6 in Hobart, and in May 1960, that was in May 1960, and then in Traralgon, GLV10 in December 1961. Now, that's so long ago that my friend, the member for Gippsland, wasn't even born, wasn't even watching. It is, I agree. So, and a few days later, very personally to me, GMV6 in Shepparton. And I can remember waking up to GMV6, 6 the Super Saturday Show. We only had two channels when I was young, Channel 3, which was the ABC, and Channel 6, which was GMV6. And you'd watch the cartoons in the morning, 6 the Super Saturday Show, and then in the night you'd watch whatever good American TV was imported then, the A-Team or Chips. But it was part of our childhood. It was great stuff. Really enjoyed it. And we want the same access for young people growing up now. I understand things are a bit different. I have conversations with my kids about streaming, but free-to-air television is still important for a number of families, particularly lower socioeconomic families in regional areas where streaming is more difficult. Regional television, it's a part of our lives, and we're tempted to take it for granted, but we shouldn't. Local content has diminished over the years. Local news has consolidated, and that's disappointing. That has an effect on democracy. We used to have GMV6 News, then Win News, which would report on local issues. It would report on what local councils were doing. It would report on what state and politicians were doing and how they were representing their community. Those services have been significantly diminished, and I don't think that's good for our democracy. And now in Mildura we have transmission of a whole network ceasing because it's financially unviable. That impacts access and choice. It deepens the divide between city and country, and it's exactly why the Nationals continue to stand up for regional Australia, where people deserve equity of access regardless of where they live. We often say, you know, in this place, your postcode shouldn't define a number of things. Your access to education, your access to all number of services. Well, it shouldn't define your access to free-to-air television that people in cities are getting. We are one country. We used to be more cohesive when we all sort of got around the water cooler and discussed what we saw on the TV last night. I know things have changed, but equitable access to free-to-air television for people across Australia, including in regional Australia, is a really important thing that this parliament should be trying to facilitate. Thank you, Deputy Speaker.
Order. I thank the honourable member for Nichols. The question is that this bill be now read a second time, and I call the minister.
Thank you, Mr Deputy Speaker. I thank all the honourable members who've contributed to the debate on the Communications Legislation Amendment Regional Broadcasting Continuity Bill 2024. And I'm very pleased I was able to be in the chamber to hear the words of the member for Nichols. And it was enlightening, because I think there were two things in particular that the member for Nichols said that is worth reiterating. First, that broadcasting is special. It is special. It is the stable, free and ubiquitous platform that means that people in both metropolitan areas and rural and regional Australia have access to that. And I thank the member for bringing that to the attention of the House. And the member also drew attention to the fact that the diminution of services in regional Australia, consolidation, loss of news, has been occurring over a long period of time, which is very true. And that's why it is necessary to understand that we are in, unfortunately, a situation where we've inherited an analogue era of regulation that needs to be updated for the future. We have legislation before the Parliament to do that, and at the same time we need to appreciate the ongoing commercial decisions and the circumstances in which these regional broadcasters find themselves. But I thank the member for Nichols for his very thoughtful contribution. I look forward to engaging with him on how regional communications, not only broadcasting but also in terms of broadband and telecommunications services more generally, can be enhanced for the benefit of his constituents. It's very pleasing to see strong support across the Parliament for measures that enhance access to free-to-air broadcasting services in regional and remote Australia. The Albanese government is committed to ensuring that all Australians have equitable access to high-quality television broadcasting services. This bill will make a small but meaningful contribution to that outcome. The broadcasting sector faces particular challenges in regional areas, as the closure of Mildura Digital Television, MDT, makes clear. The bill responds to two recent developments raised chiefly by the actions of regional broadcasters and presents practical measures for regional broadcasting. Firstly, the May 2024 decision by the board of MDT to cease operations from the 1st of July 2024, and secondly, the April 2024 consolidation by Win Television of the services it provides under two commercial TV licences in the SA licence areas of Mount Gambier, South East TV1 and Riverland TV1. The decision to close MDT is a very disappointing commercial decision of the free-to-air broadcasters, Win and Seven, to close their joint venture, which provided Network 10 services in the Mildura Sunraysia TV1 licence area. The decision, as I said, underscores the significant structural issues that are affecting the provision of digital terrestrial broadcasting services in regional Australia, which is why the government has introduced legislation to expand access to the Viewer Access Satellite Television, or VAST service. VAST is a taxpayer-funded safety net, which provides Australians in regional or remote communities without adequate terrestrial broadcasting, ensuring they can continue to access free-to-air television via satellite. The safety net supports the provision of free-to-air commercial television to over 1.5 million Australians. It is a Labor initiative, and the government has extended funding to continue VAST across regional remote Australia for an additional 7 years to 2030-31. The Albanese government has moved swiftly to address the two recent issues that I mentioned that impact regional Australia. We briefed the Shadow Minister and the member for Mallee ahead of bill introduction last week, so the opposition would be in a position to facilitate prompt passage of the legislation on a bipartisan basis. If the coalition chooses to delay this bill or refer it to committee, that is their prerogative, but I would note that any delay to the passage of this legislation would do the following. It would increase the time that the residents of Mildura will be unable to access the option of the VAST safety net, and it will increase the time that WIN is potentially in breach of its licence conditions and other regulatory obligations. The closure of MDT reflects the difficulties of operating commercial broadcasting and transmission services in the contemporary media environment, and it does demonstrate, as I said, the consequences of a decade of inaction in the way of meaningful media reform under the previous government. Now, the former government in 2017 declared their media reforms heralded a new era for the media, yet regional broadcasting remains significantly challenged. To quote a media release dated the 14th of September 2017, entitled "A New Era for Australia's Media," the Prime Minister at the time, Malcolm Turnbull, said, and I quote, "The government is strengthening Australia's media industry, enhancing media diversity and securing local journalism jobs, particularly in regional areas." But flash forward to the 8th of May 2024, and the Shadow Minister and the member for Mallee are issuing a media release about the closure of MDT, and of all things, poking fun at the issues facing regional Australians and the closure of MDT as they do so. This media release, entitled "7 Western Wind Tell Mildura Get Me Out of Here," responds to the closure of MDT with a series of thoughtless puns about various 10 programs. Even now, this unedifying media release remains available on the member for Mallee's website. Now, Deputy Speaker, I've extended the member for Mallee the courtesy of briefings as well as advice on issues affecting broadcasting services in her electorate, including notification in February this year of an upgrade of services from MPEG 2 to MPEG 4. And I will give the member the benefit of the doubt. She hasn't been here as long as some others. She wasn't here for the Coalition's repeal of the 2 out of 3 cross-media control rule, unlike the Shadow Minister, but it does demonstrate that the Coalition, or some in it, are not taking this issue as seriously as they should. The reality is that the closure of MDT has been under contemplation for some time. In fact, I understand the matter was brought to the attention of the former Minister for Communications in the Coalition government, but he failed to engage on the matter. Now, if this is true, certainly this is something that no doubt an inquiry into this bill might bring to light, and I welcome it. By contrast, my office and my department have engaged with MDT several times to discuss their plans. I've engaged with the parties to support an orderly wind down that communicated the decision to the affected audience and advised them of alternative ways of accessing the 10 service. And as I said, the Albanese government has introduced legislation into Parliament precisely so that the residents of Mildura have the choice of accessing the VAST service, so they may receive the full suite of television broadcasting services by satellite if they choose to do so. If a resident of Mildura takes up the VAST option, they will have access to a full suite of those services, more than just the 10 services. But consumers do have choice, and many residents in Mildura with an internet connection may choose to watch 10 content over the 10 Play app. And because of the Albanese government's commitment to improving connectivity in the regions, many more residents of Mildura will be able to exercise this option. I'm pleased to inform the House that an additional 16,500 residents of Mildura are now able to access high-speed broadband, supported by the Albanese government's investment of $2.4 billion to give an additional 1.5 million premises full fibre access. And that includes more than 660,000 additional premises in rural and regional Australia. This investment is boosting the reliability of broadband services and the productivity of regional businesses, supporting the way we now work, study and transact. Now, I note the Shadow Minister mentioned the commercial broadcasting tax, and he said this tax hits regional broadcasters hard. Just for the record, Deputy Speaker, the commercial broadcasting tax was introduced by a coalition government. It is a Liberal National Party tax, and the Shadow Minister was a member of the government that introduced this tax. In recognition of the challenges facing regional broadcasters, the Albanese government has already extended and increased the commercial broadcasting tax rebate, which means regional broadcasters pay less tax for the spectrum they use. Under the Albanese government, the rebate for the commercial broadcasting tax has been extended and increased, in fact, for the first time since the coalition introduced it in 2017. Now, I know the opposition have indicated they would remove the CBT. As has been reported in the Australian Financial Review in May 2023, the opposition wrote to broadcasters offering to remove the commercial broadcasting tax in exchange for the removal of wagering advertising during broadcast sport. So it would be misleading for the opposition to now claim they are removing the commercial broadcasting tax to support regional outcomes when their purpose was to make up for lost wagering revenue. I think those opposite, Mr Deputy Speaker, need to understand that the CBT can only be offset once, and I look forward to the opposition policy on how spectrum will be valued in Australia. And I am sure the telco industry and all of industry will be very interested to understand this too. But that is not all we are doing for the media sector, Mr Speaker, when it comes to significant reforms and indeed when it comes to this bill. We have funded the regulator, the ACMA, to implement a new media diversity measurement framework. We've introduced genuine media reforms into the Parliament to modernise Australia's analogue era broadcasting laws with the Communications Legislation Amendment, Prominence and Anti-Siphoning Bill 2024, which will support access to free local TV on connected devices and free sports coverage in the streaming era. We've consulted publicly on the News Media Assistance Program. My department has analysed submission and is now working across government to consider a range of measures to support the sustainability of the sector and media diversity. This is in addition to stable funding to ensure regional Australians continue to receive the ABC and SBS services, as well as community radio broadcasting after a decade of cuts and uncertainty under the coalition. And that's in addition to our funding for the AAP and over 200 regional and local independent newspaper publishers under the Regional and Local Newspaper Publishers Program, as well as a journalist fund supporting cadets in the regions. Unlike the former coalition government, who wasted a decade, ignored regional broadcasters, and now make light of this service closure, this government takes the issues facing regional Australia and broadcasters seriously. We're working hard to fix the mess that the coalition left behind. As I said, this bill will make amendments to the Broadcasting Services Act to expand access to the government-funded viewer access satellite television service for Australians living in areas where there has been a material reduction in the number of commercial television broadcasting services provided terrestrially. Although we know that these amendments to the Radio Communications Act as well, which adjust the licensing framework that applies to broadcasters, there is a strict one-to-one relationship between the broadcasting licences that authorise broadcasting services and the transmitter licences that authorise the use of radio communications equipment. And although this remains suitable in many circumstances, it won't permit broadcasters to pursue more innovative and efficient ways of delivering their services should they wish to do so. And that is why this bill will also address this anomaly and allow the ACMA to declare that a specified transmitter licence is taken to authorise the operation of one or more radio communications transmitters for transmitting the services authorised under two or more broadcasting licences. These measures will ensure Australians can continue to access television broadcasting services in the circumstances where outdated regulations would otherwise prevent it. This is important for consumers and industry. It will support the government's objective of providing equitable access to media services for all Australians, irrespective of where they live or what they earn. I call on members to support the bill.
Order. I thank the Minister. The question is that this bill be now read a second time. All of those of that opinion say aye. Aye. To the contrary, no. I think the ayes have it. Clerk.
Second reading, a bill for an act to amend the law relating to communications and for related purposes.
Is leave granted for the third reading to be moved immediately? I call the...
Leave's granted.
I thank the honourable member for New England and I call the minister.
I move that this bill be now read a third time.
And I'll put the question. All of those of that opinion say aye. To the contrary, no. I think the ayes have it. Clerk.
Third reading, a bill for an act to amend the law relating to communications and for related purposes.
I call the clerk.
Government business, order of the day number 5, Criminal Code Amendment, Deepfake Sexual Material Bill 2024, resumption of debate on the second reading and on the amendment moved by the member for Warringah.
Order. The original question was that this bill be now read a second time. To this, the honourable member for Warringah has moved as an amendment that all words after that be omitted with a view to substituting other words. The question is that the amendment be agreed to, and in continuation I call the honourable member for Bruce.
Thank you, Deputy Speaker. I said when I finished last night that I'd be back soon with a different tie, and so it has come to pass. I'll just perhaps praise my remarks of last night, given it was very short. You can do a lot in 2 minutes, but not do justice to this bill. This new criminal law will ban non-consensual sharing of deepfake pornography. It's necessary as a consequence of the time we live in and the acceleration of technology, particularly artificial intelligence technologies. This new law will make it a criminal offence to share deepfake porn of someone without their consent. Now, it does seem bizarrely unnecessary that such a law is required if any sense of common decency could be relied upon, but here we are. Digitally created and altered sexually explicit material is a damaging form of abuse, and it's accelerating. It's most often used against women and girls, but it can be weaponised against anyone. There's been an explosion and a proliferation of artificial intelligence and online technologies, which has made this urgent. Anyone who's reasonably digitally literate now, so I'm told, it's not something, just to reassure you, Deputy Speaker, in the House, it's not something that I have direct familiarity with, but we're told that anyone with a modicum of technical ability can now undertake these activities. And it is a high priority reform for the government, and it's part of a suite of reforms to tackle online harms, and I'm glad to see ongoing and increasingly urgent action. For all the many benefits of technology, we can name them, we can talk about them at length. There's also apparently many negatives. Scams, deepfakes, and of course the growing recognition of the mixed benefits, if you like, that are social media and the harms that are occurring. But sexually explicit deepfakes shared without consent of the people depicted are being used to degrade and dehumanise other Australians, especially to target women, to perpetuate harmful gender stereotypes and so the experts tell us drive gender-based violence. Hence action is needed. There's a number of questions. I posted something on various social media platforms a few weeks ago when we announced this, and it's interesting on the rare occasion you get a couple of minutes to have a bit of a look at what some of the, well, there's always a bunch of silly comments and conspiracy theories, such as the world we live in, but there actually are some genuine questions which people are posing who have an interest in this and trying to work out what it means. There's a set of questions about what are deepfakes, and it's worth recording that. Deepfakes, as this bill will provide, are images, videos or sound files, often generated using AI, of a real person that's been edited to create realistic but false depictions of them doing or saying something that they did not actually say or do. Now, deepfakes can create, as we're seeing across the world, entirely new content or manipulate existing content using a large number of photos or recordings of a person. The risks of abuse are growing as the tools to create deepfakes become more accessible. So that's the general definition of deepfakes. But this bill doesn't cover all deepfakes. It covers sexually explicit deepfakes. Another question, which people, perhaps peculiarly with various different intent, may ask and have asked, is will this cover sexually explicit deepfakes of famous people or is it just of people I know? The answer to that is it'll cover both. The new offences cover where a person shares a sexually explicit deepfake of a real person, either knowing that the person has not consented or being reckless as to whether they've consented or not. And this is regardless of who the real person is and whether, this is really important, whether they're personally known to the offender, to the person sharing this deepfake material. There were a number of comments I saw. People were asking, will this cover electoral fraud or other kinds of scams? The answer is no. This bill is particularly and solely focused on the non-consensual sharing of sexually explicit deepfakes online. So it would only apply if the deepfakes are sexually explicit. There are, of course, a set of broader concerns, and we're seeing them play out in various elections around the world now. And no doubt it will be an issue for us in the next set of elections that we face in this country. There's a set of broader and legitimate concerns in our democracy about the use of deepfake technology. It's not just politicians, but those who would want to undermine trust in our institutions can deploy this technology across all spheres of our society. But this is not what this bill is focused on. It's sexually explicit deepfakes that are doing so much harm, particularly to young women and girls. There is, again, a question then, well, does this bill cover the mere creation of deepfakes? The answer to that, which some may be a little confused by, the answer is no. It's not actually the creation, it's the non-consensual sharing that this bill criminalises. The offences in the bill apply to the sharing of non-consensual deepfake sexually explicit material online. Where the person also created the deepfake that is shared without consent, there's an aggravated offence which carries a higher penalty of up to 7 years imprisonment. So there is an aggravated offence there. So if you create and share non-consensually, there's a higher penalty. But just the creation alone is not something arguably the Commonwealth can criminalise. So it's important to ensure, of course, that the new offences are legally robust, that they have a sound basis in our constitutional powers of the Federal Parliament, and the Commonwealth's power to legislate does not extend to the mere creation of sexually explicit adult deepfakes. That's something the states and territories presumably would have to deal with. There are state and territory laws that may well apply in different ways in different states and territories to the creation of deepfakes, but the Commonwealth does have the constitutional power to deal with the sharing over telecommunications networks and so on of non-consensual material. The Criminal Code currently does criminalise the sharing of private sexual material online. But the definition of private sexual material is potentially limiting and doesn't explicitly extend to artificially generated material such as deepfakes. Hence this kind of legal grey zone which this bill makes absolutely clear with regard to. The bill proposes to repeal the existing offence related to private sexual material and replace it with a new offence that applies where a person transmits the material using a carriage service, one of those traditional Commonwealth heads of power, and the material depicts a person who is or appears to be 18 years of age or older. The material depicts or appears to depict a person engaging in a sexual pose or sexual activity, sexual organs, or, if we're going into great detail, or the anal region of a person or a female's breast, and the person knows that the person depicted does not consent to the transmission of the material or is reckless to whether the other person consents. The bill, I touched on one of these before, but the bill introduces two aggravated offences which apply increased penalties to the offence in two circumstances. Firstly, before the commission of the underlying offence, 3 or more civil penalty orders were made against the person for contraventions of relevant provisions of the Online Safety Act 2021, and the person was responsible for the creation or alteration of the sexual material transmitted. The government argues, and I hope every member of the House agrees, that these amendments are essential to ensure that offences can apply to both real material, such as unaltered images and recordings, and also fake or doctored material that has been created or altered using technology, such as deepfakes. The new offences, just to be clear again, will not cover private communications between consenting adults or interfere with private sexual relationships. We don't seek to criminalise consenting human sexuality with this. It's the non-consensual sharing of deep fake material that is of great concern to the Australian people, to the Parliament, but particularly for parents who are grappling with the impacts of this technology and the use and abuse and misuse of this in relation to teenagers. And the offences will only apply to material depicting or appearing to depict adults. The Criminal Code continues to criminalise the use of carriage service for child abuse material, including child abuse material generated by AI, but of course there's various definitional issues, so this complements the existing laws in relation to child abuse material. I'm very happy, of course, to keep talking, but I might just check at this point, given we've got about 6 minutes to go. I've got 3 minutes. Have we got another speaker?
We do.
Oh, okay, great. Well, I always love hearing from the member for Forrest. Pardon? No. Well, because otherwise you get lumped with 3 minutes and, you know, you can do a lot with 6 minutes, so I think I'd love to hand you the opportunity to make a 6-minute speech at this point. Member for Forrest. Thank you.
Well, I thank the honourable member for Bruce. The question is that the amendment be agreed to, and I call the honourable member for Forrest.
Thank you, Deputy Speaker. And as has been said, the Coalition supports the intentions behind this bill, I think, as would every member of the House, when we're dealing with some of the multitude of risks that we're seeing online. And there's no doubt that there will be serious and damaging consequences to people through AI-generated sexual material, and it almost knows no bounds in this space. There will be, and there is, a proliferation of artificial intelligence that creates just extraordinary possibilities, and it is in some ways so useful, but then comes with enormous risks, particularly when we're talking about young people. The risk we're dealing with here arises from that intersection of AI with its tremendous capability to generate material that actually appears to be real. But this will bring an extraordinary capacity to inflict real harm by distributing sexual material online. And having delivered hundreds of cyber safety presentations into young school children and teenagers as well, when I've listened to what they've already had to deal with their faces, without the AI piece, but just their faces being replaced on other bodies and used in a sexual way, and the harm that's caused them and the distress that's brought to them and their families, even without AI. So in this space, that sharing, the non-consensual sharing of what will be, what are deepfake and will be sexual content is extraordinarily dangerous in my view. Dangerous to the individual and more dangerous more broadly. And we know that this bill will replace some of the existing laws, and these laws we certainly took very seriously when in government. And technology has constantly changed and will keep changing. And there was a real need with our Enhancing Online Safety Act, which dealt with the non-consensual sharing of intimate images bill in 2018. We really needed that very effective civil takedown capability. And one of the most common things for the parents who ring my office because they know of my work in this space, the most common thing is they want that material removed very, very quickly. That is the first thing. They don't want it shared, they don't want it to go viral, they are panicking, and often if it's a young child, that's their greatest worry, and the risk of that child being bullied as a result of that content being online or being out there when they don't know about it. So we've seen a lot of work previously in this space, but I am concerned in the current bill with the change or the removal of the definition, the current definition of consent. I mean, the law explicitly says currently consent means free and voluntary agreement, but the government has actually removed that definition. And there's just a few issues that, given the real focus on the need to keep people safe and what will happen in the AI-generated world, how will the courts actually adjudicate the consent rule if it's not clearly defined in the legislation, because that's what we're going to need, and that's what those who seek to use these laws will need, is very clear definitions, and the courts will need that as well. Deputy Speaker, you know, we've also announced on our side, the Coalition, a real plan to lift the minimum age for kids accessing social media from 13 to 16, and it is a top priority for us. And it's very important that this is the case. And as members know, they've heard recently Meta giving evidence at hearings where there was a claim made that there's no damage being done to young people on their platforms or in this social media space. Well, let me tell you from my years of doing this, I have seen a significant deterioration in the mental and emotional health and well-being of young people because of what's happening online and because of what's happening on social media. So I don't swallow that for a minute. Every one of those social media platforms creates a harmful place for young people, even for adults as well, and it certainly could in this deep fake non-consensual sharing of sexual images. And ever since we've had the inception of online social media platform, which are the creators and executives in charge of these platforms decided, apparently, because of what we've seen since, that it was perfectly fine to expose our very young children to a free-for-all in what I see, and it really is, an online pedophile's paradise. That's what this is. That's what they've done. Where our children, who would have thought there'd be a platform that allowed our children to be groomed online by sexual predators and exposed to extreme and violent pornography, because that's what's happening. To be exposed randomly to billions of people of all ages on the internet. But that's what the platforms allow. And it is part of these platforms' business model and is what is available to very vulnerable young people.
And the debate is interrupted. Sorry, in accordance with Standing Order 43, the debate may be resumed at a later hour, and the member will have leave to continue speaking when the debate is resumed. Are there any statements by honourable members? I give the call to the member for Forde.
Thank you, Deputy Speaker. And as we all know in this House, sport is one of the great unifiers and a great way to break down barriers and to build relationships and to better understand culture. And what better way than to travel 7,500 kilometres away to Taiwan and compete in an international tournament hosted by the Chinese Taipei School Sport Federation. And that's exactly what Coomera Anglican College from my electorate of Forde did recently. The team, led by coach Frank Goldfinch, assistant coach Christian Van Peppen and manager Anthony Hall, included a talented roster of 12 players aged from 9 to 11 years old. Aged from in years 9 to 11. The students participated in the opening ceremony and attended a gala dinner where they performed their college war cry. A representative of the school said, "This journey allowed our athletes to engage in diverse cultural programs and ceremonial festivities, broadening their horizons both on and off the court. The boys had the time of their lives and made new friends and experienced another country's culture. And the experience has considerably added or contributed to their personal and athletic growth." Deputy Speaker, what an incredible experience for these students to undertake. Not only provide them with a chance to compete at a high level, but to experience what sport has the great power to bring right across the world. Congratulations to everyone involved.
Member for Werriwa.
Thank you, Deputy Speaker. After decades of making the finest Chinese food anywhere in Australia, Chan's Cantong Village in my electorate at the Crossroads is closing. And with it comes the retirement of its owner, Mr James Wang Ming Chan. Anyone who dined at Chan's restaurant knows what a fine host he and his wife Jenny have been. You're always treated specially like old friends and members of their family. But this era has come to an end. James Chan, in every way, is an Australian success story. He's worked hard, treated people fairly, won the respect of all and served his community. James' community service was recognised in 2014 when he was awarded the Medal of the Order of Australia. The citation for his medal reads, "For services to the Chinese community of Greater Western Sydney." The citation is true and accurate, but I would argue perhaps too narrow. This is because James's influence, generosity to local charities and contributions extend far beyond Western Sydney. I think here particularly of James' involvement for many years as a chairman of the Australian Buddhist Society. I wish James, Jenny and their children, Beverly and Anthony, every best wish for the future. The restaurant may close, but our friendship won't, nor will James's ongoing commitment and service of his community.
Member for Mayo.
Thank you, Deputy Speaker. The Growing Regions Fund has been a disappointment for Mayo. When first announced, we were disappointed that large swathes of the electorate were no longer eligible, raising the rural and regional classification of the electorate with the minister fell on deaf ears. Our disappointment was compounded when we learnt that not only much of the electorate was ineligible, only 40 out of 311 suitable applications were successful, and only one very deserving application in Mayo. The total value of the 311 suitable applications exceeded $1.4 billion, of which the 40 successful applications comprised just $206 million, leaving an underspend of $93 million. Considerable effort, time and money is invested by councils and government and community groups when preparing applications for government grants. And I appreciate it's not possible for every application to be successful, but I do feel for the unsuccessful applicants who must now reconcile that their applications were unsuccessful despite being deemed suitable by the department and despite money actually being in the bank for it. I congratulate the Penneshaw Foreshore Upgrade Project as the only successful application in Mayo, and I do hope that round 2 efforts afford better outcomes for Mayo. And I must say I'm pleased the Minister has announced that she will roll over those $93 million, but that's $93 million that could be spent now in regional Australia.
Member for Cunningham.
Thank you, Deputy Speaker. Last month I had the absolute pleasure of attending the Australian-Philippine Association of the Illawarra's 43rd annual June Ball with the State Member for Wollongong. We celebrated the 126th anniversary of the Declaration of Independence of the Philippines with the Filipino community in Cunningham. We also celebrated the 78th anniversary of Philippine-Australian bilateral relations. The Australian-Philippine Association of the Illawarra would not be what it is today without the incredible dedication and hard work of one of their founding members and President, Lilia McKinnon, and also Secretary Erna de los Reyes, and their amazing management committee. Lilia and Erna have played a huge part in shaping and nurturing the organisation, with their efforts being instrumental in the growth and influence within the community. Their passion to preserve and celebrate the rich Filipino culture in the Illawarra can be seen through their warm and welcoming personalities, making all members feel like they are part of the family. Their tireless efforts in organising events, celebrating cultural diversity and promoting Filipino heritage have improved the cultural landscape of the Illawarra region. The Illawarra is a vastly diverse area, and the Filipino-Australian community has contributed to the multicultural community that I am so proud to represent. I would like to thank Lilia, Erna and the Australian-Philippine Association of the Illawarra for the amazing work that they do.
Member for Bonner.
Thank you, Deputy Speaker. Too often I hear clubs and not-for-profits in Bonner are eager to get off the ground but find it difficult to find a space to meet with members and supporters, as many Brisbane City Council meeting rooms or libraries are at full capacity. Fortunately, I come bearing some good news. If you are part of a community group in Bonner, my boardroom is free for you to use as you wish, such as for meetings or events. That's right, the Alan Burge Community Room is officially open. Over the past few years, Mr Alan Burge has been expertly tuning and restoring an Australian-made 1907 Beale upright grand piano in my office. Alan's perseverance and joy throughout the project has been such a testament to the goodwill and talent of so many Australians that I have decided to name this great space after him. It has been a pleasure to be able to host Alan as he restored this piano to its former glory. I look forward to welcoming more of the community into the Bonner office and seen the potential of this space fully unlocked and appreciated, just like my piano. We have already had some booking requests come through, so I encourage interested groups to secure their spot. If you are interested in using the Alan Burge Community Room, please send me an email. I know it will be a versatile resource for many.
Member for Macarthur.
Thanks, Madam Deputy Speaker. I've had the privilege of visiting Currants Hill Public School on a number of occasions, including when it opened, and so it was wonderful to welcome their wonderful staff and students to Parliament earlier today. I was so impressed by their good behaviour, intelligent questions and general interest in the role of politics and Parliament in our society, and in particular in our electorate of Macarthur, that I really thought they deserved a speech about them. All their questions were terrific and they offered an insight into what the leaders of tomorrow are thinking. Some standout questions were, can you help ensure public schools get more funding? Can you help get more green spaces and play spaces for our community? And can you do better for our environment? And a particular favourite of mine was, can you tell Woolworths to make their paper bags much stronger? All of which I strongly agree with, particularly the Woolies bag question, which received strong applause. These questions show that they understand the issues that are affecting their households and their wider communities, and I'll continue to raise the issues that they spoke about with me in Parliament and with our leaders. I encourage my colleagues to make the time to meet with their schools if they're visiting Parliament, and to take the time to hear what their students and staff have to say. I want to thank also the wonderful education team at the Parliamentary Education Office for their dedication and skill in ensuring visiting schools get the most out of their trip to Canberra, and for liaising with my office to ensure that we can meet with our local schools. Thank you.
Member for Griffith.
Thanks, Deputy Speaker. Labor is so committed to backing Israel's genocidal invasion of Gaza that every Labor member in this place today voted to suspend one of their own, Senator Payman, for what? For voting to recognising the state of Palestine, which is technically meant to be Labor's platform. This is at the same time that since Israel's genocidal invasion of Gaza began, what has Labor done? Signed weapons contracts with blacklisted Israeli weapons companies, paused aid funding to Palestine for 48 days, refused to take any actions against Israel as it carries out a genocide in Gaza. And let's talk about some of the facts. 37,000 Palestinians murdered, 72% of them women and children. 85,000 Palestinians wounded, 1 million Palestinians at risk of death by starvation as a result of Israel's engineered famine. It's genuinely incredible that not a single Labor member in this place, apart from Senator Payman, was able to stand up and speak on behalf of Senator Payman and say, we defend her and we defend the decision which we took, because it was one of principle. And here we go again. More anger about being called to account than about the tens of thousands of Palestinians being killed as a result of an invasion that this Labor government supports.
I might
Where's your
remind
passion?
members, just be a little bit calmer in your approach to a very important public policy matter.
Well, thanks, Deputy Speaker. It is an important matter. It is important to get passionate about the tens of thousands of Palestinians being murdered by this Israeli government that the Labor government continues to support.
Member for Dunkley.
Thank you, Deputy Speaker. As a former disability support worker, I remember the days when the NDIS didn't exist for people with disabilities. I can tell you that the NDIS has literally changed the lives, giving choice, independence and control back to people with disabilities. When I was running for Parliament, I heard time and time again from mothers, fathers and carers just how important the NDIS is to everyday survival. My husband works in the disability sector and I have a daughter with a disability. And I talk about the value of the NDIS within our family and the importance of the reform that are in place to ensure that those in need receive the funding they need to get the support they need. I know, like Medicare, it is an essential safety net and I will always fight for the NDIS. People with disabilities can trust this Labor government to protect people with disability and reform the NDIS to be even better. The government is doing a lot of work to make the NDIS even better and more sustainable after 9 years of neglect by the former Liberal government. An extra $468 million in this year's budget will get the NDIS back on track. Importantly, $213 million will fight fraud and stop unscrupulous providers. This is on top of the $73 million provided in last year's budget. Thank you for getting NDIS back on track.
Member for Bowman.
Thank you, Deputy Speaker. This Saturday, the 6th of July, we will commemorate the 60th anniversary of the death of Kevin George Conway, the first Australian soldier killed in action in Vietnam. Conway grew up in Wellington Point and joined the Army in 1947, just a month after his 18th birthday. Over the next decade and a half, he served with distinction in Korea, in the Malaysian Emergency, and in Vietnam as part of the Australian Army training team. In 1964, Warrant Officer Class 2 Conway was attached to the US Special Forces at Camp McBride at Nam Dong. Just before 3 a.m. on the 6th of July, a Viet Cong battalion launched a coordinated attack on the camp. As mortar rounds crashed down, Conway was among the first to act. He made a 30-metre dash to a Ford mortar pit. As he entered the pit to make his defence, Conway was shot and mortally wounded. He was 35 years old. Following his passing, the South Vietnamese posthumously awarded him the National Order of Vietnam, their highest award. Conway was initially laid to rest in Saigon. He was then reinterred in Singapore. In 2016, his remains were repatriated to Australia and he was laid to rest with full military honours in Cleveland Cemetery in my electorate. Conway now rests peacefully in the red soil of the Redlands, his Bayside home far away from the jungles of Southeast Asia. As we mark 6 decades since his passing, we remember the sacrifice of the subsequent 522 Australians who died in the Vietnam War, lest we forget.
Member for Robertson.
Thank you, Deputy Speaker. And today I would like to rise to recognise a magnificent young girl and brave hero during an emergency in my electorate of Robertson, Miss Olivia Bird. Olivia came to the rescue of Miss Diana Johnston, who suffered a fall on the 15th of May. Early on that morning, Mrs Johnston tripped over on her driveway as she was leaving the house. Mrs Johnston was badly injured, Deputy Speaker, spraining and bruising and lacerating different parts of her body, and was unconscious, lying on her driveway in the cold while others passed her by. Luckily, though, young Olivia saw her from next door and quickly ran to her aid, calling out for her parents to help. While Olivia's parents attended to Mrs Johnston, she reassured her that she would be okay, saying that she will look after her until the ambulance arrived. Olivia was by Mrs Johnston's side the whole time, being a calm voice and a very, very brave person. I am pleased to say that Mrs Johnston eventually was discharged from hospital 15 days later. Mrs Johnston believes that if it were not for Olivia's quick thinking and selflessness, she would have been in more pain and suffered more serious injuries. Thank you to Olivia for being a true hero of the Central Coast and indeed Australia. Thank you, Deputy Speaker.
Member for Fisher.
Madam Deputy Speaker, as the new financial year kicks off this week, Australians will once again feel the pinch as they lodge their tax returns. While Labor eventually opted to retain and slightly amend the Coalition's Stage 3 tax relief, they've diluted their effect through their callous cuts and incompetence. Under Labor, food costs are 11.4% higher. Rent costs 14.2% higher. Electricity costs a whopping 21.5% higher. The cost of schooling is up by 10.9%. Healthcare is up by 11.1%. The NBN is up. Insurance is up. Gas is up. Mortgages are up by as much as $24,000 a year, more than what they were under the Coalition, and that's $24,000 for the average mortgage holder after tax. That's $2,000 a month after tax. Who has that sort of money? These numbers don't lie, Madam Deputy Speaker. At every turn, Australians are bearing the brunt of Labor's agenda to tax, spend and splash money at the big end of town.
Member for Patterson.
Thanks, Deputy Speaker.
When I was growing up, Fridays were a really important day. Not only was it the last day of the week before the weekend of school for school, it was the day that my dad would arrive home, usually about 7:30, 7:45. He'd walk in after dog watch in an underground coal mine, or night shift, for those who aren't familiar what dog watch means, and he'd put a pay packet on the table. And I can always remember Mum would open it, tear it open, and she'd count it, and then she'd look at the little computerised print on the pay packet. And I can remember looking at it too as a young girl, thinking, oh, gross and net and hours worked and overtime. Well, people don't get paid that way anymore, Deputy Speaker. They tend to get a direct deposit into an account. And to look at your pay slip, you might have it emailed to you, or you might need to log on to look at your pay slip. While I know people don't get paid in pay packets anymore, we still talk about people getting more money in their pay packet. And in Paterson, people are getting more money in their pay packet thanks to the Albanese Labor government. Actually, they're getting on average $1,500 more per year in their pay packets. And indeed, 75,000 taxpayers in my seat of Paterson in the Hunter will receive a tax cut. There'll be more in their pay packet thanks to this government. I am absolutely happy that Australians, we're giving them the opportunity to get better jobs, they're earning more, and importantly, they're getting to keep more of what they earn in their pay packet every week.
Member for Menzies.
Thank you, Deputy Speaker. Deputy Speaker, I rise in support of my friend, the member for Spence, also a veteran, and we will rise together to condemn the graffiti on our war memorials that we saw in the previous few days. And why do we do that, Deputy Speaker? When you go to our war memorials, you will notice a simple thing, just their name. There's no rank, there's no honours, there's no party politics, there's no race, there's no religion. It's their name. And we remember and honour their name because if we don't, it will be forgotten what they did. And Deputy Speaker, when I spoke in this place in my first speech, a friend of mine, the brother of one of the 103,000 killed and on our war memorial, he said, wherever you can, say his name. And so when people graffiti those war memorials and write things like complicit in genocide or from the river to the sea, they dishonour not only their names, but what they fought for and who we are as a nation. We are seeing far too much division. We're seeing narrative that displays us as heroes or villains, when the true place for heroes are those war memorials, and they dishonoured them. We need to find ways to unite us as a nation, and the most important way to do that is to honour the people who fought and died for it, and we utterly condemn the graffiti that was put on those war memorials.
Member for Holt.
Thank you, Deputy Speaker. Last weekend, I was excited to welcome the Prime Minister, Anthony Albanese, to Pearcedale in my electorate of Holt. On this visit, I showed the Prime Minister Albanese around a small business, JD Propagation, with owners Jen and Dan. Small businesses like JD Propagation, which employs 55 staff locally in Pearcedale, are the backbone of our economy and are vital for job creation. Coincidentally, as the PM pointed out, JD Propagation grows nearly 14 million plants a year, and yesterday nearly 14 million Australians received a tax cut. This tax relief will help working people, will help families, and will help business owners just like Jen and Dan. These tax cuts are just one of the many ways the Albanese Labor government is helping Australians with the cost of living pressures. Over the coming year, 90% of taxpayers in my electorate will receive a tax cut, with the average person saving $1,320. This means that 90% in my community will be able to keep more of what they earn thanks to the Labor government.
Member for Dawson.
Thank you, Deputy Speaker. I rise today to celebrate the incredibly talented young minds that I met in the 2024 Whitsunday STEM Challenge. Now in its 7th year, I was blown away by the hundreds of regional primary and high school students from Mackay, Whitsunday and Isaac regions that come together to showcase their science, technology, engineering and maths skills. The Whitsunday STEM Challenge builds students critical thinking skills, encourages them to solve complex problems and collaborate in teams, all while participating in competitions including the F1 in schools, Pedal Prix, Robo Cup Junior and drone competitions. Students work in teams to design, build and code their robots to compete in various competitions, including soccer, drone rescue operations, choreographed dance competitions and even darts. The F1 in Schools competition is the world's largest STEM competition and is a test of speed and innovation for students. I got the chance to chat with and compete against the national champions in the Formula One in Schools competition, and I must say, I didn't stand a chance. I've always blown away by the innovative young minds that I meet when I go to these competitions. Deputy Speaker, I can tell you this, our future looks bright with these kids at the helm.
Member for Hunter.
Thank you, Speaker. Some great news for coal workers. Yesterday, hundreds of labour hire workers at Batchfire's Khalid mine and at Bullawheeler in central Queensland received some great news from the Fair Work Commission, with the first order under the new Same Job, Same Pay laws being issued. This order covers over 350 labour hire mine workers employed by WorkPac at Khalid. It means their pay must be lifted to match the rates under Batchfire's enterprise agreement covering permanent employees from the 1st of November this year. This is great news for employees who will now receive between $10,000 and $20,000 extra a year in their pay. Speaker, around 60% of the operators at Khalid were labour hire employees. This pay rise will be a strong impact for so many in that local community. A huge congratulations to Graham Kelly, Tony Marr and Mitch Hughes from the mighty Mining and Energy Union on getting the first order done and dusted. The labour hire loophole is officially closed. This will be the first of many such decisions that will deliver extra pay to workers all over Australia. We have already had the Mount Pleasant site in the Hunter get rid of all labour hire positions and making them permanent. Speaker, labour hire has a legitimate role but should never be used to undercut rates of pay. This is just another way the Albanese Labor government is delivering cost of living relief for workers right across Australia.
Member for Mallee.
Thank you, Deputy Speaker. The Albanese government used to wax lyrical on their failed war on feral cats, but the cost of living crisis is the feral dog that is biting and terrorising families and businesses across Australia. And what does this government offer to fix it? A bowl of Labor spin and a dog's breakfast of half-baked policies. While mortgage holders, renters and pensioners wrestle with whether they eat or heat, the Prime Minister and Treasurer gaslight Australians with spin on how great they've actually got it under Labor. Inflation is coming down, they say. Real wages are growing, they say. Energy prices are coming down, they say. Tax rebates will miraculously fix family budgets. The fact is, the Albanese government has botched vaping laws, industrial relations, the energy rollout, water buybacks, the National Vehicles Emissions Scheme, live exports, age verification, and let's not forget detainee releases under Direction 99. And the most disturbing aspect of this government, apparently committed to transparency, is the imposition of non-disclosure agreements on any stakeholder lucky enough to actually be consulted.
Give the call to the member for Solomon.
Thanks, Speaker. And just for the benefit of those in the gallery, I'm the federal MP that represents Darwin and Palmerston in the Northern Territory. And at the moment, it's a dry season and it's absolutely perfect. 32 degrees every day, and in the evenings it's a bit cooler. It is absolutely perfect. Incredible community events are on. Just in the last couple of weeks, we've had a festival with the Nepalese community and the Pakistani community, but we also joined, or my family and I joined about 4,000 others at the Barunga Festival. If you ever get an opportunity, it's a great festival that really looks at First Nations culture, music, sport, And also we had the Greek festival, the Glenti festival. So when it's a dry season in the top end, it's festival time, and you're really welcome to come up. The Greek Glenti, you wouldn't imagine so much souvla just on the rotisserie, under charcoal. You know how good it is, Dan. Souvla burger. But then we have the supercars. Like, it just doesn't stop. It's just great event after great event. And the supercars were a fantastic weekend as well. And we had the flyovers by the jets, by the Joint Strike Fighters, the F-35s, that just wowed the whole crowd. Speaking of them, we've got Pitch Black coming up, which is the Air Force's biggest exercise. Now, that's over top-end skies, the sounds of freedom. So come up and join in.
Time has concluded. Give the call to Member for O'Connor.
Thank you, Mr Speaker, and I rise today to give a big shout-out to Keep the Sheep, a grassroots movement of WA movement of farmers, truckers, shearers, stockies, feed producers, all dependent on the live sheep export industry for their livelihoods. They've been pounding the corridors of Parliament trying to convince crossbench senators of the need for a more robust Senate inquiry process and calling for a more thorough examination of the volumes of evidence presented to the House Standing Committee on Agriculture during their hasty inquiry. 13,000 submissions were received, but only 668 were considered and published. Unpublished submissions included deeply personal stories on how this decision would affect families, businesses and the wider rural community. This is why we need a proper Senate inquiry, one that was promised by Minister Watt, yet another of Labor's broken promises. Last night, the Senate narrowly voted to end live sheep exports by sea. This government has prioritised animal activists who have blatantly misled the Australian public, some of whom have allegedly paid cash for cruelty on these vessels, and have ignored the honest, hard-working rural voters whose livelihoods will be forever affected. But the fight has only just begun. Prime Minister, you have been given notice that the people of the bush have been pushed too far. They are mustering their farmy army to take the battle to the burbs and win back seats, one Labor electorate at a time, beginning this weekend in the electorate of Hasluck and also the proposed electorate of Bullwinkle. All the best and good luck. Thank you.
Give the call to the member for Spence.
Thank you, Mr Speaker. As one of the co-chairs of the Parliamentary Friends of Veterans, along with the member for Menzies who spoke so eloquently earlier, I too rise to echo the words of the Prime Minister and the Leader of the Opposition during question time yesterday, joined together in their condemnation of the defacement and desecration that has occurred at the Australian War Memorial. It seldom matters what was graffitied on memorials that exist to honour those brave Australians who steeled themselves and selflessly volunteered to take up arms in the service of our country, to protect their friends, their families, our way of life. Many of those brave Australians sacrificing their lives for the hope of safeguarding the future we now occupy. It is the legacy that they have left for us, and it is the right that we honour them, all 103,000 of them. It seldom matters because there are no words that someone can graffiti onto a monument we have built to honour Australians who have served in our defence forces. Those who have died for our country, that can never be deemed acceptable. To speak of how those monuments were defaced rather than condemn the act itself only provides more incentive for these cowardly acts to continue. Acts that all sides of our parliament should always condemn. Acts that should always be punished to the fullest extent of the law.
In accordance with Standing Order 43, the time for members' statements has concluded. I'm pleased to inform the House that present in the gallery today, as was the case yesterday and for the remainder of this week, are the hard-working local councillors and mayors from across Australia. They're in Canberra this week for the annual National General Assembly of Local Government, the theme which is Building Community Trust. On behalf of all members, I welcome our local mayors and councillors to question time. I call the Prime Minister.
Thanks, Mr Speaker. I inform the House the Minister for Skills and Training will be absent from question time today, and the Minister for Employment and Workplace Relations will answer questions on his behalf.
I shall move to questions without notice, and I give the call to the Honourable the Leader of the Opposition.
Thank you very much, Mr Speaker. My question is to the Prime Minister. 2 years ago, the Prime Minister promised Australian families cheaper mortgages and that life would be easier. Yet the Albanese government has increased spending by $315 billion, fuelling Labor's homegrown inflation crisis. The RBA Governor has warned if, and I quote, "we're not getting inflation down, then we won't hesitate to move and raise interest rates again. What assurance can the Prime Minister give Australian families that there won't be a 13th rate rise under Labor's watch?
Order. The Minister for Climate Change and Energy is warned. Prime Minister has the call.
I thank the member for his question, and it goes to the comments of the Reserve Bank Governor and fiscal policy in the budget. A budget that has been handed down by the Treasurer not once but twice, that's in the black, not mugs, just surpluses, Labor surpluses, which arose out of what we had, which was Liberal deficits, and turning a $78 billion deficit into a $22 billion surplus, and then following it up with another surplus at the same time as inflation is almost half what it was when we inherited it. They always miss out the fact that interest rates started rising on their watch after they handed down the highest inflation quarter. The highest inflation quarter was March 2022. March 2022 of 2.1%. And how did they respond to that? In their March budget handed down by the former member for Kooyong, it was a cash splash, Mr Speaker, a cash splash. And that stands in stark contrast, to what we have done. And that's why
Order. The Treasurer will cease ejecting. We're in question 1. There's far too much noise. The Leader of the Opposition was heard in silence, and everyone knows the respect that should be shown to when the Minister or Prime Minister is responding. So he has the call and is going to be heard in silence for the remainder of the answer.
And that is why the Reserve Bank Governor, when asked by a Liberal senator at the budget estimates, had this to say about international experience. It is a very similar experience. And she went on to say, fiscal policy has been running a surplus for the past couple of years, so I would say that's been helping the inflation situation, if anything. The Reserve Bank Governor. Now, if it's a choice between the Reserve Bank Governor and the Shadow Treasurer who got rolled again today on divestment, then I'll pick the Reserve Bank Governor.
Order. Order. The Leader of the Nationals, when the House comes to order, we'll hear from the member for Order. We'll hear from the member for Lyons.
Thank you, Speaker. My question is to the Minister for Health. What action is the Albanese Labor government taking to make it easier for Australians to see a doctor for free? Why is the government determined to lift Medicare bulk billing rates after a decade of cuts and neglect?
Order. The member for Fisher is warned. Just as I warned the Minister for Climate Change and Energy, interjecting is highly disorderly when the question is being asked. The Minister for Health and Aged Care has the call.
Thank you, Speaker, and I thank the member for Lyons for that question, because he is such a strong advocate for better health care in Tasmania, for more bulk billing, for cheaper medicines, for better urgent care services, because he knows that Tasmania was hit so hard by that decade of cuts and neglect to Medicare. It's especially hard to find a doctor in Tasmania, and bulk billing rates there have been lower than any other state for quite some time. I'm happy to say a few weeks ago, Mr Speaker, the member for Lyons and I announced a 5th Medicare urgent care clinic for Tasmania to be based around Bridgewater in his electorate. Like the other clinics, it's going to be open 7 days a week, extended hours, available for walk-in patients, and importantly, Mr Speaker, it will be fully bulk billed. And I've said I want this clinic up and running by the end of the year, because I know what a difference it will make to the people of Bridgewater, but also to surrounding communities like Brighton and the northern suburbs of Hobart. But, Mr Speaker, the member for Lyons has also pushed us hard on better bulk billing. Before the last election, he was one of a number of Labor MPs who were reporting a growing sense of alarm in the community about falling rates of bulk billing for GP visits. And the reason for that fall, Mr Speaker, was crystal clear. A deliberate program by the Liberals to undermine bulk billing, because we remember, Mr Speaker, the father of the modern Liberal Party, of course, called bulk billing an absolute rort. And the Leader of the Opposition, when he was Health Minister, of course, tried to abolish bulk billing altogether, because he said there were, in his words, too many free Medicare services, Mr Speaker. Well, that's not our approach. Last year, in November, we tripled the bulk billing incentive, Mr Speaker, after a call to do that by the College of General Practitioners. They called that a game changer, Mr Speaker, and I'm pleased to report to the member for Lyons, since doing that, the bulk billing rate for GP visits in Tasmania has risen by more than 8%, Mr Speaker, more than 8%. And I've seen increases in every single state and territory since November. In the month of May alone, Mr Speaker, there were more than 900,000 additional free visits to the doctor. 900,000 in just 1 month, Mr Speaker. This government, Mr Speaker, is doing everything we possibly can to help Australians with the cost of living. Tax cuts for every taxpayer, energy bill relief for every household, Mr Speaker. And we know that more free visits to the doctor, cheaper medicines, they're not just good for the hip pocket, as good as that is, they're also good for your health, Mr Speaker. And at the end of the day, that is how you deliver real cost of living relief, not by pushing up power prices for a nuclear reactor.
The call to the Honourable the Deputy Leader of the Opposition.
My question is to the Prime Minister. Last night, Senator Fatima Payman released a statement claiming Labor members were, quote, attempting to intimidate her into resigning from the Senate. On the 7th of November 2022, the Prime Minister said in this place, quote, everyone has the right to a safe and respectful workplace. Prime Minister, what steps have been taken to investigate these claims of intimidation in Senator Payman's workplace?
The call to the Prime Minister.
Thank you, Mr Speaker. They have very short memories over there. Last week, the Leader of the Opposition was calling for Labor to take action against Senator Payman, and was using the full suite of measures, Mr Speaker, the full suite of insults and his usual plan to show how macho he is. All of that language was all there. You had to muscle up, Mr Speaker, was his view.
Order. Member for Barker is warned.
The fact is that earlier today, the caucus unanimously adopted a position. Senator Payman is more than welcome back to participate in the team if she agrees that she's part of the team. I had a very civil and constructive discussion with Senator Payman on Sunday. I invited her to the Lodge, and I had a very civil and constructive discussion with her last week as well.
We'll give the call to the member for Dunkley.
My question is to the Treasurer. How is the Albanese Labor government easing cost of living pressures and ensuring Australians earn more and keep more of what they earn? What obstacles were overcome?
A call to the Treasurer.
Thanks, Mr Speaker, and thanks to the member for Dunkley for her question. The member for Dunkley has only been here for a relatively short amount of time, and already she's helped ensure that there will be a tax cut for every taxpayer from this week. She's helped ensure energy bill relief for every household in Australia, helped ensure that people on awards will get a pay cut, pay rise, millions of Australians will get a pay rise from this week, Mr Speaker, and cheaper medicines and an extra couple of weeks of paid parental leave as well, Mr Speaker. And I well recall in the member for Dunkley's campaign going and speaking with the early childhood educators of her local community to tell them that every single one of them will be getting a tax cut because of this Prime Minister and this Labor government, Mr Speaker.
and not just the early educators but every single taxpayer in this country. $36 on average, $63 a week for the average household with kids, Mr Speaker. $26 a week for healthcare workers, $30 a week for teachers, $37 a week for truckies, $36 a week for builders, $51 a week for sparkies, $72 a week for miners, Mr Speaker. These are the tax cuts that come in this week because of this Prime Minister and this Labor government, Mr Speaker. Every single taxpayer in every single industry in this country gets a tax cut this week, Mr Speaker. 79,000 people in the Shadow Treasurer's electorate get a tax cut, averaging $30 a week. 79,000 in the Leader of the Opposition's electorate get on average $31 a week, Mr Speaker. These tax cuts are because of this government and despite that opposition, Mr Speaker, and that's because we know when they're asked about these tax cuts, they say, of course, they'll roll them back. The Leader of the Opposition wanted an election over these tax cuts when we made them fairer earlier in the year, Mr Speaker. But it doesn't end there. It doesn't end there, Mr Speaker. I think the House should know and the community should know that when the Shadow Treasurer went on radio this morning on 2CC, as I understand it, he was asked about the cost of living relief that rolls out this week. And he dismissed it as handouts, Mr Speaker. He thinks that people working more, earning more and keeping more of what they earn is a handout, Mr Speaker. And doesn't that speak volumes about the Shadow Treasurer and his colleagues, Mr Speaker? He said they were handouts and he said that they would ultimately make it worse. And so he should tell every Australian, getting a tax cut this week, getting energy bill relief, getting cheaper medicines, getting a pay rise, getting another couple of extra weeks of paid parental leave. He should tell them that he thinks it's a handout which will make it worse, Mr Speaker. He has made it clear today, that those opposite do not support cost of living relief for people doing it tough. We do, and we're delivering it.
Order. The member for Groom has interjected 9 times in 2 answers. He's had a good run. He'll now leave the chamber under 94A. There's far too much noise, and if people continually interject day after day after day, then with no other choice they won't be here. I assume everyone wants to stay. Give the call to the honourable member for North Sydney.
Thank you, Mr Speaker. My question is to the Minister for Immigration. Minister, people within my electorate who have family in Gaza have been advised the quickest way to get them out is to apply for a visitor visa. Yet, according to Senate estimates, 4,614 people applying for this visa from this area have been refused since October 7th, including my constituents' family members. Minister, given our country's actions when it came to other recent conflicts, including the wars in Ukraine and Afghanistan, why hasn't our government not established a clear pathway for people to bring their families from Gaza to safety here in Australia?
Give the call to the Minister for Immigration, Citizenship and Multicultural Affairs.
Thanks, Speaker, and I thank the member for North Sydney for her question and for her advocacy on this issue with my office and more broadly in the community. The images every day out of Gaza affect all of us in this place and indeed in the other place, and responding to that is a key focus of the Australian government. And with that in mind, I have been consistently engaging with representative bodies of the Palestinian community on this issue and indeed on other related issues. I can advise the member and indeed advise the House that I am continuing to do so. Now, I can also say that all people who have arrived in Australia from the occupied Palestinian territories are presently able to access a bridging visa E, which will grant them work rights and indeed access to Medicare. The same offer currently applies to arrivals from the Ukraine. This is an offer that has been directly communicated to those Palestinian bodies and indeed to many Palestinians, as well as to those legal services that are engaged in supporting many in that community and indeed in other refugee and like refugee communities. Of course, it is up for all individuals to determine a visa pathway that is appropriate for their circumstances. And I should say that, of course, all people who apply for a visa of whatever type have to meet the requirements of the Migration Act. And also, as the member would appreciate, as all members would appreciate, everyone seeking to obtain a visa to come to Australia knows that that application needs to be considered on its individual merit. Now, the issue of visas is very important and the supports that go with them, but so too is recognising the impact this conflict has more broadly on communities right across Australia. And I'm very proud of the efforts across the government led by the Prime Minister to support affected communities, whether it's supports delivered by my friend the Minister for Education in school settings, recognising the particular impact of young people, the work done in the health and mental health space, work across a whole range of initiatives.
The Minister will pause. I'm just going to call the member for North Sydney on a point of order.
With respect, Mr Speaker, and to the Minister, it's on relevance because the question was specifically related to, given the case of other wars, like war in Ukraine and war in Afghanistan, where there were specific pathways established for humanitarian visas. That's not been the case when it comes to Palestine. Why is the government not doing that?
The question was around, and why hasn't the government established a clear way for people to bring out family members? So the member is raising a point of order, but the Minister is being very directly relevant in talking about the subject topic. He's not deviating away from the subject matter, but he has remaining 48 seconds to conclude his answer, and he makes sure he is being directly relevant.
Thanks very much, Speaker. And for the benefit of the member for North Sydney and all members, at the start of my answer I said we are continuing to engage with community members on this issue. I also was going through the range of supports the government is putting in place and will continue to put in place to recognise the challenge to social cohesion that is presented by the impacts of this conflict on communities right across the Australian community. The visa issue is obviously very important to the member and many other members, so too the impacts, whether it's on mental health or other impacts on individuals in the Australian community, citizens as well as people who arrive here on visas. All of these things are important to me. All of these things are a focus for the Albanese government.
The call, General Member for Holt.
Thank you, Mr Speaker. My question is to the Prime Minister. What cost of living relief is the Albanese Labor government delivering? And what plans to push prices up has the government rejected?
The call to the Prime Minister.
I thank the member for Holt for her question, and I thank the member for hosting me at JD Propagation there in Pearcedale, a nursery in which 14 million seedlings are done every year. We're right there. About the same number as the Australians who'll get tax cuts. Got tax cuts on Monday, Mr Speaker. Just per chance. Just per chance. And the workers who we met there at that nursery are some of the 83,000 taxpayers who got a tax cut this week in Holt. 83,000 in just one electorate. In addition to that, of course, many of those workers that we discussed with will get a pay rise in their next pay packet because we want Australians to earn more and to keep more of what they earn. In addition to that, every single household will receive $300 in power bill relief. The freezing of the cost of PBS medicines will make a difference as well. In addition, for some, certainly not all, of the constituents of Holt, some will benefit from the 2 weeks extra paid parental leave that will make a difference for families there. All of these measures designed to help people under pressure and take pressure off inflation. Now, what we know is that real wages have actually grown more in the last year than grew under the entire length in which they were in office over there. More in 1 year under us than 10 years under them. And that is the common thread of what we've been doing, providing that assistance while taking pressure off inflation. Cheaper childcare, cheaper medicine, fee-free TAFE, all of those measures. The other thing that they have in common, all of these cost of living measures, is that they were opposed by those opposite. Those opposite. Not only did those opposite barrack for the worst outcomes for Australia, they vote for it. We want to see growth up, productivity up and wages up. They're only interested in cutting wages and talking the country down. We want to create jobs in manufacturing, powered by cheaper, cleaner energy. They want to wreck investment and then charge taxpayers for the most expensive form of new energy that's available with their nuclear reactionary plan. We're building more homes and making super stronger. They want to wreck super by making people raid their super. We are getting bulk billing back in business. The Leader of the Opposition wants a second crack at destroying Medicare after the attempts that were there in the 2014 budget.
Prime Minister's time is completed. Order. The House comes to order. We'll hear from the member for Hume.
My question is to the Prime Minister. In a new survey, Finder reports 13% of mortgage holders have extended their home loan in the last year in order to lower their repayments. Finder home loans expert Richard Whitten says the average Australian household has much less disposable income compared to a few years ago. Prime Minister, after 3 failed budgets, why are Australian families paying the price for Labor's economic incompetence?
Give the call to the Treasurer.
Thanks, Mr Speaker. I didn't think he'd get a question today after he got rolled again on divestiture powers in the supermarket sector, but I welcome the question from the Shadow Treasurer. The question's about mortgage stress. Obviously, we understand that after rates began rising on their watch, that has put additional pressure on Australians with a mortgage. I think that's self-evident. And because of that, this is one of the reasons, the fact that people are under pressure, one of the reasons why we're rolling out substantial, meaningful but responsible cost of living relief this week. And if the Shadow Treasurer really cared about the pressures that people are under in communities right around Australia, instead of opposing our cost of living relief, as he did on the radio this morning, he would support it, and he would support it enthusiastically. Now, if the Shadow Treasurer really understands the mortgage stress that people are under, he would enthusiastically welcome the fact that every single taxpayer is getting a tax cut this week. He would enthusiastically welcome the fact that every household is getting energy bill relief this week. He would enthusiastically welcome the fact that we're giving extra help to parents, we're making medicines cheaper, and that millions of Australians on award wages will be getting a pay rise this week with our full-throated support, Mr Speaker. And so these questions from the Shadow Treasurer would have much more credibility, Mr Speaker, if he came out and said that he supported our cost of living relief. Instead, just this morning, when he was asked about this cost of living relief on radio on 2CC, he dismissed it as a handout and he said it would make it worse. Well, that would be news to people who are hanging out for these tax cuts. That would be news to these people who need and deserve a bit of help with their energy bills. That would be news to new parents who need a bit of extra help via the extension to paid parental leave. That would be news to people who pay a lot for medicines but because of us will be paying a little bit less. That will be news to people who need and deserve higher wages, particularly people on lower wages and people on award wages, Mr Speaker. So we understand the pressures that people are under. More than that, we are responding to them, we are acting on them, and we would expect that any coalition, any opposition who truly cared about cost of living pressures would support them, not oppose them, as the Shadow Treasurer said this morning.
Give the call to the honourable member for Wills.
Thank you, Mr Speaker. My question is to the Minister for Climate Change and Energy. What energy bill relief is the Albanese Labor government delivering to help households and small businesses with the cost of living? How is this different from other approaches?
The call to the Minister for Climate Change and Energy.
Well, thanks very much, Mr Speaker. Can I thank the member for his question and for his leadership in this House? And through you, Mr Speaker, can I just give a shout-out to his very hard-working electorate staff in his electorate office in Coburg, who do great things for the people of Wills in not always easy circumstances. Now, Mr Speaker, the honourable member asked me about cost of living relief, and I'm very pleased to tell him that as of yesterday, with the delivery of the Albanese government's energy bill relief and the reductions in energy prices in the default market offer and the Victorian market offer, the average energy price for a household in Victoria is down 23%. And, Mr Speaker, for small businesses, they are down 15.5%. They don't like it. They don't like the news, Mr Speaker. It doesn't change the news when energy prices are coming down. And this is in addition, Mr Speaker, for the member for Wills, for the 78,000 taxpayers in his electorate who are getting a tax cut on average of $31 a week in his electorate. So that is what real cost of living relief looks like. And people who are doing it tough deserve a government with a detailed plan to deliver cost of relief now. Not some fantasy plan in decades' time which will backfire and put prices up, but real cost of living relief now. And also medium-term plans. And of course our medium-term plan is the capacity investment scheme, which underpins new renewable energy in our country. And Mr Speaker,
order. The member for Hume.
Renewable energy is very different to nuclear energy, because I'm asked about the differences, because renewable energy is the cheapest form of energy and nuclear is the most expensive form of energy, and they don't go too well together. And we saw, Mr Speaker, that impact analysis from the Independent Office of Impact Assessments about our capacity investment scheme, which said consumers are expected to face lower retail electricity prices on average and a reduction in reliability risks. And we've also seen today the chair of the Western Australian Economic Regulation Authority say carving out space in the power system for nuclear to operate around the clock would require putting on hold large-scale renewable generation. And that is the fact, Mr Speaker, and members opposite actually, when they're saying the quiet bit out loud, acknowledge it. The Leader of the National Party said he wants a cap on renewable energy in Australia. And I give credit to the Leader of the National Party. He's calling the shots over there at the moment. He's writing their economic policy. I give credit where it's due. The Leader of the National Party is running the show. The problem is when the Leader of the National Party is running the show when it comes to economics or energy, that's real bad news for the Australian people. But it's great news for the Leader of the National Party, and he should get credit for it, because he is actually determining the policy which sees nuclear come in and renewables go out. We've seen the member for Hinkler to say we should have less renewables and we should curtail renewables. The fact of the matter is, Mr Speaker, the Leader of the Opposition wants a blank cheque for a bad deal, but it's the Australian people who would pay the price for that bad deal by bringing in more expensive energy.
The call to the honourable member for Moncrieff.
Thank you, Speaker. My question is to the Prime Minister. Last night, young mum Emma Robertson from the Gold Coast told A Current Affair that her family is at breaking point. She said, quote, "The tax cuts come in, but do pretty much nothing at all." She continued, quote, "It's horrible. I never pictured myself being in this situation ever. But here I am, just scraping by." Prime Minister, why are Australian families paying the price for Labor's economic incompetence?
Order. Order. The member for Moncrieff was heard in silence. The Prime Minister will give him the same courtesy. The Prime Minister has the call.
Thanks very much, Mr Speaker. I thank the member for Moncrieff for her question, and in her electorate, 88,000 taxpayers will get a tax cut. 88,000. And the member for Moncrieff dismisses that as saying that doesn't matter. They're saying it won't make a difference.
Order.
So I hope the member for Moncrieff writes to all of her constituents and says, all 88,000 of them, and says, the tax cut that you just got will make no difference whatsoever to you. I hope that the member for Moncrieff also says that the wage increase that the members' electorate, as part of the 2.6 million Australians on minimum or award wages who got a wage increase as well as a tax cut, I hope the member for Moncrieff says that that's irrelevant. That doesn't matter. You don't deserve it. Because we know that they voted against it and said that they'd roll it back. And before last Thursday, they said they were going to reimpose the tax cuts that were going to benefit the member for Moncrieff and myself and everyone in this chamber at the expense of hard-working people who are cleaners, aged care workers, people who are working in supermarkets. We're going to simply miss out, get nothing whatsoever. So I find it extraordinary that those opposite dismiss energy price relief, dismiss award wages going up, dismiss tax cuts going to every single taxpayer, dismiss cheaper childcare, dismiss all those people who've had the benefit of fee-free TAFE. dismiss the $300 in energy bill relief, which in Queensland is added to the $1,000 in energy bill relief from the Queensland state government. That they say, oh, none of that matters. None of that matters. Those opposite would do absolutely nothing because they have no positive plans for anything, just 24-hour-a-day negativity.
The member for Fadden continually interjecting during that answer. He is now warned. Give the call to the member for Newcastle.
Here.
Thank you, Speaker. My questions to the Minister representing the Minister for Women. How is the Albanese Labor government supporting Australian women with the cost of living?
Give the call to the Minister representing the Minister for Women.
Thank you very much, Mr Speaker, and can I thank the member for Newcastle for the question. There are 78,000 taxpayers in her electorate that have benefited as of the 1st of July from Labor's tax cuts, including a substantial number of women in her electorate. We have deliberately placed women and gender equality at the centre of our economic plan. This hasn't happened by accident. We know that women work incredibly hard across our economy, and we do understand that people are under pressure and that some are doing it tough. It's why we are working to ensure that women earn more and then get to keep more of what they earn. And that has happened because of the policies of this government. Yesterday, we delivered a tax cut to every single taxpayer, and on average, women taxpayers will receive a tax cut of around $1,650, which is $707 more than they would have received under those opposite Stage 3 tax plans. Now, we deliberately made sure, when we were looking at the Stage 3 tax plans, we wanted to make sure that people who were under your plans getting absolutely a big fat zero when it came to tax cuts, who earned under $45,000, some of the lowest income earners in the country, talking about our changes to them.
Order. The Minister will pause. The Manager Opposition on point of order.
Mr Speaker, on relevance, the Minister has been comparing and contrasting for most of her answer. The question was actually commendably tight. How is the government supporting Australian women cost of living, with no reference to the record of other political parties?
Order. The Minister needs the Manager Opposition is correct. There was no compare or contrast. Just assisting the Minister's answer that she ensures that she complies with standing orders, to ensure she's explaining order to the House if she does compare and contrast the changes that have occurred as opposed to what had just happened in the past.
Thank you. I was getting to that. The changes that we made to the Stage 3 tax cuts that saw workers under $45,000 getting absolutely nothing, we have changed that to ensure that they do now get a tax cut, and they are predominantly women who work in childcare, in disability, aged care workers, nurses and teachers, highly feminised professions, making sure that they actually earn more and then get to keep more of what they earn. Yesterday, of course, we delivered our commitment to increase paid parental leave scheme to 22 weeks, a really important reform to paid parental leave. But we also are making sure that we're paying superannuation on paid parental leave, and that will have a huge impact on women's retirement incomes in the years ahead, something that I'm very proud of on this side of the House. We've also ensured that we have the award wages increase, 2.6 million Australians benefiting from wages increases. Again, some of the lowest paid workers in this country, predominantly women. And of course, we are also increasing superannuation overall, which again will also assist women to make sure that they've got retirement incomes. We are, of course, delivering energy bill relief, freezing the cost of PBS medicines, making sure bulk billing's going up so people can afford to see the doctor, and also getting a fairer deal for consumers at the supermarket checkout. Women's equality is a central driver of everything that we do on this side of the House, something of which I am very proud.
The call to the Leader of the Nationals.
Thank you, Mr Speaker. My question is to the Prime Minister. Prime Minister, in the gallery today are representatives of the farmers, shearers, truckies and local communities whose livelihoods rely on the live sheep export industry that the Labor government is shutting down. Given Labor claims its phase-out of live sheep exports is due to animal welfare, can the Prime Minister name one country that has higher animal welfare standards for live exports than Australia?
Order. Give the call to the Prime Minister.
Thanks very much, Mr Speaker. I'm asked about the live sheep export industry, and I'm asked in the context of the legislation that was carried through the Senate last night. I met with farmers yesterday afternoon in my office, and I listened to what they had to say, and I respectfully, of course, indicated a preparedness to continue to work with them. They have an industry that's worth $80 million. The package that we have on the table is currently worth $107 million, greater than
Order. The member for
the
Hume.
annual industry. And the truth is that the live sheep industry has been in decline compared with the sheep meat industry that's valued around about $4 billion and has expanded substantially in places like the United Kingdom.
Order. The Prime Minister will pause. The Treasurer and the Leader of the Opposition, quite happy for you to take the conversation outside to discuss the issue in detail. Order. The Prime Minister was asked a question. And I want to hear his answer, and I'm sure everyone in the House does.
Leader of the Nats might have just had a little nudge to his right, because the Deputy Leader of the Opposition had this to say: live sheep exports fails on both economic and animal welfare grounds. Unfortunately, this is an industry with an operating model built on animal suffering. The industry has had countless second chances.
Yeah. The member for Fremantle will cease interjecting. I want to hear the Leader of the Nationals on his point of order, which he's entitled to make.
On relevance, Mr Speaker, it was a very tight question around naming one country predicated on Labor's decision, not on the coalition's, but on Labor's decision to shut this industry down. Very tight question, asking for one country. He's been given nearly 2 minutes and he has not been relevant to the question. That was very tight.
Well, the issue with direct relevance, as we deal with this on most weeks in question time, is the Prime Minister wasn't talking about live sheep exports. If he wasn't talking about the government's decision, if he wasn't talking about the commentary around it, of course he wouldn't be directly relevant. And yes, I know you'd like a one-word answer, but as we have done many times, the standing order doesn't provide for that. There are options to provide that. No one's taken me up on the offer to ensure that could happen. So whilst the standing orders exist as they are, and the Prime Minister is being directly relevant to the topic, and I think he's quoting another Member of Parliament regarding the issue, I'm left with another choice to make sure he remains on topic. But if he strays off the topic, and order, the Leader of the Nationals is warned. Prime Minister in continuation, and will be relevant to the question.
I reiterate that I met with these people not just yesterday, but I've met with them in Western Australia as well.
Yeah, that's right. The member for Forest will cease interjecting.
The Deputy Leader had this to say: the industry has had countless second chances to improve conditions, but exporters do not comply with the rules because regulations written on paper in Australia cease to mean anything once the ship departs. She was asked last year the same position, and she said, "We actually don't need this trade at all." Of course I stand by what I presented in this parliament. Senator Sarah Henderson said this: if any person in Australia crams sheep into a transport vehicle for 25 days in the searing heat, she went on to say that person will be charged with animal cruelty. And of course there's the member for Latrobe, another key member of their front bench, who said if you had a dog in a car all day in hot conditions, the owners would be charged with animal cruelty. yet it is okay for 1,000 sheep to go into international waters, suffer heat stress, suffer lack of ventilation, suffer lack of water and die in cruel, inhumane conditions.
Order.
To me,
Prime
that is not
Minister's
acceptable.
time
I suggest the member
concluded.
talk to...
Give the call to the member for Parramatta.
My question is Minister for the National Disability Insurance Scheme. How is the Albanese Labor government helping the sustainability of the NDIS, including through cost of living support for NDIS workers, and are there any threats?
The call to the Minister for the National Disability Insurance Scheme and the Minister for Government Services.
Congratulations to the 90,000 Parramatta taxpayers getting a tax cut. But there's also good news for the over 400,000 people, the therapists and the disability support workers who look after participants who will all be getting tax cuts, have just been getting them. A disability support worker on $75,000 is going to get about $1,500 in tax cuts this year. An occupational therapist on $120,000 will get about $2,700 tax cuts, so that's good news. Plus, award wages have moved for disability carers about 15% since Labor got elected. There's the $300 energy supplement, cheaper medicines, and super's going up to 11.5%. So literally, the NDIS workforce is getting to earn more and keep more of what they earn. But there is some threats to the cost of living pressures on the scheme and people working on it. There are vital NDIS reforms to get a better deal for participants stuck in the Senate until mid-August. This is bad news because the actuary of the scheme has said that an 8-week delay on this bill is going to add $1 billion in inflated costs to the NDIS. Now, the Senate has had 12 weeks to look at this matter. But puzzlingly, the coalition members of the Senate have got some more questions they need answered. Now, I explained last week that the personal budgets are getting overspent before the expiry of their plans, and that's a loophole we need to stop the automatic top-ups. But there's another change I'd like to let the House reflect upon. Currently, the Act only excludes supports that are supposed to be funded by other service systems, but it doesn't rule out specific services in the primary legislation. Courts have taken a very broad interpretation about what's allowed to be spent on NDIS money. They've been rolling successive governments on NDIS decisions. There's a new Section 10 which will exclude some of the specific decisions which shouldn't be being funded because they're not true to the purpose of the scheme. But remember, I said the Liberals haven't made up their mind. I want to put to the House what is so difficult that will require 8 weeks and $1 billion. At the moment, we want to rule out the payment of strata fees, fines, steam rooms, gambling, legal cannabis, cruises, trips to Japan, non-assistance animals, taxidermy, weddings, gift cards, the Liberal favourite, sex toys, crystal therapy, cuddle therapy, clairvoyance and tarot.
Order. Order. No, order. Order. The member for Hasluck, the member for Lyons will cease ejecting. The Minister for the Environment. No. We're going to deal with this in a professional way. The Manager of Opposition. I want to hear from the Manager of Opposition Business.
It is unparliamentary and the Minister should withdraw.
Look, order. Order. Members on my right. I agree with the Manager of Opposition Business. I'm going to ask the Minister to withdraw so we can just continue.
OK, I'll withdraw. The other things, and some opposites will probably have to look it up, we want to ban somatic therapy, mastermind coaches, cryptocurrency. Quite frankly, the Leader of the Opposition says who's the architect. Why are you keeping these rorts on the scheme? It is all on the head of the coalition. You couldn't run the NDIS. We're fixing it.
Is the member for Deakin seeking a point of order?
Asking a question.
No. The member for Kennedy was on order. 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 The Minister for the National Disability Insurance Scheme will cease ejecting. The member for Kennedy has been waiting patiently for his question. He now has the call.
Minister for Northern Development
Minister, are you aware Red Ted Theodore's home, the Chillagoe Mineral Province, was birthplace of the Labor movement? Liberals chanted Red Ted better dead. With the advent of industrial-scale mining, Chillagoe, without port access, was choked into oblivion. West of Cairns are 6 of Australia's 8 biggest rivers. Doesn't this necessitate building the $1,000 million bridle track tunnel, thereby accessing the port and exploding North Queensland's current mineral, food, timber and industrial production to over $21,000 million a year?
There was a question somewhere in there. So, the Minister for Order, the Minister for Northern Australia, and the Minister of Resources has the call.
Thank you very much, Mr Speaker, and I thank the member for Kennedy for his fine question. He's a tireless advocate for his community, and I do acknowledge that North West Queensland, Chillagoe and other places right across West Queensland have been very important and had a very important role in the Labor movement. I want to acknowledge the member for Kennedy and his compelling stand against the Coalition's unfair tax plans, as he has referenced the Labor movement. I will mention how important Labor's tax cuts are to his constituents in Kennedy. Over 71,000 taxpayers in your electorate, member for Kennedy, will receive a tax cut of over $1,400 each. The member is very importantly raised the matter of Cairns and the Cairns port and port access and the need for infrastructure in North and West Queensland. They are vital for the economy and for the development of the resources sector there. Indeed, I hosted the Northern Australia Ministerial Forum at HMAS in Cairns last October with the ministers from Queensland, the Northern Territory and Western Australia. In relation to the port itself, the Australian Government will contribute $150 million toward the $300 million expansion of the Cairns Marine Precinct, which is really important for the export industry that will come through the Northwest Mineral Province in his electorate. You mentioned, the member for Kennedy mentioned the proposed or the idea of the bridle track tunnel to the Cairns port. That is a very large undertaking and there's been much discussion about it. I'm more than happy to speak with the relevant minister, the Minister for Infrastructure and Transport in regard to this, but I will point out to the member for Kennedy, as you know, the Labor government is delivering on a $120 million commitment to the shared commitment with the Queensland government of a $260 million upgrade to the Kuranda Range Road. And I know the Kuranda Range Road, member for Kennedy, is not the ideal solution for what you want to achieve in the Northwest Province. It is a difficult road and it does have its problems. And as the member for Kennedy knows, and as I know, there is a lot of geographical challenges getting items from his electorate to the Cairns port. But what is really important is that we do support the workers of North West Queensland. We do support those other incentives to increase mining activity in his electorate. Indeed, and I expect and I look forward to discussing with the member for Kennedy his support for the production tax credits worth $17 billion for critical minerals in his electorate as well as many others. Indeed, QEM's vanadium mine in Julia Creek in the member for Kennedy's electorate is one of the world's largest deposits of this critical mineral, and I'll be more than happy to brief him and his the very good people, hard-working people in his office in relation to that part of how we can incentivise the resources sector in his electorate in Kennedy.
Give the call to the member for Pearce.
Thank you, Mr Speaker. My question is to the Deputy Prime Minister. How is the Albanese Labor government delivering on cost of living relief for our Australian Defence Force personnel? And how does this differ from other plans or policies?
Call to the Minister for Defence and the Deputy Prime Minister.
Well, can I thank the member for her question? As a result of the Albanese Labor government's tax plans, yesterday every member of the Australian Defence Force, every public servant in the Department of Defence received a tax cut, right across the board. From a civilian dog handler at RAF Base Amberley, who this financial year will receive a tax cut of $2,197. through to a Navy leading seaman medical assistant at Larrakia Barracks in Darwin who will receive a tax cut of $2,047, or an Air Force vehicle mechanic at RAF Base Richmond who will receive a tax cut of $1,463, and that tax cut is twice what that person would have received under the Stage 3 tax cuts of those opposite. And this is in addition to wage increases for the Defence Force of 8 to 9% since the Albanese government came to office, and they are the biggest wage increases that we've seen in the Defence Force in more than a decade. And when you combine that with what we've done to improve Defence Force housing, what we've done for Defence families to improve the family health benefit, what we've done to increase retention bonuses, all of this has meant that for those men and women who choose to wear our nation's uniform, more is being offered and more is being done. And that is actually making a real difference to the challenge of recruitment and retention, because separation rates are now falling and recruitment rates are starting to turn around. By literally valuing our Defence Force personnel more, we are making a thoughtful contribution to workforce planning. Now, 7 weeks ago, the Shadow Minister said that in 8 weeks' time, next week, he'll be releasing his own detailed workforce plan, and certainly we are all very much looking forward to that. But so far, his only idea has been to suggest that we take tens of thousands of public servants from who knows where, cut them and put them into uniform. That idea, he explicitly said, was on the table. And I wonder, has that idea worked anywhere in the world ever? While those opposite are busily barking at the moon, the Albanese Labor government is improving the lives of the men and women who wear our nation's uniform, because we know that it is their service which keeps Australians safe.
To call to the member for Deakin.
Thanks very much, Mr Speaker. My question's to the Prime Minister. Analysis shows that due to Labor's migration policies, with nearly 1 million migrants in the last 2 years, one new home needs to be built every 2 minutes to accommodate the current immigration intake. Prime Minister, under your government, why has home ownership never been further out of reach?
Before the Prime Minister, I couldn't hear that answer because of the continual interjection. Before the Prime Minister, I want to hear the question. Order.
Thank you, Mr.
The Treasurer will cease interjecting. I'm going to ask the member for Deakin. I couldn't hear the question. I've got to hear the question if people then want me to take action down the track. So, member for Deakin will reset the clock and he'll be given the opportunity to ask his question again.
Thanks very much, Mr Speaker. My question is to the Prime Minister. Analysis shows that due to Labor's migration policies of nearly 1 million migrants in the last 2 years, one new home needs to be built every 2 minutes to accommodate your current immigration intake. Prime Minister, under your government, why has home ownership never been further out of reach for Australians?
Order. Give the call to order. The member for Deakin has asked his question and the Treasurer will cease interjecting. Prime Minister has the call.
I thank the member for Deakin for his question. I quite enjoyed being in his electorate on Saturday, and I look forward to returning, Mr Speaker. And knocking on the doors of homes in Deakin, homes that we want more of. That's why we have a plan to build 1.2 million homes. That's why we have a $32 billion Homes for Australia plan. But it doesn't matter. It doesn't matter what sort of homes, because those are just against it. They combined with the Greens political party in the Senate to defer off support for the Housing Australia Future Fund to build more social homes and affordable homes. Now, I'm not surprised by the Liberal Party acting in that way, but they did consistently, and eventually we were able to get that legislation through the Senate. And if you look at the applications that have come
Griffith
through,
will cease interjecting.
there has been enormous demand through that system. Then, of course, it comes to renters. Now, when it comes to the build-to-rent scheme, they combined last week again with, guess who? The Greens over there in what is...
Order. The Prime Minister will pause. The member for Deakin on a point of order.
Look, the point of order is relevance. There's no way that the Prime Minister can be relevant to the question critiquing the opposition. A home needs to be built every 2 minutes, and home ownership is further out of reach.
Resume your seat. When you put a question before the House is why is home ownership out of the reach for Australians, which was the question at the end, yes, there were other factors in there. That's a fairly broad statement. Obviously, the Prime Minister doesn't agree with that statement, so he's going to outline. The remainder of his answer won't be about the opposition, because if it is, he won't complete his answer. But when there's a question around a broad statement, really, at the end, he's going to have a broad answer. The Prime Minister has the call.
Mr. Speaker, I'm speaking about what our plans have been to build more homes. That's right. Build more homes. That's right. Now, the build-to-rent tax incentives that were passed in the House of Representatives and blocked in the Senate last week. So you're against more social homes, you're against more private rentals, and the argument for voting against build-to-rent, Mr. Speaker, was that developers would build the homes. That was the argument that the Greens political party put out. Surprise, surprise, Mr. Speaker, developers build homes. That's the way that it works. And that's what the build-to-rent scheme was about.
Order.
They, of course, also opposed our rental scheme. But just so you don't think, Mr. Speaker, it's just about less social homes, it's about less private rentals, it's also against more home ownership, because we have our Help to Buy scheme over there in the Senate again, a shared equity scheme, that has been implemented in the past by previous coalition government, introduced in various places and supported them, particularly in Western Australia, but they're opposed to that as well. So they support homes, except for public housing, except for private housing and home ownership, and except for private rentals. Apart from that, they're all for it.
Order. The Deputy Leader of the Opposition, just reminding the House we've got the Minister for Climate Change, the Member for Fisher, the Member for Fadden, the Member for Barker and the Leader of the Nationals, all on warnings. Give a call to the member for Lingiari.
Thank you, Speaker. My question is to the Minister for Indigenous Australians. Minister, how is the Albanese Labor government helping to reduce overcrowding in housing, create more real jobs with proper wages and decent conditions in remote communities, including in the Northern Territory?
Give the call to the Minister for Indigenous Australians.
I thank the member for Lingiari for her question. Lingiari is most of the Northern Territory, covering many remote communities, and I can tell you the poverty there is grinding. The first stage of our remote jobs and economic development program will create 3,000 new jobs, real wages, proper conditions and the sorts of things that we all expect that comes with a job. In sectors like community services or healthcare, hospitality, tourism and horticulture, which will help with the cost of living in remote communities where people are doing it so tough. I was in Kununurra 2 weeks ago and met Connie and her mother, who are both part of the new jobs trial. They are working at the Lily Lagoon Resort, and they told me what having a job means to their lives, what it means for their families and what it means for their communities. It is making a difference to their skills, it is making a difference to the way in which they can look to the future. Because jobs in remote communities are about so much more than a pay slip. They help to break the cycle of intergenerational disadvantage, build stronger communities and create opportunities for the future. Decent housing and employment are fundamental to closing the gap. Many Indigenous Australians in the Northern Territory live in overcrowded conditions. I think most people are aware of that. This drives poor health, educational outcomes and economic and social outcomes. In March, the Prime Minister and I visited Pinjarra in the Northern Territory and announced a $4 billion agreement with the Northern Territory Government to build 2,700 homes over the next 10 years. It will halve overcrowding. 2 weeks ago on the Tiwi Islands, I signed a partnership agreement to deliver these houses with the Northern Territory Government, Aboriginal Housing Northern Territory and the land councils in the Territory. It demonstrates a new way of doing business with Aboriginal communities. Houses will be built that are culturally appropriate and meet the climatic needs of those parts of the world. This has meant a 200% increase in the Albanese government's investment ever in Aboriginal housing. Last financial year alone, we delivered 250 houses. These measures are changing lives.
Give the call to the member for Calare.
To the Prime Minister. It was recently announced that emergency responders, volunteers and community workers involved in the February-March 2022 floods in northern New South Wales and Queensland may now rightly be eligible for the National Emergency Medal. The central western New South Wales floods of November 2022 saw extraordinary acts of courage and service across our communities, including the biggest helicopter rescue in Australia's history at Eugowra. Will you support the National Emergency Medal being extended to those who served with such distinction in that emergency?
Give the call to the Prime Minister.
I thank the member for Calare for his question. I have visited Eugowra with the member for Calare on 2 occasions, as well as visiting other areas that were affected in the member for Riverina's electorate as well. I'm aware of the issue, and the Minister representing Minister Watt will respond to the question.
Call to the Minister representing the Minister for Emergency Management.
Thank you, Speaker, and I want to thank the member for Calare for his question. And can I just say on behalf of the government how much we respect the manner in which he engages with us from the crossbench, and I understand the spirit in which this question's asked. We're all aware of the ways in which your community was affected by this terrible series of natural disasters, in particular Eugowra, as the Prime Minister has mentioned there. One of the things we see right across this chamber is that it's sometimes at those worst moments for our country where we see the very best of the Australian spirit, and I know across your community, member, you saw acts of bravery and heroism that you think are appropriate to be acknowledged. Let me just say a few quick words about the government's overall response to this, and then I'll get to the direct question about the medal that the member has raised. As the Prime Minister's noted, he was there in the community in March talking to your constituents about how this has affected your local area. The Albanese government has delivered a range of different funding supports to support the Central West in the recovery from this very significant event. Late last year, the government announced a cost-sharing agreement for $100 million, a package which included $60 million to assist in mitigation measures and up to $40 million cost-sharing for a housing program to support people who were displaced by this event. In relation to the National Emergency Medal, there is a National Emergency Medal Committee which actually manages this process on behalf of the Commonwealth Government. It's not a decision for ministers about who is able to access this. There's quite a lengthy criteria that the National Emergency Medal Committee looks at, which includes the scale and community impact of the disaster. It looks at things like how many casualties were resulted, how much critical infrastructure was destroyed in the disaster. And so I believe they've made an initial decision which does not account for people in the members' electorate, and I'd say from their perspective this doesn't diminish any of those efforts that were gone to. At the request of the member, the Assistant Minister to the Prime Minister has actually taken a very unusual step of writing to the committee and asking them to give a reconsideration of the matters that the members has raised there. I can see why he's raised this matter. I can understand him representing his constituents in that way. We will be very pleased to liaise with the committee and come back to the member when we have a response, and I'm sure at any time to the local member and anyone who is experiencing natural disaster in this House, the Emergency Management Minister or myself are always available to meet and talk further about these matters.
Give a call to the member for Higgins.
Thank you, Mr Speaker. My question is to the Attorney-General. How has the Albanese Labor government's delivery of the National Anti-Corruption Commission helped to improve integrity in government after a decade of inaction?
Good question. Call to the Attorney-General.
Thank you, Mr Speaker, and I do thank the member for Higgins for her question, and I congratulate the 85,000 taxpayers in her electorate of Higgins who will benefit from the Albanese government's tax cuts. At the last election, the Australian Labor Party listened. We listened to the Australian people who told us that they wanted to restore truth, integrity, honesty and accountability to government. We promised we'd deliver a National Anti-Corruption Commission without delay, and we did. It is 1 year since the establishment of the National Anti-Corruption Commission. The Commission's tasked with detecting, investigating and preventing corruption across the Commonwealth public sector. We said it would have a broad jurisdiction, and it does. We said it would be able to receive referrals from anyone, and it can. We said it would have strong statutory oversight, and it does. We said it would have retrospective powers, and it does. We said it would have the power to hold public hearings, to make findings of fact and operate with robust procedural fairness, and it does. And most importantly, we said it would be independent of government, and it is. Only the Commission can decide what it investigates. Designing the Commission this way was a deliberate choice. It is the best way of ensuring that the Commission maintains its independence. And of course, the independence of this Commission is critical to its success. In its first 12 months, the Commission has received 3,154 referrals. It's conducting 26 corruption investigations and overseeing or monitoring a further 21 investigations by other agencies. Those opposite, of course, also committed to establishing an Integrity Commission. The former Prime Minister Scott Morrison stood up with the former Attorney-General Christian Porter at the end of 2018 and promised a National Anti-Corruption Commission, and they broke their promise. You can't trust those on the other side to mean what they say. You can't trust those on the other side to deliver on what matters to Australians, and you can't trust their priorities. This side of the House is focused on what matters. Yesterday, tax cuts were delivered for every Australian taxpayer. A $300 discount on energy bills was delivered for every Australian household. That's how you deliver cost of living relief, not by pushing up power prices with nuclear reactors. We have our priorities right, we listen to Australians and we deliver on our commitments.
The call to the honourable member for Wannon.
Thanks, Speaker, and my question is to the Prime Minister. Does the Prime Minister agree that his decision to increase migration by a record 547,000 migrants in 2023 has contributed to Labor's homegrown housing crisis?
Give the call to the order. The Minister for Housing and Homelessness will cease interjecting. The Prime Minister has the call.
What I agree with is that we inherited a system that was broken. It was their system that we inherited, and that's why 3 inquiries have indicated that that broken system needs repair, and that's precisely what my government is doing.
Give the call. Order. The member for Wright is warned. Give the call to the Chief Government Whip.
Thank you, Speaker. My question is to the Treasurer. Can the Treasurer outline the steps the government is taking to improve competition? What other options have been proposed?
Give the call to the Treasurer.
Thanks, Speaker. I thank the member for Lawler for her question, but also on behalf of the 95,000 taxpayers in her local community who will be getting a tax cut because of her efforts and the efforts of this Albanese Labor government. Now, this government is taking action on a number of fronts to make our economy more competitive, and here I shout out the Assistant Minister for Competition for the work that we do to that end. We're strengthening the Food and Grocery Code of Conduct to make it mandatory to get a fair go for farmers and families. We've commissioned the Consumer Group Choice and funded them so that people can find and follow cheaper prices at the checkout. We're strengthening our merger approval system. We've increased the penalties for anti-competitive conduct, and we've banned unfair contract terms as well, and we've empowered the ACCC when it comes to supermarket prices, because we want to make our supermarkets as competitive as they can be so that people can get the best prices possible. Now, the opposition today, Mr Speaker, made another chaotic announcement. There's always two common features when those opposite make an announcement. Step one, roll the Shadow Treasurer, tick. And step two, not be able to answer the most basic question about the most basic details of the policy. We saw the Shadow Treasurer rolled on nuclear and public subsidies. We saw him rolled on tax cuts just last week, and we've seen him rolled again today when it comes to divestiture powers in the supermarket sector. But in fairness to the Shadow Treasurer, he's not the only one rolled today. Shadow Minister Hume, Senator Hume, said on Peter Stefanovic's show not that long ago, there's always concern with divestiture powers whether they will actually decrease prices. That's from the Shadow Minister for Finance, Mr Speaker. Now, this is the usual half-baked announcement that's been rushed out to try and cover up for the last half-baked announcement, which was the nuclear reactors that they don't have a cost for, Mr Speaker. And once again, we're seeing that once again here today. Now, if those opposite really asked about supermarkets, really cared about supermarkets or competition or inflation, they would have asked us about it today. The announcement was only made just before question time and they couldn't even get around to asking about it, Mr Speaker, and that's because they are hopelessly divided on this question. The Shadow Treasurer has been rolled. The Shadow Finance Minister has been rolled. The Leader of the National Party has got his way over the wishes of so many others on that front bench, Mr Speaker. Now, obviously, the Food and Grocery Code, when it looked at this matter, said that the risk was that it could actually make things worse, not better. It found that forced divestiture resulted in a supermarket selling some of its stores to another large incumbent, or enforced closure of stores. We might see less competition, not more competition. And because of that, the Food and Grocery Code review didn't see it as a credible threat. Previous competition reviews, all the way back to 1993 and 2015, didn't recommend it because this is the usual half-baked idea to cover up for the last half-baked idea.
Call to the honourable member for Fairfax.
Thank you, Mr Speaker. My question goes to the Prime Minister. A new UBS report has forecast power prices will soar by up to 50% by 2029 as Labor's renewables rollout stalls, forcing state Labor governments to extend the life of coal-fired power stations to keep the lights on. Prime Minister, why are Australian families paying the price for Labor's economic incompetence?
Order. The Minister for the Environment is warned. Order. The Minister for Housing is warned. To interject before a Minister or Prime Minister answers a question is highly disorderly. It applies to both sides of the chamber. The Prime Minister has the call.
Thanks, Mr Speaker. The question goes to energy security and the impact that a lack of energy security will have because we have to deal with supply. And indeed, when they were—
Order. The member for Fairfax has asked his question. He's now warned. So no more interjections for the rest of question time. The Prime Minister has the call.
On their watch, 24 of the nation's ageing coal-fired power stations announced they were closing. 24 out of 28. 8 had shut by the time we came to office. 8. And of course, those closures included Liddell, but they included Redbank in Queensland, Wallerawang in Queensland, Anglesey, Northern Power, Playford, Morwell, Hazelwood. All of this happened, and those opposite just had their little internal debates. We had the NEG, we had various schemes, 22 different schemes announced, and nothing happened. Nothing was actually adopted, which is why Andrew McKellar from Mackie has said past failure has crimped certainty for industry and investors and left our energy sector in disarray. Australian businesses and households are now paying the price. And now what they say is that they will wind back, oppose our Rewiring the Nation plan, our capacity investment scheme, our safeguard mechanism, even though they're the ones who came up with it, the deployment of community batteries, the energy efficiency upgrades, the small business energy incentive, all the work that we're doing to provide business with certainty. And that's why the Business Council of Australia, the Australian Industry Group, the Australian Chamber of Commerce and Industry stood with the Australian Conservation Foundation as well as workers' representatives in the ACTU and supported this plan going forward. Now what they say is stop all that, do nothing until the 2040s, and we've got a plan. We won't tell you how much it'll cost. We will tell you that taxpayers will pay for it. We won't tell you how many reactors there'll be. We won't tell you how many gigs will be generated as a result. We won't tell you any of the detail of how we get around planning. We, on the one hand, will impose these on communities. On the other hand, they'll listen to them. We won't tell you what will happen when those sites are rejected. It's not a plan. It's just a thought bubble to once again delay investment and to make it more difficult. And the only thing that can happen under their plan is an escalation of power prices, which is what every expert in the energy sector knows will happen.
Give the call to the member for Paterson.
Thanks, Speaker. My question is to the Minister for Employment and Workplace Relations. How are the Albanese Labor government's same job, same pay reforms helping people in the mining industry earn more and keep more of what they earn? And what has been the response, Minister?
Give the call to the Minister for Employment, Workplace Relations and the Minister for the Arts.
Thanks very much, Speaker. And I thank the member for Paterson, representing 75,000 people who've now got the tax cut come through for them, making sure that people earn more and keep more of what they earn, but also together between the member for Paterson and the member for Hunter, arguing more than anyone else in this place to make sure that we close the labour hire loophole so that people doing the same work would receive the same pay. And the mining union's been making a number of applications to the Fair Work Commission, and yesterday we got the first decision from the Fair Work Commission, and it goes to mine workers at the Clyde coal mine in Queensland. Now, reportedly at Callide, reportedly for those workers, the difference in pay between labour hire and directly employed was $10,000 to $20,000 difference a year. $10,000 to $20,000 difference. Now, these were work, and only 40% were employed directly. The rest were employed by WorkPac. Now, these were workers who attended the same meetings but were paid less, who operate the same machines but were paid less, who wear the same uniform to work but were paid less, who follow instructions from the same managers but were paid less, who use the exact same roster but were paid less, who are in the same production crews but were paid less, who share the same crib facilities but were paid less, who undertake the same training but were paid less, who did the same job but were not given the same pay. And I can announce to the House what was decided by the Fair Work Commission yesterday is these workers from the 1st of November who are doing the same job will get the same pay. Yeah. This is something that was fought for by members on this side and opposed by every single member opposite. And the summary of what that means in terms of cost of living, because when you talk about cost of living, one of the critical things is what's the money that's going into your bank account to start with. And for these workers, more money is going into their bank account because of the pay rises. More money is going into their bank account because of the tax cuts. And one of those workers, Josh, said this: the pay rise will have a very strong impact, particularly since I've just started a family. I now have a daughter who's just 2 months old, and this pay rise will help go towards the essential things like housing, grocery, bills, nappies and baby clothes. Every one of those workers, as the extra money goes into their bank accounts, knows that those opposite want people to work longer for less, and those on this side want to make sure that they earn more and keep more of what they earn.
Call to the Prime Minister.
Mr Speaker, I ask that further questions be placed on the notice paper.
Order, if members can leave the chamber as quickly and as quietly as possible, we shall move to papers. Sorry, the Leader of the House.
Thanks, Speaker. This document is tabled in accordance with the list. I'm not sure if it's a list, if it's a list of one. But anyway, there was a list of one document which was circulated to honourable members earlier today. I'm now tabling it. Full details of the document will be recorded in the votes and proceedings.
I've received a letter from the Honourable Member for Page proposing that a definite matter of public importance be submitted to the House for discussion, namely the government's reckless decision to shut down Australia's live sheep export industry, harming regional communities and international relations. I call upon those honourable members who approve of the proposed discussion to rise in their places, and I give the call to the honourable member for Page.
Thank you, Speaker. There's a term that's gone down in Australian political journalism history with some infamy called ideological bastardry. It was mentioned by a left-wing journo from the ABC about a Liberal Prime Minister. But I can tell you right now, Deputy Speaker, that I think one of the legislations I think that shows one of the biggest acts of political bastardry since I've been in here has been the banning of live sheep exports from this Labor government. This hasn't been done. This has been done simply on ideology. It hasn't been done on animal welfare reasons. We are the best animal welfare advocates in the world on this industry, and it certainly hasn't been done for economics. It's been done simply because of animal activists, this government kowtowing to animal activism. And they have history on this, Deputy Speaker, too. Let's not forget that, again, back in 2011, the Lefty Four Corners program did a hatchet job on live exports, and the then Agricultural Minister, the Labor Agricultural Minister, shut down live exports overnight. Now, what that did and what the live sheep export does is more than just harm to the live export industries that they affect, Deputy Speaker. It affects the whole, that affected cattle prices across the country. This live export ban on sheep has already affected sheep prices across the country. It affects every sheep farmer, whether they be on the east coast or the west coast. It affects international relationships. That live export ban back in 2011 did a lot of harm between the relationship between Indonesia and Australia, as is this live export ban doing to many other countries that we export to. Deputy Speaker. Now, Deputy Speaker, there were people earlier in the gallery, there's people in this building today who are good people. They're people who are either directly work in the live export industry, or they're suppliers. They might be truck drivers. They might be veterinarians. But they all their jobs revolve around the live export industry. I had the pleasure of speaking to many of them when I was in Western Australia a month or so ago. And they're good people. And what they do is generate wealth, and they generate jobs for our country. And I think we should be, and we do on this side of politics, thank them for what they do, Deputy Speaker. And I think the Labor government should be apologising for the anguish, the mental health anguish that they're doing to the people who work in this industry, financial, emotional as well, for the trauma that they're causing. And I can say with great pleasure, Deputy Speaker, that if we as a coalition, this side of politics, if the Liberal National Party are elected at the next election under the leadership of Peter Dutton and David Littleproud, Deputy Speaker, we will reinstate the sheep live export industry, Deputy Speaker. We will not shut you down. But let's be very clear to them and for them who is shutting them down. And again, in so often of the legislation we talk about in this chamber, Deputy Speaker, it is often, again, this city versus country divide. Because who has decided that our farmers, what they do or how they do it isn't okay, Deputy Speaker? Again, it is these inner-city elite MPs. They start over there, and they're the teal inner-city elites. They're the city elite MPs, the Greens, who are all inner-city elites. And then we go around to the Labor Party, the majority of them again, too, Deputy Speaker, who are inner-city elite MPs. So let's be really clear. Let's be really clear that it is these inner-city elite MPs who have voted this industry out of extinction, or voted this industry out of existence, because they, living in their concrete jungles more often than not, Deputy Speaker, they think they know best, living in the cities, what farmers can or should do in regional areas. And again, this is just another example of this, Deputy Speaker. So the opposition will say, so we're going to get we're going to get 5 people who get up opposite Deputy Speaker and talk about why they're doing this, okay? And they're going to say things like, well, we should process it here. We should do all the processing, we should value add, and we should process here. Now, Deputy Speaker, that again just highlights their absolute ignorance. That highlights their ignorance, because even the sheep meat processors, Deputy Speaker, in Western Australia support the live export industry. They know for the sheep industry in Western Australia to have a future, they need processing, they need live export, and they need wool, Deputy Speaker. So even the sheep meat processors know that they need this industry. But they'll get up and go, oh no, we can process it all here in Australia. Well, none of them have probably been to a processor. I actually have the pleasure of having a beef processor in my electorate, Deputy Speaker, and right now, no processor in the country can get enough staff now. We are battling to process the demand for processing in this country right now. Member for Hasluck, you keep interjecting because we're coming for you on this one. We are coming for you on this one. And we had a whole lot of people in this building today, and they can't wait to door knock your electorate. So, through you, Chair, I just highlight that to the member for process. So again, they'll get up and they'll say, we should process it all ourselves. They probably won't get up, or if they do get up and talking about animal welfare, that's going to be interesting, because we have the best animal welfare processors in the country and indeed the world on this. And again, no industry is perfect, Deputy Speaker. We have all seen images, and there's always been in any industry, and in the live export industry, where they needed to improve, and they have continually improved. And they have continually improved processes and standards to why they are the best in the world. And Australia, as I say, is the best welfare standards in the world. Now, we also got up, and this again shows the ignorance, Deputy Speaker. The Prime Minister got up today and said this is a dying industry. Oh, excuse the pun, but this is a dying industry anyway. But the numbers don't support this. Sheep exports, live sheep exports in 2022 were 380,000 tonne. In 2023, it went to 640,000 tonne. This is a lucrative industry. This is an industry that there is more demand in, and it's a growing industry economically. But again, this was inner-city elites, MPs, listen to the lefty press that they follow and saying they know best. Not talking to our farmers, not going out there and talking to them about how have they improved the industry, why is this important to you, just listening to the lefty press that they follow in the inner cities. Now, I want to go through just some of the ways that this industry has improved its standards over the last few years, Deputy Speaker. There's been a moratorium on exports in the Northern Hemisphere summer. There's increased space for each animal. There's improved ventilation. There's automated monitoring. There's independent observers. And there's inspections on animals before they get on a boat to make sure they're fit enough to undergo the journey. And we even now have examples where livestock is putting weight on, Deputy Speaker, on these journeys. Now, I'm a modest cattle farmer, Deputy Speaker, and I can tell you if an animal's putting on weight, they're doing very, very well. Mortality rates are lower than the natural mortality rates you have in paddocks, Deputy Speaker. We even monitor and we go and have a look at the feedlots and the abattoirs that these live exports go to make sure they're at standards that are up to our standards. Again, we have been a world leader in improving the standards of this. But no, that's not okay. We know best because the ABC have told us, or the animal activists have told us, you've got to shut this down. Again, it has been absolutely ideological bastardry, Deputy Speaker.
Member for Page, I'm just going to remind you that even quoting language that is unparliamentary is disorderly.
Okay. I'll tell Laura Tingle she used unparliamentary language.
No, I'm reminding you of the use of other people's words in the parliament and being careful about that.
I take that.
You can make your point forcefully without.
I take that point. Now, the other thing I want to come to is international relations. What are we saying? So, who are the biggest markets for our live sheep exports? I'll run through the countries: Kuwait, Israel, Jordan, UAE, Oman, Qatar and Saudi Arabia. Now, most of these countries do this, Deputy Speaker, because they want to do it. It's a cultural thing that they want to do their own meat processing. So what are we saying to those countries? Are we saying to those countries that the fact that you want this, the fact that you want live exports or live imports into your country, that you're bad for wanting that? If we're saying that that industry is that we should not have live exports, are we saying to countries that want live imports, are we saying to them, because you demand or want that product, you are bad people because of what that entails? Of course, that's exactly what you're saying, and that is insulting to every country. There's a lot of other countries that we do live exports of beef to. That's effectively what you were saying. So again, Deputy Speaker, as we know, the Keep the Sheep campaign, the Farming Army, they're coming to a Labor seat near you, the marginal seat near you. And I say to them right now, as a coalition, we support you, we back you, and we will reverse this decision when we win government at the next election. Thank you, Speaker.
And I give the call to the Minister for Regional Development, Local Government and Territories.
Thank you, Deputy Speaker. And I think what the member for Page forgot to say is that they support you, they back you, but only in opposition. Because when you're in government, it is crickets. Anytime there's an issue in the ag sector, anytime there's a sector, anytime there's an issue.
Member for Page, I'm not going to have it. That is a lot of yelling and screaming, and you're encouraging yelling and screaming in response. It brings down the dignity of the House all around. You can have robust, passionate debate, but the slanging match at each other is going to stop. I give the call to the Minister.
Thank you, Deputy Speaker. Anytime there's an issue when those opposite were in government, it was crickets. I've just heard the member for Page say that we should respect other people's, other countries.
Minister, just sit down for a moment, please. Member for Page, I've asked for no interjections. Yelling is disorderly. Member for Page, you've been here long enough to know full well that it is highly disorderly for you to be interjecting right now. I've warned you. The next time I'm just going to ask you to leave the chamber. Okay? Minister, you have the call.
We've just heard from the member for Page that we should respect other countries' views. But when they were in government, I'm not sure whether they respected anything that China did, because your advocacy when you're on this side of the House resulted in farmers losing markets, in losing money, in making sure that they couldn't export to a country that was one of our biggest trading partners. So since we've been in government, what we've done—
4A, you can just leave the chamber.
What we've done is had—
If you keep doing this on the way out, it is even more disorderly than doing it from the front bench.
Well,
Minister, you have the call.
A lot about the member for Page and not about the Deputy Speaker. What we've done on this side of the House is, since we came to government, we've taken seriously our relationships with other countries. We've made sure that we've worked with China so that our wine exporters in the last year have exported more wine to China than had occurred in the previous 2 years, because those opposite decided loudspeaker diplomacy was better than actually working with the country. We've seen a number of tariffs come off our agricultural products because we take seriously that farmers need to export out their produce. Over the last 2 elections, we have committed to phase out live sheep exports by sea. This move hasn't come as a surprise to anyone, and in fact, what we've done is put in place a long time frame so that we can help the industry to transition. It wasn't done lightly, it wasn't done without consultation. Yes, we know that there is going to be an impact in WA, but we also know that we can do more if we actually process more here. The Australian Meat Industry Employees Union said the government's policy will create between 500 to 800 extra direct jobs in meat processing, with more indirect jobs that will flow from that. It means that more jobs for WA and paves the way for WA farmers to supply Australia's nearly $8 billion sheep meat industry with more. This piece of legislation provides some certainty for farmers. It provides a timeline of transition. Deputy Speaker, let's be clear, there is going to be a transition. There is a total of $107 million to be provided over 5 years to help the industry transition. Whether that is $64.6 million to assist those sheep producers in the supply chain to transition, allowing farmers to capitalise on existing and emerging opportunities so that they are well positioned when the trade ends. $27 million to enhance demand within Australia and internationally for sheep meat products to maintain and develop market opportunities. $2.6 million to continue to improve sheep welfare standards so that there are practical and meet community expectations, including engagement with the World Organisation for Animal Health, and a $1.7 million package to appoint a transition advocate to facilitate two-way communication between the industry and government to pave the way for that. Unfortunately, we have seen live sheep exports decline over time, and that is just the facts. Over the last 20 years, we've seen live sheep export decline from 6.5 million head to 652,000 head right now. And in that decade of decline, what did those opposite do? Nothing. Crickets. They did nothing to improve regulation, nothing to help support the industry, nothing to grow the industry anywhere else. In 2023, Australia exported $4.4 billion in chilled and frozen sheep meat. That's almost 60 times the value of live sheep exports by sea, and we want to increase that. There is approximately 70,000 tonnes of chilled meat were air freighted from Australia to international trading partners between 1 September 2022 and 31 August 2023. In fact, we heard from the Deputy Leader of the Liberal Party, the member for Farrer, when she introduced a private member's bill in 2018 seeking to ban the trade, and I quote, "The live sheep trade is in terminal decline. Unfortunately, this is an industry with an operating model built on animal suffering." We know that things need to change. We're putting in place a substantial time frame to do that. We want to capitalise on those onshore opportunities in sheep meat processing, and it follows the recommendations of the independent panel who conducted extensive consultation with stakeholders. It takes a Labor government to act and to do more in this space, Deputy Speaker. It is incredibly frustrating to stand here and listen to the member for Page talk about how there's a bunch of inner-city Labor MPs driving this. Well, I can tell you I am not from the inner city, and I represent a lot of agricultural industry in my electorate. An electorate that has seen an increase because of what this government has done in its work with China, making sure that our wine producers can export more in the end, making sure that we're taking tariffs off wheat and barley. There's still more work to do with our lobsters as well. But we are a government that takes things seriously. Those opposite, it's all crickets when you're in government. I didn't hear a single word, not a single word, when there were transmission lines going on agricultural properties in my electorate. When you were in government, there wasn't anything that you said, not a single thing that you did to make it easier for farmers in that consultation process. Yet in opposition, it's, oh, hold on, you're doing something that's making a difference. No, these things didn't start when we came to government 2 years ago. They started years before. And in government, you could have done something about it, but those opposite did nothing. Nothing to help communities dealing with renewable energy projects coming to their electorates. It took a Labor government to say consultation is not good by renewable energy companies when it comes to coming to regional communities. It took a Labor government to put in $20 million in the last budget to say you need to do better and you should do better by consulting properly with communities, not a ticker box exercise. Over and over again, it is crickets in government from those opposite, and that when they're on the opposition benches, it's loud, it's ferocious, oh, we've got to stand up for the regions. But when they're in government, they're here for each other. They're here to stab each other in the back and take each other's positions. They're here for power's sake. They're not here to make a difference for the community. And what we see time and time again is all of these issues are left until a Labor government comes in. There is a very, very big chasm between what you say you're going to do in government to what you actually do. And I support the National Farmers Federation in their bold ambition for a $100 billion industry by 2030. I absolutely support that. I think that's a great aim, and as a large country with a big agricultural industry, we should absolutely be aiming for $100 billion by 2030 and more in a whole range of different sectors across ag, whether that's on land or in the water. We have all of the expertise, all of the knowledge right here in this country. But time and time again, our farmers have been let down when you have been in government. Time and time again. And it is not good enough now to sit on the opposition benches and say, yeah, look, there is a declining industry, but we were going to do nothing about it. What we want to do is increase local sheep meat producing. We want to open new markets. We want to make sure farmers are taken care of, which is why there is a long transition period out to 2028. We need to provide certainty to people, and that's exactly what we're doing with this bill, with this government, because on this side of the House we believe in providing certainty for people. People knew what they were voting for in the last 2 elections. That's exactly what we've legislated, and we've made sure that there is a long transition period to help sheep farmers.
Give the call to Member for O'Connor.
Thank you, Deputy Speaker, and I wanted to speak directly to my farmers today. I want to say, despite what happened in this place last night, be proud of what you do. Be proud of what you do, because the country rides on your back. The farmers of this country, they feed us, they provided the prosperity, and now the inner city has turned on you. That is true, but you should be very, very proud of what you do. I also want to address the fact that this industry, which is so important to the farmers of Western Australia, is not finished. The phase-out date that has been voted on by the government in this place of the 1st of May 2028 allows 2 elections between now and that phase-out date. So I say to you, believe in your industry, believe that this government will change and the trade will continue after the 1st of May 2028. And I say that with some confidence when I look at the New Zealand situation. So when Jacinda Ardern was at her peak and much loved by everybody, mainly the media around the world, she banned the live export trade out of New Zealand. These are dairy heifers, because a vessel sunk in tornado conditions off Japan. Now, the effect of that was, interestingly enough, that those potty calves, those dairy heifers, were knocked on the head at 3 days of age because there was no market for them. Now, the Conservative government in New Zealand, which was elected on the same day as the referendum here in Australia, committed to reintroduce the trade. And as of this week, their parliament is debating and passing that legislation to reintroduce the trade. So I say to my farmers, this trade will continue. This government will be gone, either at the next election or the following one, and our leader, Peter Dutton, and the leader of the Nationals, David Littleproud, have committed to reintroduce the trade. Now, that's to my farmers. I understand your confidence has been knocked around. The price has collapsed since the phase-out panel started to do its rounds last March, April in Western Australia. But I say to you, we will turn that around and this trade will continue and thrive. And it will thrive because our international customers value and demand our product. Now, I had the pleasure of visiting the Middle East in May, just a couple of weeks ago. And while I was there, by the way, I hand-delivered a letter to the Kuwaiti government from the President of the WA Farmers Federation, John Hassel, and the Chairman of the Pastoralists and Graziers, Tony Seabrook, saying directly to the Kuwait government, we reject the Australian government's policy. We want to continue to provide you with the best quality sheep in the world. And the Kuwaitis accepted that letter very, very gratefully, because they have enormous investment in this country, not just in the live sheep trade, although they do own feedlots, they do own facilities here, and they do own the boats. But they also have up to $50 billion of investment across a whole range of industries in this country. And let me tell you, they're not that happy that the Australian government is effectively kicking sand in their face. The Australian government is saying to our Kuwaiti partners, who I might say we've been dealing with for 50 years now, that we don't want your trade, we don't want your investment, and we don't want to sell you our product. Now, the Kuwaitis, they love Australian sheep. I went to a butcher shop in Kuwait, bumped into just a random man who was there doing the family shopping, explained that we were from Australia. He said, I love Australian sheep. I can't get any today. The only sheep he could get was South African sheep. And guess what? South Africa had just had an outbreak of foot and mouth disease. So, unfortunately, they're not going to be able to get sheep from South Africa either. But they are going to get sheep because that's what they want. That's what they demand. They want fresh sheep. And they will get them from North Africa. They'll get them from the Black Sea, where there is no regulation. There is no SCAS system. There is nothing to protect those animals. And when Australia steps out of that market, those standards that have been set in those countries, our destination countries, will disappear. Now, once again, on a trade perspective, we have the opportunity, we have Saudi Arabia who are taking our sheep for the first time in 13 years. First time in 13 years we're getting sheep back into Saudi Arabia. They import 8 million sheep a year, far more than we can ever provide. But I tell you what, they've accepted ASCAS. They've accepted our system of animal welfare. And so the 150,000 sheep that we might send them next year, because we haven't got enough to send them anymore, the other 7.85 million sheep are going to get treated a lot better. And member for Fremantle, you should remember that when you make your remarks. Thank you, Deputy Speaker.
Member for Fremantle.
Thank you, Deputy Speaker. What we're doing is taking responsibility for managing the transition that's been underway for 20 years. Under the previous government, in the period that covered their time on this side of the chamber between 2012 and 2022, more or less. They were in government from 2013 to 2022. The live sheep trade declined by 75%. In that period alone, the sheep flock in WA remained exactly the same at 13.5 million head. The wool output at 65 million tonnes odd remained exactly the same in that period. 75% decline on their watch. A trade that's already declined by more than 90%. I'm very proud of Western Australian agriculture. It is a vital part of the national economy. It's a vital part of my state's cultural and social fabric. It's strong today. It will remain strong. Last year, we set sheep meat export records. Meat and Livestock Australia have said that they expect that to grow in 2024. The fact is that agriculture changes over time. Agriculture improves over time. That's the history of Australian agriculture. That's the approach of Australian farmers who always want to be more productive and more effective and more humane and more sustainable. That is the story of Australian agriculture, and it continues to be the story, and that's why live sheep exports is on its way out. It's been on its way out for more than 20 years. We are doing the responsible thing, which governments do, is to help manage change, not to bury your head in the sand, not to tell people stories, not to be in denial about the past, not to be in denial about the future, but to look the facts squarely in the eye and take responsibility for managing change. Last year, our largest market is China. Last year, chilled and frozen exports to China, lamb up 30%, mutton up 70%. Our second largest market, the Middle East and North Africa, sheep meat up 63%. Record sheep meat exports from Australia, the largest sheep meat exporter in the world. Why? Because we've seen a 400% increase in chilled and frozen processed, humanely processed, Australian processed, higher value, higher jobs processed sheep meat out of this country. At the same time, that live sheep export has dropped off a cliff, declined by 90% on its own terms. Why? Because it's not the way the world's going. It doesn't make sense. And unfortunately, it has always involved animal welfare suffering, and that animal welfare suffering continues. Since 2018, when the previous government were dragged to make changes that the Moss Review and the McCarthy Review said had to be made, since 2018, 60% of all voyages that have involved independent observers have also involved unacceptable levels of heat stress, and heat stress is now the acceptable measure of animal welfare in this country. So that is the case today. Anyone who says that the trade is vital is wrong. Anyone who says that the trade is a significant part of Western Australian agriculture, when it's worth less than 1% of Western Australian agriculture, it's worth less than 0.1% of Australian agriculture. Anyone who makes that claim is wrong. And anyone who says that the industry has overcome the intrinsic, chronic and occasionally acute animal welfare problems is wrong. And those opposite know it. Those opposite came to government. What did they do? They got rid of the Animal Welfare Advisory Council. They disbanded the Animal Welfare Unit within the Department of Agriculture. And they abandoned our proposition to create an independent inspector of animal welfare. And what happened? In 2017, you had the Awassi Express, just the latest in a parade, really, of animal welfare atrocities that the Australian community will not accept. They will not accept. We don't allow our animal welfare standards and the treatment of Australian animals to be set by anyone else but us. And the Australian community does not take the view that some might take, that there's a sliding scale that makes animal welfare cruelty acceptable at a certain price. The Australian community will not accept that, and they don't have to, because the industry has been going through this transition for a long period of time. We remain the largest exporter of sheep meat in the world, and that will only grow, because chilled and frozen boxed exports are rising, and all of the markets that we export to are taking that product. Kuwait is cited by those opposite. It is the largest importer of live export product. They already take more than twice as much in processed meat. That is the case for Kuwait. That's the way the world's going. We are responsibly managing that change.
Member for Riverina.
Speaker, on the 14th of May, federal budget night, the Treasurer, the member for Rankin, went to that spot, adjusted his red tie, and in his budget he announced the biggest spend for agriculture would be that he would pay farmers to stop farming. He would pay farmers to stop farming. And wouldn't you think that a government which wanted to be there and govern for everybody would at least have something in the budget which would help those people who the member for O'Connor quite correctly thanked, and we should thank our farmers every day, 3 times a day. They grow the food, they grow the fibre that puts food on our table and clothes on our back, and not just us, for many other countries besides. And yet the biggest item, the biggest expenditure item in the federal budget this year was to pay farmers to stop farming, $107 million to Western Australian sheep farmers to stop doing what they're doing. That is a disgrace. And I've got a little bit of advice too for the member for Eden Monaro. In the next election, under the New South Wales federal boundaries, she is going to take over Goulburn. That's if she wins her seat. And Goulburn, since 1985, they've got one of those big things. Many of our cities and towns across Australia have them. And for Goulburn, it is a merino. It's a big merino. And they are very proud of their sheep production. And so for her to say that the Labor government is bringing the farmers certainty, well, I'll agree with her. She's very right on that. They are bringing to the Western Australian sheep farmers a certain end. And this is just beyond belief, because our farmers are the very best in the world. And what we are also telling the world is that their business is not good enough for Australia. What we're telling the Gulf states is, quite frankly, the insult that we are no longer wanting to trade with them. Just like in June 2011, we told our Indonesian friends, one of the largest importers of our cattle, if not the largest, that we didn't want their business any longer. And Tony Marr, in a recent media release, had this to say. The government's, he is, by the way, the National Farmers Federation Chief Executive Officer, of course, the government's political decision to end live export showed scant regard for its own departmental advice and caused widespread financial damage, family breakups and even suicide amongst those impacted. And we do not want to do that to our WA sheep farmers. We do not want to do that, but Paul Brown, speaking today in this building, said that this will have an effect on the sheep industry. He said this will have an effect on families, on people's mental health. He knows full well the impacts of this sort of thing. He ran a feedlot which didn't do that well, and he said that he's very affected by it. He was very emotional when he spoke. We heard also from Mark Harvey-Sutton from the Australian Live Exporters Council. He was talking about the 31 May rally in Perth. He said he's never seen anything like it in his life. A rally where the cars and the trucks, the sheep transporting trucks, extended 20 kilometres long. This rally, he said, created solidarity. Every agriculture body supports the Keep the Sheep campaign, and the Keep the Sheep campaign is coming to an electorate near those WA members. And the WA members ought to just heed the warning that the member for Curtin very much listened to when she got up and she spoke in support of the live sheep ban, the legislation, and then voted against it. And why did she vote against it? Because People Power came to an electorate office near her, and People Power will come to an electorate office near those WA members. They want to keep the sheep, and so they should. So they should, because even despite what the member for Fremantle tells us, the animal husbandry, the animal welfare standards on those ships was world's best practice. World's best practice. We are the only country in the world to have that exporter supply chain assurance system in place, so that every one of those sheep were well looked after. Animal husbandry first class, veterinarians on board. We looked after the sheep. It's a pity Labor didn't do the same to our farmers.
Member for Patterson.
Thanks, Deputy Speaker. I stand today proudly as the member for Patterson in the New South Wales Hunter Valley that has a lot of agriculture, but even more proud to be the chair of the House Standing Committee on Agriculture. And I want to take a moment to thank all of the committee members that joined me to conduct the advisory review of the legislation that went through the Parliament last night to see the end of live sheep exports here in Australia. Now, in another life, I came from Talkback Radio, and I can tell you, like members of this House, this is the issue that by far in recent decades has received the most incoming correspondence, whether people are against the export of sheep, live sheep, or for it. It is something that does indeed bring up a lot of emotion. But I can still remember those days on the radio talking to people about this practice, and interestingly, I received a lot of phone calls, not just from woke inner city greenie types who have been labelled as the sort of vegan underground trying to cut live sheep export, but I got the member for Sydney arrives there. I'm certainly not directing my quotes or anything to her. But can I say to you that I had many calls over those years talking about live sheep export from farmers themselves who said, you know what, eventually we won't be doing this anymore, and we care for our animals, we love our animals, and we do not want them to be subjected to cruelty. And I know that Australian farmers are some of, if not the most innovative people and farmers across the globe. They know that this change is coming. They themselves have been part of the change for the last 3 decades. We have seen an industry in decline. Now, some members opposite have said, well, if it's declining, why didn't you just leave it to decline? Because we are a responsible government. We take notice of the industry and farmers. We know that they need assistance with this transition, and that's why we've put up $107 million. And as part of this review of the legislation, the Agriculture Committee has requested that the government have a look at that package with an eye to increasing it. So, like the committee members, my fellow committee members, I travelled to Muresk, and I want to take a moment to thank people from the Muresk Institute, and the member for Durack came along because it was, in fact, as the local member. I want to take a moment to thank those people that came. Over 3,500 people came, and admittedly, a lot of those people were upset by the decision. But we turned up and we listened. And I'm pleased that we went there because it was actually very important. So that's why we have said, yes, we need to assist the industry in the transition. We know that it will mean change, but this industry has already been changing, and what we are doing is the responsible thing, the thing that responsible governments do. They recognise when change is coming and they manage it, unlike those opposite who just turn a blind eye and say, oh, well, we'll just let it wither on the vine, we'll just let it die on the boat, this industry. We won't stand for that. We won't stand for the animal cruelty. We won't leave our farmers high and dry. We will be working for them and with them. And the disingenuousness of those opposite to say, oh, we're sticking up for our industry, we're doing the right thing by them, we understand it. Well, actually, they're not. If they were supporting this industry, they would be helping them. They understand that at the moment we are exporting the same number of sheep in 12 months that are processed in 4 days across Australia. Roger Fletcher, one of the biggest meat processors across the country, stood and gave evidence to our committee that said we will be able to process the same number of sheep that go on those boats, many of them in incredible duress, in 4 days. And not only that, we will be able to create good jobs in Australia. We will be able to increase the boxed meat that goes off our shore. So can I say to those people who are very concerned about their future, we do get it, we do understand, we want to make Australian agriculture even more prosperous and sustainable for the future. We do want to work with you. The future is coming fast and those opposite deny it.
The member for Durack.
The Greens political party, Senator Pocock and Senator Tyrrell, teamed up to destroy the livelihoods of at least 3,000 West Australians and destroy an agricultural industry. Those opposite at the last election promised to stand up for Western Australia. Yet last night they sold out our state because of this government's desire, purely this government's desire, to curry favour with inner-city voters. This decision was not only reckless, as this MPI suggests, it is shameful. The live sheep trade in WA predates federation. It is a truly Western Australian industry that has done absolutely everything that has been asked of it to improve animal welfare standards and more. And more. In fact, our live export industry leads the world in terms of animal welfare standards, a fact even the Minister for Agriculture has acknowledged. I'd like to share a quote from a March 2023 letter Minister Watt received from the then Q80 Minister for Commerce and Industry, and I quote, "The requirement for live sheep cannot be substituted with chilled or frozen meat for our population, and it is not our preference to switch our live sheep source." End of quote. Australia's forced exit from trade will mean we lose out to nations with little to no standards. So I say to those opposite, don't dare try and pretend that the banning of live sheep exports is anything to do with animal welfare standards. Our WA farmers just want to keep doing their jobs and to feed the world. It is a noble occupation. I've been absolutely disgusted at the insults that have been levelled at our WA farmers, our WA truckies, our WA rousies and more by extremist animal rights activists and from some of those that sit on the opposite side. We often talk about the difficulty, Madam Deputy Speaker, of getting people to work. Yet here we are, we've got some 3,000 Australians who are being forced out of their industry and probably out of our towns. This will of course impact the local shops, the local sporting groups and of course our local schools. While the legislation has passed, let me tell you, Madam Deputy Speaker, the fight is far from over. And I want to acknowledge my friend and colleague, the member for O'Connor's here with me as well, and we're up for this fight. Regional WA, let me tell you, it doesn't give up that easy, so be warned. The grassroots Keep the Sheep campaign is well and truly up and running in Western Australia, and a few weeks ago I was so pleased to join in that rally which went through Perth CBD, and I was just so touched by the support that was provided to our farmers, our regional West Australians, by the people of metropolitan Perth. And I say to them, you need to keep supporting your farmers because they need your support now more than ever. Keep the Sheep have said that if they couldn't change the policy, which sadly they were unable to do, well, they would change the government. Well, they are now planning to mobilise and target the West Australian Labor members who failed to stand up for Western Australia. In just a few short weeks, 63,000 Australians have signed the petition to keep the sheep. Unfortunately, at least one Labor member threw those words back in their faces. We are keeping the sheep, the member for Hasluck posted on her social media last week. This means more than 3,000 new jobs for the regions, she said with a big smile on her face. I mean, honestly, the arrogance, the ignorance and the disrespect of those opposite is beyond belief. Does the member for Hasluck and the rest of those on the other side of the House honestly believe that they know what is better for farmers, for regional communities, than the farmers and the communities themselves? So, look, we know it's been a tough week, but what I want to do is recommit to my Durack community that my coalition colleagues and I, we are committed more than ever to reinstating the trade, and that we will always have your back. But you've got to ask yourself, it's sheep today, what's next? Cattle tomorrow? People in my electorate, good farmers, pastoralists, they feed us, they employ us, they support our communities. We are eternally grateful for them, and we are fighting with them every day.
Hear, hear.
The member for Hasluck.
Thank you, Deputy Speaker. For those listening, it's unusual to have such a fiery debate on matters of public interest. They generally are quite self-serving, but in this case, this is a matter of deep significance to Western Australian farmers because our farming agricultural sector is a critical part of the Western Australian economy. And every Western Australian is deeply connected to the farming sector. We have family, we have friends, it's a place in which we visit and spend our time. So this really does matter, and it's important that we have this robust debate. But it's also important that we keep the facts on the table, and unfortunately there's been a lot of rhetoric and a lot of misinformation, not just from those opposite, but by leaders within the farming bodies such as the National Farmers Federation that are seeing this as an opportunity to wedge a government that is doing its best to actually work with the farming community and to help them succeed, because the reality of the live sheep export market is it's been on decline. It's 90% less than it was just from a few years ago. We've got a sheep industry in Western Australia that's valued at over $4.6 billion. And the live sheep export component is $77 million. Now that's still a significant amount of money to all the very small, different little communities across the wheat belt that it supports. It is money that we don't want to see lost. But the reality is we don't want a situation in Western Australia which is different to the East Coast, which has stopped live sheep trading many, many years past and got on to using processing sheep domestically for sheep meat because that's where the value is. They got onto that years ago. They saw the writing on the wall. But in Western Australia, it is a little bit more unique because there's such a lack of competition. Because for some 10 years, when they had a chance to correct the imbalance between suppliers, the farmers who are price takers, and with the supermarket chain and with the processors, they actually did nothing. They did nothing because they do take the farmers for granted. They'll go, they'll vote for us. We don't need to be concerned about what they think. But we actually do care because we do absolutely appreciate what they give to us city folk and a city elite and whatnot else insults that they all refer to us as. We do care because they are the people that keep the food on the table. But they are not getting a fair price. Farmers are not getting a fair price. And it's to this end that the transition package that the Labor government's proposing is to support the farmers so they actually come out better for this. Because the industry is in decline. It will go the same way that it's done with other countries and particularly on the East Coast, as we've seen. But we want to make sure now that over the next 4 years that we get the processing capability, that we get the feedlots covered so that they can make sure that they can provide, take on sheep when ordinarily they'd be turned off, that we actually increase the capacity within the abattoirs with cold storage facilities. They are overbooked presently. So that basically means that then the farmers get even a weaker price because there's too much supply. So we need to increase the capacity of those abattoirs, but equally there needs to be competition between the abattoirs because at the moment there isn't. At the moment the farmers are left wanting because they haven't been adequately represented to be able to fight to ensure that there is funding directed towards improving the manufacturing capacity for multiple gradings. So farmers have a choice about where they can go to. We need to make sure that the farmers take advantage of the offer extended by veterinarians to work on the cross-genetics so that we can ensure that the merinos, who obviously produce predominantly for their wool, which we value, we want to make sure that the genetics are taken account of so that they can also be suitable for processed meat and for the mutton market, which is significant. And we heard that loud and clear come through from the various meat industry body representatives, that the market and growth, particularly for mutton into China, but also into the Middle East, which obviously love the meat because they're purchasing it live, but only 4%, mind. So the global live export sheep market provided by Western Australia is 4% of the global live sheep. Like we talk about, the huge impact is actually not. The majority of the meat that they purchase is from a supermarket. And so the growth for that has been, undertaken by the East Coast is so fantastic and significant, and it's Western Australian farmers have been missing out all this time. So we want to change that. We want to look after those communities who look after us, and we want to ensure that we start spending the next 4 years to skill up more people to work in those abattoirs, making sure that there's wash-down facilities because there will be more truck movements because it's going from feedlot to farms to abattoirs and so forth rather than just to a ship. There is so much more opportunity that comes from this change, but change is tough, and we've got farmers back because that is what Labor stands for.
Hear, hear. Well done.
The member for Parkes.
Thank you, Deputy Speaker. I'd like to compliment the one-term member opposite for her contribution. If it's all right with her, I might put that up on my Facebook page so I can explain to my constituents exactly what's wrong with this place at the moment. Why don't they just on that side say, I don't know any details about this, I know we're going to get votes for it, but try and have a patronising contribution like that one. Like the member opposite just said, to get a better price for farmers, we're going to reduce one of the markets for their sheep, which is the live sheep. I don't know what market that would be. Yes, the market, it has declined. Does the member know how many sheep crossed the Nullarbor after the eastern states drought? One of the reasons there was less sheep went out of Western Australia was because they were put on road trains and moved across. One of the reasons that Roger Fletcher can process so many sheep now is because the eastern states flock was built by buying sheep from Western Australia a couple of years ago. Did the member over there know anything about that? We're talking about boats here. They've all jumped on this stop the sheep boat and there ain't enough lifeboats. You've already hit the iceberg and you're going down because this is a political decision, and any attempt of those opposite to make out that it's anything else, that it's about animal welfare or it's about the we care for farmers. We went to Western Australia and we listened to the farmers and we did nothing. We did nothing. We just listened to them. Seriously. This is, and the member for Fremantle, this is only 1% of the product of Western Australia, but it's 100% for some of those farmers that are getting cut off, 100%. So we're just going to sacrifice them. We're just going to sacrifice them at the altar of feeling good about ourselves. It seems to me that every day in this place we have to stand up and defend the people of region Australia as they come under attack from those opposite. It's just ridiculous. It's just ridiculous. The idea, these I'm sure the member, I'm not even sure where he's from, but I'm sure he knows a lot about this. These sheep are put on ships. They are cared for. They're fed. They're air conditioned. There's vets on board. They arrive and they get to the other end in a healthy condition, and they supply a market. This idea that we have a processed market or a live sheep market, one or the other, we need both. What happened to the idea in this country of actually increasing our markets? We can kill more sheep and sell it to the chilled and frozen meat. It doesn't mean we have to shut down another industry to do that. It doesn't mean we have to do that. And there's no concept of the farming systems where these sheep come from. These are wheat, sheep, mixed farming operations where the sheep play a very important role in having rotations on those farms so that they've got less chemicals used, less fertiliser, and they fit just nicely into that market. And to have that ripped out like this, I saw this with the cattle. I saw this with the cattle overnight. We saw this with the cattle, and I think I got 170 emails in one night on the cattle from people in the cities. Not only did that devastate, and it still has devastated Northern Australia industry, that flew on right down through the eastern states, right down to Victoria, devastating that cattle market. And this decision is going to do the same. This decision, it's not going to be one healthier sheep. You won't be able to take me to Western Australia or anywhere else in 2028 and point to a sheep that's somehow healthier or better cared for or has a better life. Are we going to have maybe a book club for sheep in Western Australia so that they can expand their minds because they're not going to be put on boats and sent off to the Middle East? I mean, this is ridiculous, absolutely ridiculous. I'm listening to the interjections of the one-term member over there because I've been here long enough to see people come that are quite yappy, but really don't stay here very long. So I hope you enjoy your interjections because they're not going to be going for long.
Member's time has expired, and I call the member for McNamara.
Well, I, for one, am looking forward to joining the Sheep Book Club by the member for Parks. I think that sounds like a fantastic idea. A little bit of a tangential speech, but an enjoyable one nonetheless. Now, those opposite are quite angry. They're angry today, and that's fair enough. But I thought, instead of directing their anger over here, maybe there's somewhere else that they could be directing their anger. Yeah. Because there's actually been someone who had quite a bit to say about the live sheep export industry. And they said something along these lines even. I think this trade in sheep is a shame and a stain on our international reputation.
Who was that?
Goodness me, that's a very strong statement, that one. Heavy. That one had a bit of muscle. Well, this person went on and they said this has been a trade marked by disaster. Goodness me, this person doesn't like the live sheep export industry. Following debacle that's gone on for 33 years. It has a very sad history, a very dismal history. Now, they're not my words. I wouldn't be using those words. That's the member for Farrer. The member for Farrer, the deputy leader of the Liberal Party, has come out swinging. Absolutely come out swinging in 2018. In fact, she was so angry about it that she wrote an opinion piece about it. But you'd think that maybe she'd take that opinion piece down off her website. Well, no, she's that angry. It's still up there. It's still up there for all to see. The member for Farrer's very strong views about the live sheep export. Now, the member for Farrer went on, and even in this op-ed, made some very interesting points. She said that the Middle East is transitioning away from live sheep, which is true. The dynamic has changed and live sheep export is a significantly small percentage of our total sheep export. That's not me speaking, that's the member for Farrer on her website and her op-ed that she wrote. She also went on to acknowledge that moving away from live sheep exports will not be easy for Western Australian farmers, as she said herself, hence my call for a transition for 5 years. Well, this bill gives time, and it also gives a comprehensive transition package. And as the Prime Minister outlined today, there have been conversations going on, and those conversations will continue. The member for Farrer had much more to say, actually. She said that there is a market opportunity for Australian-grown meat in the Middle East and around the world. She acknowledged our quality and standards are trusted, so why would we put that at risk? That was the member for Farrer, not me. And the member for Farrer, now this really had some muscle to it. She concluded with, producing food and fibre in the 21st century requires ethics and sustainability. The live sheep trade to the Middle East has neither. Goodness me, she really wanted to make some points in her op-ed. She was very, very unhappy. So those opposite like to come into this place, they like to say Labor, 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 Labor. But actually, and Teals and all of the rest of it, yes. But those opposite amongst their ranks have many, many people who know that the bill to end the cruelty of the long, hot journeys of sheep going to the Middle East is coming to an end is the right thing to do. And those opposites should also know that we came into the election with a commitment to end the live sheep export, and through that process we have acted like a responsible government and engaged with industry and put a timeline in where it is not tomorrow, there is time, there are years, and it will be beyond the next election, probably beyond the next 2 elections. But that bill has been passed by law, and it should come as no surprise to those opposite. But there was another bill, actually, Acting Speaker. The Deputy Leader of the Opposition actually put in her own private member's bill to end live sheep export. She really didn't want live sheep exports, the Deputy Leader of the Opposition. She really didn't want them, but something changed. Something changed for the Deputy Leader of the Opposition, and it miraculously made her bill disappear. Who can guess what that is? She was promoted back into the shadow cabinet, or into the cabinet. Yeah, she a bit of a promotion, and all of a sudden, what bill, Speaker, what bill? It disappeared. It disappeared quicker than the night sky after the sun rises in the morning. It just went away. But it wasn't just her, actually. It was also the senator in the other place, Sarah Henderson. Senator Henderson, she co-sponsored the live sheep export private members bill. So there are many people on those opposite who are being quiet right now, and while those opposite like to come up and rant and rave and stamp their feet, the bill that we passed through the parliament was the right thing to do. The cruelty needed to end, and those opposite should speak to each other before criticising those on this side of the House.
The discussion has concluded. I have received messages from the Senate returning bills without amendment. I do not propose to read these messages, which will be recorded in the votes and proceedings. I have received messages from His Excellency, the Governor-General, notifying assent of the following bills: Therapeutic Goods and Other Legislation Amendment, Vaping Reforms Bill 2024, Exercise and Customs Legislation Amendment, Streamlining Administration Bill 2024, Treasury Law Amendment, Support for Small Business and Charities and Other Measures Bill 2023, and Governor-General Amendment Salary Bill 2024. I have received the following from the Senate returning the Fair Work Registered Organisation Amendment, Withdrawal from Amalgamation Bill 2024 without amendment. The member for Canning.
Thank you, Deputy Speaker. I move that so much of the standing and sessional orders be suspended as would prevent the member for Canning moving the following motion: that this House, 1, condemns defacing any war memorial monument in Australia for any reason at any time, and 2, further condemns the defacing of the Australian War Memorial on June 14 and the Korean War, Vietnam War and Army memorials on Anzac Parade in Canberra on Saturday with language including the violent from the river to the sea slogan. Thank you, Deputy Speaker. There are around 4,000 to 5,000 war memorials across Australia that have been erected to honour and commemorate Australia's war dead over the last century. Small, grieving towns and large cities alike erected these memorials in the wake of the calamity of the First World War. 60,000 Australians perished in the First World War, a huge number of men killed for such a young and relatively small nation. Australian historian Geoffrey Blaney, in his shorter history of Australia, put it like this: perhaps the most drastic effect of the war would never be enumerated. It was the loss of all those talented Australians who would have become Prime Ministers and Premiers, judges, divines, engineers, teachers, doctors, poets, inventors and farmers, the mayors of towns and leaders of trade unions, and the fathers of another generation of Australians. It was a war in which those with the gift of leadership, the spark of courage, and the willingness to make sacrifices often took the highest risks. A young nation could not afford to lose such men. Geoffrey Blaney goes on to say that that's why we responded in the way we did with so many memorials across our great country. He goes on to say, no nation in Europe showed such a visible desire to remember and to honour. And we've added to those memorials with subsequent wars. We fought in the Second World War, the Korean War, the Vietnam War, and more recently, the Afghan War. And all those wars, sadly, have led to the loss of more Australian men and women in service. We have 103,000 war dead remembered on those memorials across this nation. It's a reminder that this nation has sacrificed greatly and has borne the cost of war. That's why the Australian War Memorial was built and opened on Remembrance Day in 1941, and why Anzac Parade was opened on Anzac Day in 1965 by Sir Robert Menzies. Anzac Parade is lined with memorials on both sides: the Hellenic Memorial, the Kemal Ataturk Memorial, the Army, Navy and Air Force Memorials, the Service Nurses Memorial, the Rats of Tobruk Memorial, the Boer War, Vietnam War, Korean War Memorials and the Desert Mounted Corps Memorial. And the architecture and design of all those memorials remind us of sacrifice. They remind us of sacrifice and the values of our fighting men and women, the values of service, of courage, of respect, of integrity and excellence. And these are Australian values, and our ADF are their custodians. If you go to the website, to the ADF, you'll see those values listed out: service, courage, respect, integrity and excellence. Australians have fought for these values, Australians have died for these values, and our memorials reflect these values, and that's why the ugly defacement and desecration of our war memorials are so disgraceful. It dishonours our war dead, and this sadly is a pattern that has emerged over the last 6 months. We have seen on the 11th of November of last year the Melbourne War Memorial vandalised on Remembrance Day. On the 12th of January 2024 we saw the Tasmanian War Memorial vandalised. On the 11th of March we saw the Vietnam War Memorial vandalised. In May of this year we saw the Hyde Park Anzac Memorial vandalised after protests. Red dye was poured into the pool of reflection. On the 14th of June 2024, the Australian War Memorial was vandalised with pro-Palestinian slogans. And just on the weekend, the Korean War Memorial, the Vietnam War Memorial and the Army War Memorial on Anzac Parade were vandalised. But this vandalism represents something far deeper and grotesque. This vandalism is an attack on our Australian values, but it's also an attack on our way of life. It's an attack on the thing that binds us together, a shared heritage of service and sacrifice, something that all Australians on April 25th every year, Anzac Day, come together and focus on as a nation. But sadly, Deputy Speaker, it goes even deeper than that. On the Vietnam and Korean War Memorials were written phrases like this, and I quote, "They didn't die so we could fund genocide. side. Free Gaza, blood on your hands, free Palestine, and the most disgraceful, from the river to the sea. A deeply anti-Semitic slogan with origins in violent terrorism. Indeed, From the River to the Sea has its origins in the Hamas Charter of 2017. Hamas is a terrorist organisation listed by the Australian Commonwealth. It is committed to the destruction of the Jewish people and the State of Israel. It is an organisation driven by extreme religious ideology that celebrates death and violence and hatred. They are people who will not compromise. And just in case people don't believe this, I'll make it very clear. I'm going to read now from the 2017 Hamas Charter, the document of general principles and policies, paragraph 20, and it says this: Hamas believes that no part of the land of Palestine shall be compromised or conceded, irrespective of the causes, the circumstances and the pressures, and no matter how long the occupation lasts. Hamas rejects any alternative to the full and complete liberation of Palestine, and here are the words: from the river to the sea. Hamas represents the worst of humanity, and we've all heard it said, by a fruit its tree shall be known. On October 7th, we saw the poisonous and evil fruit of Hamas's ideology on full display when they attacked and murdered and raped more than 1,000 Israelis, innocent Israelis, on that terrible day. And now we have Australians defacing our war memorials with phrases straight out of the Hamas Charter. In this country now, we are seeing mob rule challenge the rule of law. We are seeing the mob tear apart our social cohesion. We are seeing the mob challenge the values that define our nation. And we are seeing the mob trample on our war dead and the values they died for. And everyone here on this side of the House condemns in the strongest possible terms this vile, disgraceful, destructive and divisive un-Australian behaviour. Deputy Speaker, we've all been touched in some way or other by October 7th. And I think of some Jewish friends in Melbourne who I came to know through this tragedy. A couple who were living in my electorate of Canning who contacted me soon after October 7th. I'll leave their names off Hansard in order to protect them because they feel unsafe. They are Jewish Australians, and the female, her mother was killed by Hamas on October 7th. She just rang her up to let her know she was pregnant. Her brother was killed, protecting his family, and her 10-month-old niece was brutally murdered. And I think of her when I read From the River to the Sea, as an Australian. How must she feel having suffered so badly at the hands of evil terrorism? It fills me with shame. It fills all of us with shame. And that's why we raise this today in the House. And I say it again, we condemn this in the strongest possible terms. But Deputy Speaker, this is not an isolated pattern of behaviour. We're seeing electoral offices across the country also targeted. We've seen the Prime Minister's office besieged by protesters chanting the same sorts of things. We've seen the Deputy Prime Ministers. We've seen the Attorney Generals. We've seen the Minister for Immigration. We've seen the Minister for NDIS. We've seen the Member for Franklin, the Member for Wills, the Member for Cooper, the Member for Jagga, the Member for McNamara, the Member for Riverina. I could go on. This is a pattern of behaviour which is tearing at the cohesion of this country. We're seeing our universities encamped by protesters who are willing to chant the same slogans that we find in the Hamas Charter. We're seeing this at the University of Sydney, the University of Melbourne, Monash University, University of Adelaide, University of Queensland, the Australian National University, Deakin University, Curtin University, RMIT University, La Trobe University, the University of Wollongong and the University of Tasmania. We have a rot at the heart of Australian society right now, and we have young Australians who are chanting terrorist slogans and defacing our war memorials. And it's got to stop. It requires political leadership, and that's why we're raising this issue right now. We believe this issue demands political leadership, and we want to ensure that our law enforcement agencies across the states feel that they have our backing to enforce the law, enforce the rule of law, to arrest these people, to prosecute these people, and send a message that in Australia, in modern Australia, with all its diversity, it will only cohere if people respect each other, respect the rule of law, and uphold Australian values that I've outlined today. Thank you, Deputy Speaker.
Is the motion seconded? The member for New England.
Well, thank you. I second the motion. And Deputy Speaker, when we go to a war memorial, we see the names. We see your name. We see Chester's. We see the names Lee, Buckholz, Pearce. We see names of Czech descent. We see the names of so many people, McCormick. And they're just names, but they're so much more. They represent people. They represent people who walk down your street. They represent people who took shade under your tree, who swam in your river, who went to your local primary school. They were people who were loved. They were people who had wives, who had girlfriends, who had mates, who later had husbands. They were not superhumans. They had all the reason not to go to war. They had all the reason to stay at home where it was safe. But nonetheless, they did. They went and they fought. And so many of them gave their lives. That was it. There was nothing more for them. They were dead. And then the others came back maimed, psychologically disturbed, and there's beyond that. Some came back, the marriage was over. No more marriage. Or they came back and they were just forgotten about, to later die and be in a pauper's grave, unmarked. Or their life just had gone on without them, their careers left behind. For so many, all that is left is their name on that memorial. That is it. That is it. And for that, in the Australian context, they are sacred. They are sacred. For so many of us, it is your grandfather, your great-grandfather, your granduncle, your son, your daughter, your mum, your dad. It's the connection to that. That's all I've got. That's all I've got left is that name. Is that name. I had 7 granduncles killed. 7. Every one of my grandmother's brothers dead. And what this means is that the desecration of this, and they were English, right? They weren't Australian, they were English. The desecration is abominable. When my father would not even let you draw a swastika, you were not allowed to. Not on a German plane, nothing. Because symbols matter. Symbols matter. What you draw matters. And he was a returned serviceman. He was repatriated. He was smashed up. And these are the things that we have to make a stand. On those names, on those war memorials are Catholics and Protestants, are Jews and Gentiles, are Christians, are people of Islamic faith. Every name is there. My grandfather fought with innumerable people of Islamic faith. Absolutely, at Gallipoli, surrounded by them. So I say to the person, when we think about this, a person decided to sneak out in the night with a spray paint can. You know why he sneaked out in the middle of the night? Because he or she was scared. Was scared. That's why they sneaked out. Scared of what? The police? Well, the police did. They'll arrest you. And then he sprayed, or she sprayed, on our war memorials with the anarchy sign in most instances, against people. But guess what they went out against? They faced the fire coming the other direction. They had real fear. They could die. die at Gallipoli, die on the Western Front, die at Guadalcanal, die in Papua New Guinea, die in Korea, die in Afghanistan, die in Vietnam. They had real fear, and they would have felt that fear. They would not have been immune from it. And their families will mourn their loss forevermore. Forevermore, that hole. And the only thing left for those families is that piece of brass with their family's name on it. And some piece of filth has decided that their issue allows them to desecrate it.
The question is that the motion be agreed to, and I call the Minister.
Thank you, Deputy Speaker. I want to start my contribution to responding to the motion just moved by the member for Canning by making it very clear that the government's position is entirely supportive of the sentiments raised and the position espoused in the substantive motion that the member for Canning seeks to bring forward today, and that's an important point to make. The second point that I want to make in relation to that is that has been made abundantly clear by the answer given by the Prime Minister in question time yesterday in relation to this issue, as well as the speech made before question time today by the member for Spence and a number of speeches that were made by Labor senators in respect of a motion moved by Senator Lambie on Monday. That's an important thing to recognise. It's unfortunate, however, in these circumstances that this motion has been brought on with no notice to the government. And that is unfortunate. But the sentiments are entirely supported. And to pick up on a point that was really being made by the member for New England just now, when we look around our communities all across Australia, just like in mine, in the park in the centre of Armidale in Western Australia, a town that grew because of the brickworks in Armidale and in Byford in the member for Canning's electorate, there is a war memorial not made of stone, not made of granite, but made of brick. And it lists the names of the people from our community, people there are streets, parks, suburbs, buildings, lakes now named after them. That memorial is a who's who directory of our geography. And that is true of every memorial around the country. It's why the official war historian of the First World War, Charles Bean, was such an advocate for the creation of the Australian War Memorial in the first place, so that they always knew, those men that fought in the First World War, that what they fought and died for would never be forgotten, that their lives would never have been given in vain. And that is true of every war memorial that has come after it. And it's particularly poignant for wars that are sometimes overlooked by mainstream Australia and global history, like the Korean War. It's even more important for memorials that stand in memoriam and dedication and commemoration of the lives lost and the efforts made by Australians who fought in a war that was so politically contested at the time, like the Vietnam War. And the thread that runs through all of these war memorials, the thread that runs through them is that these are people that walked away from their families, from their loved ones, from their jobs, from their lives, put on a uniform for our nation at the direction of their government, and for many made the ultimate sacrifice. And they did it because they were committed to our values. Those are values of democracy, freedom of speech, freedom of political communication. They are the values that actually enable peaceful protest to occur in our country in the first place. And so for anybody to use that freedom to desecrate a war memorial is abusing the freedom that we have been granted and awarded through the sacrifice that has been made by those people that have died or fought in our name. And that is what makes what has occurred not just this week, but has occurred a number of times now at different memorials, not just in Canberra, in our nation's capital, but in other places around Australia, so absolutely abhorrent. And in saying that, I'm not going to refer to who those people are, and I'm not going to refer to what they said, because I don't want to amplify what they are trying to message through their actions. What I seek to do is to condemn what they have done, because it cuts against exactly the freedom of what they are trying to espouse. It cuts against exactly the freedom they are afforded in being able to exercise those free democratic rights in every other way that they or anyone else may seek to raise their cause in this country. And that is what makes it so truly not just abhorrent but problematic in what has happened here. And so in saying all of that, it confirms exactly what the member for Canning has sought to do by bringing forward this motion today. It confirms why Senator Lambie brought forward her motion at the beginning of the week, which was supported, that motion was then supported by the government. The sentiments were supported by the Prime Minister in his answer in question time yesterday, and was supported by the speech made for the member for Spence, the public comments made by the Minister for Defence on Sunday, comments that I have made previously in relation to these things occurring at other memorials. I think both sides of this House and many on the crossbench join together in those sentiments. It is deeply concerning to me that there was a political party in the Senate that voted against that motion on Monday. I think we all agree with that. And for that reason, and certainly to avoid a repeat of that, I move now that this motion be adjourned.
The question is that this motion now be adjourned. All of that opinion say aye. All those against? No. I believe the ayes have it. No. Division required? Yes. Ring the bells for 4 minutes.
Very bad news. You know it's bad. It's exactly the sort of thing we could have done in a bipartisan way, and instead we put Parliament in this position.
question is before the House is the debate be adjourned. I'm sorry? Lock the doors. The question before the House is the debate be adjourned. The ayes will pass to the right of the chair and the noes to the left. I appoint the honourable members for Werriwa and Bean as tellers for the ayes and the honourable members for Parkes and Grey as tellers for the noes. Order. The result of the division is ayes 74, noes 63. The matter was resolved in the affirmative. Members can leave the chamber as quickly and as quietly as possible.
Sorry.
Members can leave the chamber as quickly and as quietly. We'll call the clerk.
Government business,
notice.
order of the day number 5, Criminal Code Amendment, Deepfake Sexual Material Bill 2024, resumption of debate on the second reading and on the amendment moved by the member for Warringah.
The original question was that this bill be now read a second time. To this, the honourable member for Warringah has moved as an amendment that all words after that be admitted with a view to substituting other words. The question is the amendment be agreed to, and I give the call to continuation to the member for Forrest.
Thank you, Speaker. In continuation, I was talking about the inception of online social media platforms, and I wondered which one of the creators and executives in charge of these platforms decided that it was perfectly fine to expose our very young children to a free-for-all in what is an online pedophile's paradise. And I'll repeat that. Where our children would be groomed online by sexual predators and exposed to extreme and violent pornography, because that's what's available on their platforms, to be exposed to billions of random people of all ages. But that is what is part of the platform business model, and what's available to vulnerable young people on these platforms and these apps. 24 hours a day, 7 days a week, exposing our young people. The harm is there for all to see and our families to have to deal with, from the bullying, with the sharing of naked and semi-naked photos. The Snapchat that young people were sucked into is a nice way of putting it, because they thought their images, they could take provocative images and they would disappear. Well, they didn't. There was an app called SnapSaver that automatically saved all of these photos and people took screenshots. So many young people I've dealt with who've been affected by this. The image-based abuse that follows that. The suicides because of what's going on social media. In my electorate, young boys with image-based abuse, the increased rates of self-harm that we've seen over the years, the dramatic increase of hospitalisations of girls in the last decade because of this, the group chats and sites promoting everything from eating disorders to risky behaviours. We did see some years ago that dreadful choking game. We've seen such a rise in mental health problems that I've repeatedly spoken in this House before about. The online gaming addiction we now see, the clinics that have had to be set up to help families deal with online addictions. The risks on these apps with tracking and mapping. Young girls presenting to GPs with internal damage from aggressive sexual experiences learned from online pornography sites. These same platforms and representatives still believe, according to some of the evidence we saw recently, that they're doing no harm. Well, I can tell them differently. The youngest age that some young person, I've had a young person, I do cyber safety presentations into schools, and how dreadful it is that through that interaction on social media and through these sites, that the youngest age so far, in all of the years I've been doing this, who will admit to me they've been to meet people in person that they've only first met online, is a Year 3 girl. I'll let that sink in. A Year 3 girl. In all those classes that I've done over the years, the sessions I've done, it is completely unusual to come across a class of various ages, I've done from preschool through to Year 12, where at least a proportion of the class, when I do my silent survey, and they put their hands up to 3 critical questions, very unusual for there not to be some children who go to meet people in person that they've only first met online. And I've dealt with an extraordinary amount of issues created by these online platforms who claim that they're doing no harm. That is entirely incorrect. The harm to these young people is every single day and night. And it isn't okay that when we see the GPS or location services and geotagging turned on and these embedded in the photos that young people share, and then they get tracked and mapped. It is not okay that we have 4-year-olds being encouraged and conned into uploading totally inappropriate content. It's not okay when the mum of a 9-year-old girl rings my office because her daughter has uploaded an explicit video on one of these sites. And I just can see the risks with AI-generated images, and particularly sexual images. This legislation is so important in that space because we will see a rise in the instances of this. But the harm to young people is constant. And when I listen to these young people and I ask them questions about what they do, how much time they spend online, where their devices are, how much time they can spend on them, where it is almost unlimited. And so their level of risk in this space is extreme. And of course, the gaming chats in so many of the messaging platforms It is just ongoing, and they're asked all sorts of questions in this space. So when I look at the ages of the young people I've dealt with, and it's much younger than people think, and one of the things I say to these good young people is, can you help your families? Because if you've got younger brothers and sisters, they are at risk in this space. And you are in this as a family, and the whole family needs to be involved in what's happening online to help keep your family safe. And I've dealt with some terrible experiences that young people have had. And it's when you meet these young people, I had a group of great young kids, they were 15 and 16, and they came to talk to me to tell me how concerned they were about the 9-year-olds in their school that they knew were watching and live streaming sex acts in school time. And those young people, what they were seeing and having access to, which is why the age verification is so important, that we've been pushing for some time. It's a start. It doesn't give all of the answers, but is certainly a start. And there have been extraordinary experiences that young people have been subjected to, and it has really harmed their whole life. One of the other issues that I just want to warn people about as well, I had a visit recently from the optometrists and Optometry Australia. We're seeing an increase in myopia, short-sightedness because of the amount of time young people are spending behind a screen. So not only is there physical harm, emotional harm, young people going to meet people in person they've only first met online, what's happening to them with bullying and image-based abuse, it is constant, and it is. When I spoke to one principal and said, what is the biggest issue facing your Year 12 students? He held up the phone. He said they're just not sleeping enough. And they cannot cope with every other issue in their life, their relationships, what's going on at school, what they intend to do when they leave school, because of what's happening online, that they're engaging so much of the night that they're just simply not sleeping enough. So I've been very active, Deputy Speaker, in this space for a lot of years. And what's happening, what the government is proposing here in relation to deep fake images, I think what we're going to see ahead is even worse because of this. I hope that people use these laws and that the laws are suitable for them to be used far more often, and so that the issues that these young people will have to deal with deep fakes and with the issues around consent and how the courts will interpret and act on this are very important to our young people and people of all ages. Thank you, Deputy Speaker.
And I give the call to the member for Tangney.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. Today, I rise to present a crucial piece of legislation on behalf of the Albanese Labor government, a bill that addresses a rapidly growing threat to privacy, dignity and safety, the non-consensual sharing of deepfake sexually explicit material. As a former police officer who has witnessed firsthand the devastating impact of digital manipulation on individuals' lives, I can attest to the urgent need for these reforms. Digital created and altered sexually explicit material, particularly deepfakes, represent a sinister form of abuse that targets women and girls. It is not only violates their privacy, but also inflict deep emotional and psychological harm. Under the proposed amendment to the Criminal Code Act 1995, we are taking decisive action to modernize our law and impose serious penalties on those who perpetrate these egregious acts. This legislation introduced new offences specifically targeting the transmission of sexually explicit material without consent, utilizing technologies like artificial intelligence, to create or alter such content. The gravity of these offences is reflected in the penalties we propose. Up to 6 years imprisonment for transmitting sexual material without consent, and 7 years imprisonment for aggravated offences where the perpetrator also created the material. These penalties underscore our commitment to deterring and punishing those who engage in this disgraceful conduct. This initiative aligned with our broader commitment to combating online harms, particularly those that disproportionately affect women and young girls. Our government on May 1st, 2024, publicly pledged to introduce a comprehensive suite of measures to safeguard vulnerable individuals for digital exploitation and abuse. The amendment proposed in this bill recognizes that existing law inadequately address artificial generated material such as deepfakes. By repealing outdated provision and introducing robust new offences, we ensure that our legal framework remain responsive to evolving technologies and the harm they can perpetrate. It is important to emphasize that this reform do not infringe upon private communications between consenting adults or interfere with lawful sexual relationship. We have carefully crafted specific defenses to ensure that the legislation targets only non-consensuous acts and is proportionate in its application. Moreover, these reforms extend protection to an adult depicted in the material, regardless of whether the depiction is of a real person or a digital fabrication. This inclusive approach is crucial in safeguarding individuals from the malicious use of technology to degrade, humiliate, and perpetuate harmful stereotypes. As someone who has personally experienced the malicious misuse of technology, I am compelled to share a personal reflection that has shaped my unwavering commitment to these reforms. As a former police officer and now a member of parliament, I have experienced firsthand the distressing misuse of my image and my identity on platforms designed to deceive and defraud. This violation left me feeling helpless and deeply frustrated by the inadequacy of existing legal protections. I've encountered instances where my own image and identity were exploited on scam platforms, subject to identity theft, and used in attempt to tarnish my reputation. These experiences have deeply informed my understanding of the urgent need of robust protection against digital exploitation and abuse. The legislation we are proposing today is not just about legal frameworks. It's about safeguarding the identities and reputations of everyday Australians. In a world where modern AI technology is advancing at a rapid pace, we must put in place strong guardrails and protective mechanisms. Deepfake technology poses a significant threat by allowing for the creation of convincingly realistic but entirely fabricated images and videos. This can be used to deceive, defame, and harm individuals with devastating consequences. I can only begin to imagine the amplified sense of violation and devastation experienced by individuals, particularly women, who are targeted by deepfake technology for sexually explicit material. The deliberate creation and dissemination of manipulated images and videos without consent represent a profound betrayal of trust and flagrant disregard for personal autonomy. The lack of adequate legal safeguard exacerbates the harm inflicted upon victims of such heinous acts. It is incumbent upon us as a representative of the community to rectify this glaring gap in our legal framework and provide robust protection against the insidious threat of digital exploitation. The reform we propose today are not just about updating statutes. They are about restoring dignity, ensuring justice, and fortifying our defenses against evolving threat in the digital age. By criminalizing the non-consensual sharing of deepfake, sexually explicit material, and imposing significant penalties, we send a clear message that such a behavior will not be tolerated in our society. Moreover, these amendments are a testament to our commitment to gender equality and the protection of vulnerable individuals. They reflect our collective responsibility to dismantle the mechanism of gender-based violence and to empower victims to seek justice and reclaim their narratives. My own encounters with this issue have reinforced my commitment to ensuring that our law evolve to keep pace with technological advancement. The amendment we are presenting to the Criminal Code are a crucial step forward in these regards. By explicitly criminalizing the non-consensual sharing of deepfake sexually explicit material, we are sending a clear message. Perpetrators will face serious consequences for their actions. It is not just about protecting privacy, it is about protecting human dignity. This dissemination of manipulated images and videos without consent is a violation that can have profound and lasting effect on victims, perpetuating harm long after the initial act. Our legislation acknowledges this harm and aims to provide meaningful help for those affected. Furthermore, these reforms are essential in combating the insidious working of scammers and fraudsters who exploit digital technology for personal gain. By establishing clear boundaries and penalties, we strengthen our defense against those who seek to deceive and manipulate for malicious purposes. In conclusion, the passage of this bill is not merely a legal obligation, but is a moral imperative. It sends a clear message that Australia stands firm against digital exploitation and affirm our commitment to protecting the dignity and rights of every Australian. I urge all members of this House to support this vital reform and stand together in defence of justice, privacy, and human dignity. Thank you, Madam Speaker.
Thank you. Give the call to the member for Goldstein.
Thank you, Speaker. Artificial intelligence is a technology we don't yet understand, or at best we are trying desperately to understand. It's very much a black box. Those that engineer it, OpenAI, Google and their like, continue to accelerate its capabilities without true knowledge of how a neural network, AI's underpinning logic, truly works, how it works functionally and how it works philosophically and ethically. This black box, however, is dual-sided. AI presents enormous opportunity as well as risk. The potential exists for even the currently available nascent models to exceed human intelligence in specific areas of knowledge within just the next few years. It also carries the potential to bring vast uncertainty, change and risk to our society. And this presents us with a dilemma. How quickly do we allow this technology to develop and be deployed in light of its promise and its perils? In light of this, legislators must find the right balance between over-regulating this technology too early and under-regulating it too late. A first step is acknowledging the nature of how AI foreseeably intersects with almost every aspect of society, from the economy to physics to medicine, and yes, once again, violence against women. In the case of this amendment to the Criminal Code, the proposed law reflects the urgent need for additional legal measures, particularly to protect women and girls from emerging AI technologies. The unregulated explosion of AI on the internet over the past 2 years has seen a range of mostly unintended, but in the case of deepfake sexual tools, disgustingly intentional consequences. This legislation addresses one of these consequences: the capacity of this technology to cause humiliation and violence against women online. In the interim period between the availability of these AI tools and the proposal of this legislation to the House, individuals have been able to shockingly create blended images of people they know onto templates of naked bodies within seconds. These images have been shared and sold around social networks and social circles. In just the past few weeks, boys of 2 Melbourne schools have been expelled and arrested for targeting girls in grades 9 to 12, as well as teachers, with online sexual deepfake images. Up to 50 girls may have been targeted in one case. Investigations are ongoing. However, it's apparent that these boys took profile images from social media and allegedly uploaded them to free sexual image generation tools on the internet. The images were circulated among school cohorts and have been described as incredibly graphic. One female victim described the lifelong consequences of being targeted, the inability of these images to ever truly be deleted from the internet, the unfair risk it may pose to future employability, and the prolonged impact to emotional well-being and mental health. It's important to consider the specific impact of this kind of abuse on teenagers, who are particularly vulnerable to bullying, social isolation, and feelings of humiliation and lack of self-worth. This behaviour is dehumanising, demeaning, and must be prevented. Without a strong legal framework preventing the sharing of this content, we risk normalising the sexualisation of women, including underage girls. I support this legislation, but I do have some concerns about its limitation to the transmission of content depicting an individual who is exclusively over the age of 18. While I understand that other legal mechanisms exist to capture content depicting girls under 18, such as child exploitation and pornography laws, more must be done to clearly communicate to boys and men that this behaviour is not just illegal, but immoral and unacceptable. I've raised with the Attorney-General my concern about whether teenager-to-teenager deepfake abuse would be captured under existing laws. My concerns were graphically borne out when, subsequent to that conversation, the serious incident involving dozens of girls happened at Bacchus Marsh Grammar outside Melbourne. The Attorney-General says this behaviour is captured, but I do wonder whether the existing legislation regarding child abuse is quite fit for purpose in this evolving space, and whether underage deepfake offences should be looked at specifically. School-led educational and awareness programs during early years of high school are a start, but government can do more to either legislate or coordinate across government of all levels. One example is programs and campaigns to make clear that these actions have severe and sometimes lifelong consequences. Another action the Commonwealth could take, as suggested by Asher Flynn, Associate Professor of Criminology at Monash University, involves placing the onus of responsibility on the creators of these AI models and tools. The powers of the government's Online Safety Act could be expanded, including the ability of the eSafety Commissioner to intervene as this content spreads online and across digital platforms. I say that in the knowledge that the Online Safety Act is at risk of becoming an enormously tentacled piece of legislation, and we have to make sure it doesn't become impossibly unwieldy, and also that any enforcement is properly resourced. As the capability of artificial intelligence is accelerated and deployed by commercial interests into society, Australia and all countries face a challenge to regulate its risks before they're realised. I would like to take this opportunity to endorse the second reading amendment proposed by the member for Warringah. Artificial intelligence is indeed a technology in its nascency, but the capacity exists today for deepfakes to present a risk to the integrity of electoral processes around the world. In a year of democratic elections, and our own in the foreseeable future, this is perhaps more relevant now than ever. Videos of prominent politicians and celebrities, including non-consensual spread of content depicting the likes of Taylor Swift, are already readily accessible online. We will soon find out the capacity for this tool to mislead and misinform electorates here in Australia, because the present capacity for AI to interfere with election integrity is only set to accelerate. Emerging models, such as OpenAI's Sora text-to-video model, presents an even more significant challenge for regulators than existing deepfake generation tools. I strongly suspect that there is a reason that this model will remain publicly unavailable until after the US election in November. While this legislation targets deepfake sexual material only, I think there's a strong argument for banning all deepfakes that are used without permission. Political deepfakery, for example, has the potential to influence voters in insidious and dangerous ways and can be difficult to debunk. Deepfakes can also be used for identity theft, scams and extortion. AI's capabilities and risks are rapidly accelerating. Its engineers understand this, and bold action is required by government if Australia is to safeguard against them. Historically, governments around the world have not been up to this task, being more reactive than proactive. Regrettably, I suspect that this will not be the last time I discuss the societal risk of AI in this House. As well as legislation, tech companies can contribute by using technology to track, trace and prevent deepfakes. Deepfakes are a threat to democracy and public trust, and we must step in strongly to prevent their nefarious use. This legislation, which I will support, is a part of that process. Thank you, Speaker.
Thank you. Giving the call to the Minister. Assistant
Thank
Minister.
you. Thank you, Speaker. And I too am speaking on the Criminal Code Amendment Deepfake Sexual Material Bill 2024, and it strengthens existing Commonwealth criminal offences and creates new offences to respond to the online harm caused by deepfakes and other artificially generated sexual material. And we know how vitally important it is to have this legislation. We are all aware of instances where we have seen, through AI, digital creations and altered images, and it is horrific. And digitally created and altered sexually explicit material that's shared without consent is a damaging and deeply distressing form of abuse. Many of us have seen it and seen people in our areas and right across the country who are deeply distressed when this happens. And it is an insidious behaviour. It is degrading, humiliating and dehumanising for victims. And we know that such acts are overwhelmingly targeted at women and girls, and we know that it perpetuates harmful gender stereotypes and gender-based violence. And I know everyone in this House shares with me the actions that we take as a government, as a parliament, in terms of ending gender-based violence. And we have had record commitments when it comes to many investments, and that's why it's important to act right across the sphere of all that government can do, and we are in fact doing that in terms of this bill as well, because we know that these digitally created explicit material adds to very harmful gender stereotypes, and that's why this, along with all of our other measures, are vitally important when it comes to all of us working together to end violence against women and children. And this bill will deliver on a commitment made by the Albanese government following the National Cabinet that was held in May to address gender-based violence. And this commitment recognised the urgent and collective need to respond to the growing challenges associated with artificially generated sexual material. The bill creates a new offence that applies where a person transmits sexual material depicting an adult person using a carriage service, and the person knows the person depicted does not consent to the transmission of the material or is reckless to whether the other person consents. And the new offence will carry a maximum penalty of 6 years imprisonment. It will apply to sexual material depicting adults, with child abuse material continuing to be dealt with under very serious, dedicated, separate offences in the Criminal Code. And the bill repeals previous offences in the Code dealing with non-consensual sharing of private sexual material. The new offences are based on a consent model to better cover both artificial and real sexual material. It's vitally important, Deputy Speaker, to have this in place. As I say, these measures add to the already record amounts of funding that we do have in place in terms of ending violence against women and children in one generation since we've come into government. We have our national plan. We have a major investment in providing frontline services. We have, of course, announced in the budget our Leaving Violence payment, which is permanent now. And we are all working with all of the states and territories, and we call on all the community as well to work with us with the aim of ending violence against women and children. And I know many times I've spoken in the House in relation to this, and I know that is an objective that we all share, and that's why taking this action and this bill is vitally important, because we have all seen with the growth of AI the horrendous depictions that we see, and it's important that we have this bill and that we keep speaking about this publicly and the action that needs to be taken. And so, Deputy Speaker, I commend the bill to the House.
Thank the Assistant Minister. And the question is that the amendment be agreed to. I'll give the call to the member for Wills.
Thank you, Deputy Speaker. On 1st of May 2024, the Albanese Labor government made a public commitment to introduce a suite of measures to tackle online harms, particularly addressing the harms done to women and girls. Delivering on that promise, we are creating new criminal offences to ban the non-consensual sharing of deepfake pornography. We already know that digitally created and altered sexually explicit material is a damaging form of abuse against women and girls that can inflict deep harm on the victims. But I also want to take this opportunity, Deputy Speaker, to highlight the issues we are facing more broadly as a society in this respect. I mean, the purpose of this parliament, Deputy Speaker, in some respects is that, yes, we make laws and we pass these laws, the laws of the land, but we also are required to show leadership, to lead reform on what are pressing social issues of the time. And while the current reforms are about making it crystal clear that those who share sexually explicit material without consent using artificial intelligence, AI, will be subject to the most serious criminal penalties, it is also important to continue the national conversation we are having around the safety of women and girls in our society. That is our role here in Parliament, and that is what we want to do today in this debate as well. We as a nation have been horrified at the young man who recently distributed graphic deepfake images of 50 girls from a private school in Victoria. This young man did this by taking their likeness from social media and using an AI app to create sexually explicit deepfakes. He then shared them on social media, obviously without the girls' consent. This was a despicable act of degrading and dehumanising his peers, young women he was supposed to have respected. And it's attitudes like these which, if not rooted out early, at the earliest opportunity,
will go on to perpetuate the stereotypes about women that really have no place or should have no place in our society, that drive that gender-based violence that we abhor in the adults' lives of these young men. And at the immediate point when these images were shared without consent, they had already damaged, possibly irrevocably, the lives of those victims. This is not just a breach of privacy, Deputy Speaker. It's not just about privacy. It's much more than that. It is really difficult to imagine the feelings of shame, embarrassment, anger and pain that these young women faced, and when these images are shared with others or posted online. So we want to be extremely clear, Deputy Speaker, in this government that there is no place for such behaviours, and that's why these reforms, these suite of reforms and these laws are so important. The bill amends the Criminal Code to modernise and strengthen offences targeting the non-consensual sharing of sexually explicit material online, especially material produced with the assistance of AI. This includes material that has been created or altered using technology such as deepfakes. Aggravated offences will build on this new underlying offence where the person was responsible for the creation or alteration of the sexual material transmitted. The gap in the Criminal Code currently is that it actually currently criminalises the sharing of private sexual material online. However, the definition of private sexual material may not cover artificially generated material. What this bill does is eliminate any doubt that artificially generated material is absolutely, without a shadow of a doubt, covered by these changes. Section 473.1, which contains this definition, will be replaced or repealed. The new offence applies where a person transmits material using a carriage service. The material depicts a person who is or appears to be 18 years of age or older. And now, Deputy Speaker, the opposition, or those opposite, think that there is no need for these laws. The Leader of Opposition Business thinks that we are repealing existing offences and replacing them with offences that appear to do the same thing. That's a quote. Now, with great respect, Deputy Speaker, what we are doing is moving to a consent model where an essential part of the determination is whether these images were created and shared without consent. We are doing this by introducing new offences in the new section 474, where the key question relates equally to both types of sexual material, both artificial and real. Did the opposition not learn their lesson when it came to social media, Deputy Speaker? Famously, governments around the world, including the former coalition government, took a laissez-faire approach to not regulating giant social media companies. Only now we are paying the price. We're seeing that play out decades on. 9 years in government, and suddenly now they've realised that they didn't do enough to regulate emerging social media companies. This is the realisation of the opposition all of a sudden. I would ask the opposition, why won't you come out and tell us why exactly you didn't do this when you had the chance? We unequivocally disagree that these amendments to the Criminal Code are not needed. We are and we must mitigate the unintended harms of AI. And we will do this. We must do this early. We're not going to wait for another 10 years. And we're going to do it in a pragmatic way that recognises the productivity benefits of these tools, but approach much more cautiously than the coalition ever did with social media companies when they had the chance. There is a need for regulation. There is a need for a legislative framework to deal with the rapidly expanding and the rapidly expanding technologies that we're seeing, like AI. We are behind the 8 ball, Deputy Speaker. We need to start taking the necessary legislative and regulatory action to mitigate the worst effects of these technologies. And there are negative effects, clearly, as I've described already with the AI deepfake sexual material. We cannot go down the same path that we did in the past with the social media companies with respect to AI. In many respects, people are arguing that it's already too late for our kids, addicted to doom scrolling and time and hours and hours and hours on screens, exposed to content that disrupts their mental health and self-esteem, either through social media or just being online for hours and hours as well. There is a real epidemic within our communities. Parents are waking up to it, clearly. Parents are disturbed by it. And there is a lack of legislative or regulatory frames or frameworks to address or mitigate the worst impacts of these technologies. That has to stop. Now, I'm not saying we're going to get it right 100% of the time, but we do need to do this, and we need to start the work today. And the opposition needs to actually understand that this is in the national interest. It's in the national interest. The other thing we have seen time and time again is when someone is already known to law enforcement, Deputy Speaker, when they're already known to law enforcement authorities and recognised in the justice system, and they offend again. That is why this bill introduced 2 aggravated offences which apply with increased penalties if the offender has had 3 or more civil penalty orders made against them for contravening the Online Safety Act of 2021, the creation or alteration of the sexual material transmitted. The new offences will have a maximum penalty of 6 years imprisonment and transmitting sexual material without consent, and 7 years imprisonment for aggravated offences, including where the person created the material themselves. These amendments are absolutely necessary and absolutely our priority, Deputy Speaker. Before, in conclusion, Deputy Speaker, I want to remind the House too, and we're all aware of this as recent events have shown, young girls in schools are not socially safe, psychosocially safe in many respects. When you have these horrific offences being committed against them, like the sharing of sexual deepfakes, or the making of lists which rank young women and sexualise them, there is no safety for these girls. And it's these events where a society-wide scourge starts to take hold. As I said earlier, we've made the mistake, the previous government certainly, and other governments around the world, of not regulating the social media giants and the impacts of that technology. We cannot make the same mistake when it comes to the use of AI in this context. The young people who are exposed to and partake in these behaviours today will go on to live in a world where women will be harmed by their intimate partners or raped or killed on our streets. That's a majority of women who are killed that way by their people that they know, men that they know. Online abuse and the element of psychological violence therein is part of this cycle of physical violence. It's all interconnected. And this is what women are subjected to on a society-wide scale. We've seen the horrible outcomes of this in many examples. In my own electorate, the murder of women and the rape of women has occurred in the northern suburbs of Melbourne. Jill Maher was an infamous case, and there are many, many others. People in my electorate of Wills won't forget that. They won't forget what happened to Jill Maher while she was walking home in Brunswick in 2016, in 2012, I should say. Or in May 2019 when Courtney Heron, another young woman from our community of Wills, was murdered in Royal Park. Or in the same year when Aya Masawi was murdered in the northern suburbs whilst walking home. Just young women walking home from going out or going to work on their shift, and that is what happened to them. And there was a woman who, again, in the same year, running along Merry Creek, which is borders my electorate, a spot that many of us in my community in Wills have found sanctuary in, she was attacked, sexually assaulted and raped. We can't forget their stories. We can't forget what happened to them. We can't forget the deep trauma that has impacted their families and their loved ones. They were part of our community. They were part of the fabric of our community. And what they went through in their deaths were senseless and they were needless. And I say again, harm is not just the physical harm. There's also that psychosocial harm that comes from the impacts of having that kind of sexually explicit material shared online without consent. So harm is that which young women go through when they are targeted by these forms of online abuse. And it's harm that leads then to deadly and life-threatening harm through a cycle that is, as I said, interconnecting all of these behaviours throughout. That's why legislation like this is so important. Young men should be educated, encouraged to be strong allies of and work actively towards reducing violence at its source. And it does start at its source. Education of young boys, teaching them respect, empowering them to understand that there is a positive sense of being male. What that positive masculinity entails is not the violent acts, it's not the anger, but giving them another path where they are empowered to be respectful and to be strong in a very different way. That's what real manhood is about. And that's where the education comes in very early on. It's a responsibility of parents, as we teach our kids respect. It's a responsibility of teachers. It's a responsibility of society as a whole. But it's also a responsibility of this house, this place, to pass laws, to regulate, to provide that legislative framework and that regulatory framework that makes it unacceptable by law to take such actions. And it's also our responsibility to show the leadership here in this place to take actions and to lead societal reform. And I would hope the opposition would understand the importance of that to the national interest. We won't hesitate through these laws to punish those that violate these expectations, these standards that we are setting. That's what we do here in this place. The safety of these women across Australia, start in our schools, it starts in our sports clubs, it starts in the conversations we have at the dinner table about respectful relationships, and in the worst case scenarios, when it has to be addressed, it's addressed by these laws that we pass here. The Criminal Code, which has to be robust and appropriately criminalise actions, and all of this in combination has to be able to break the chain of disrespect towards women that leads to the worst elements of violence down the track. Legislative change plays an important role in sending a strong message that non-consensual distribution of such horrible images is unacceptable to us as leaders, political leaders, as community leaders, as citizens. And that goes whether it's AI, artificially intelligent generated, or it's real. And that is what this bill does. That is what this bill does. It starts the first steps towards regulating the worst effects of this technology. Because we cannot wait to regulate technologically created harms until something else happens, until it becomes worse, until the scourge is so widespread that we've lost control of it completely. And we cannot wait for things to get worse before we change these laws. That's why I call on the opposition to support this bill, to support the necessary changes that we are making to address these issues and begin that journey together. And I recommend this bill to the House.
Order. I thank the honourable member for Wills. The question is that the amendment be agreed to, and I call the honourable member for Pearce.
Thank you, Deputy Speaker. I rise today to support the Criminal Code Amendment Deepfake Sexual Material Bill 2024. Every time you read or hear the news, there's another story about artificial intelligence, deepfake abuse, and the ongoing debate on how to regulate these rapidly advancing technologies. Encountering multiple instances of online sexual violence driven by AI-generated deepfake technology is absolutely deeply unsettling. Women represent 99% of those targeted by deepfake pornography, which makes up 98% of all deepfake videos online. Urgent action is absolutely needed, and effective legislation is a critical starting point. Thousands of women and girls have experienced this form of gender-based violence already, and it's exacerbated by the advancing accessibility and sophistication of technology. In 2023 alone, the volume of deepfake abuse videos surpassed the total of all previous years combined, with the number of non-consensual videos doubling annually. Those non-consensual images are created and shared with the goal of humiliating and degrading the women and girls in them. The fallout is immense, and it goes beyond personal harm. Deepfakes, for those unfamiliar, are digitally manipulated images, videos, or audio recordings that use artificial intelligence to create realistic but false depictions of individuals. These creations can depict people doing or saying things that they never did, all with stunning realism, blurring the lines between reality and fiction. The legislation before us aims to address a specific and troubling aspect of this technology: the non-consensual sharing of sexually explicit deepfake material. This bill seeks to criminalise such acts, ensuring that individuals who distribute sexually explicit content without the consent of those depicted face significant legal consequences. This includes deepfakes generating using AI or other technologies which have increasingly been used to exploit and harm individuals, particularly women and girls. The new bill aims to criminalise the sharing of non-consensual deepfake sexually explicit material online. These reforms ensure that individuals who distribute sexually explicit content without the consent of those depicted, including deepfakes creating using AI or other technologies, will face significant criminal penalties. This bill targets individuals who share and create sexualised deepfake images without consent. The application of Commonwealth criminal law to individuals who meet the minimum age of criminal responsibility is not a new concept, and it is worth noting that the new offences are specifically targeted at sexual material depicting or appearing to depict individuals of 18 years of age. Existing criminal offences already cover child abuse material, which is comprehensively addressed in a separate division of the Criminal Code. This includes detailed offences and severe penalties for the sharing of child abuse material online, including content generated by artificial intelligence. Whether you personally know a victim or have simply seen and used their image on the internet will now be irrelevant. The new offences cover instances where an individual shares a sexually explicit deepfake of a real person, either knowing that the person has not consented or being reckless as to whether they have consented. This applies regardless of who the real person is and whether they are personally known to the offender. Prosecuting offences like this is increasingly complex in the digital age. However, the Australian Federal Police possess unique capabilities and extensive experience in investigating these types of crimes. The AFP was also consulted in the development of this bill, ensuring that their input and the challenges faced by law enforcement were taken into consideration. It is also worthy to note that the Commonwealth's power to legislate does not extend to the mere creation of sexually explicit adult deepfakes. The offence applies to the sharing of non-consensual deepfake sexually explicit material. If the person who shares the material also created the deepfake, then there is an aggravated offence with a higher penalty of up to 7 years imprisonment. There are existing Commonwealth offences that prohibit menacing or harassing another person online. These could apply, for example, if someone creates an image of their partner and then threatens to post it online without consent. Additionally, state and territory laws likely cover the creation of such deepfakes. This approach is consistent with existing arrangements for the criminalisation of child abuse material. State and territory laws address the creation of child abuse material, while strong Commonwealth offences criminalise the sharing of such material online. The existing Commonwealth criminal offences do not clearly apply to sexually explicit deepfake material. Some state and territory jurisdictions have legislation to address the non-consensual sharing of intimate images online. This bill will complement state and territory criminal offences and ensure a more consistent national approach. The bill stipulates severe consequences for those found guilty of transmitting such material without consent. Offenders can face up to 6 years imprisonment, with aggravated cases potentially leading up to 7 years behind bars. These penalties are designed to deter and punish this harmful behaviour. To ensure the legislation targets appropriate cases, specific defences have been incorporated. For example, reporting to authorities, passing material to the police to report a crime, or providing it to court to assist in prosecution is permissible. Medical and professional purposes. Doctors can share images for obtaining a second opinion from colleagues without falling under the law's purview. Consent-based photography. Images of models taken with explicit consent for advertising or publication purposes are exempt from the legislation. Satirical use. Images used in a satirical context are also considered exempt under these laws. It is important to note that legislation is not intended to encompass the sharing of legitimate adult pornography. Rather, its focus is on prohibiting the dissemination of deepfake, sexually explicit images where the perpetrator either knows that consent has not been granted or behaves recklessly in determining whether consent was given. This approach aims to address the harmful impacts of non-consensual deepfake material while safeguarding legitimate uses of digital content. You may wonder what happens when consent is uncertain. The law addresses this by focusing on cases where individuals knowingly share deepfake sexually explicit images without consent or recklessly disregard whether consent was given. This includes situations where consent is not actively considered. There is a deep and profound impact of non-consensual sharing of digitally altered, sexually explicit material, particularly on women and girls. This behaviour not only causes immediate harm, but can also have lasting emotional and psychological effects. It's a form of abuse that degrades, humiliates and dehumanises victims, perpetuating harmful gender stereotypes and contributing to gender-based violence. Instances where such material is created and shared out of revenge or malice, often referred to as revenge porn or image-based abuse, are unfortunately widespread. These actions exploit vulnerabilities and can severely damage a person's reputation and sense of security. Victims of such abuse often face severe anxiety, depression and trauma. The non-consensual distribution of sexually explicit deepfake material can destroy personal relationships, careers and mental health. The fear of these images surfacing can lead to a long-term psychological distress and a pervasive sense of insecurity. Furthermore, this behaviour perpetuates a culture of misogyny and violence against women. By creating and sharing deepfake sexually explicit images, perpetrators are engaging in an act of control and humiliation, reinforcing toxic power dynamics that have long oppressed women. The form of digital violence is an extension of the system gender-based violence that continues to plague our society. Artificial intelligence technology also clearly has the potential to exacerbate election-related challenges, including the spread of disinformation and cyber vulnerabilities in election systems. The Albanese Labour government is committed to enhancing the transparency and accountability of Australia's electoral system. Actions are being taken by the Minister for Communications and the Australian Electoral Commission to combat misinformation and disinformation, especially during elections. Additionally, the government has asked the Joint Standing Committee on Electoral Matters to consider ways to prevent or limit the influence of inaccurate or false information on electoral outcomes. This includes examining the impact of artificial intelligence, foreign interference, social media, misinformation and disinformation. The government also has work underway to combat online scams and fraud, including establishing the Australian National Anti-Scam Centre to coordinate and share intelligence across law enforcement, private and public sectors, taking down over 5,000 investment scam websites through ASIC scams disruptions activities, committing to introduce legislation in 2024 and fund the administration and enforcement of mandatory industry codes for banks, telecommunication providers and digital platforms. As AI technology advances and becomes more accessible, the potential for misuse in creating and distributing such material grows. This necessitates urgent legislative action, like the proposed bill, to establish serious penalties. These measures are crucial for protecting vulnerable individuals from further online harm and ensuring that those who engage in such abusive behaviour face appropriate consequences under the law. Looking ahead, the Albanese Labour government remains committed to safeguarding Australians from online threats, including deepfake misuse. Ongoing reviews, such as the statutory review of the Online Safety Act 2021, seek to enhance protections and ensure our online safety laws remain effective in combating emerging harms. In conclusion, this legislation represents a critical step in protecting individuals from the insidious impacts of deepfake technology. By imposing stringent penalties and clarifying exceptions, we aim to uphold dignity, privacy and safety in our digital age. This bill sends a clear message that our society will not tolerate the degradation and abuse of individuals through technological means. We stand against the perpetration of misogyny and violence against women, and we commit to fostering a safer, more respectful digital environment for all. Thank you, Deputy Speaker.
I thank the honourable member for Pearce. The question is that the amendment be agreed to, and I call the honourable member for Spence.
Thank you, Speaker. I rise today to speak in favour of the Criminal Code Amendment Deepfake Sexual Material Bill 2024. At the beginning of the previous sitting year, I remember when the member for Bruce came to this place and delivered a speech that was, in part, the product of artificial intelligence. The member for Bruce, of course, disclosed this fact, for it was indeed part of illustrating the capability and role of artificial intelligence. The rapid pace of its evolution and the ways it can find its way into activities within our lives that have occurred even prior to the advent of the digital age. As we know, the humble art and science of speechwriting predates the invention of the computer, the typewriter and even paper as we conventionally know it. And now, using generative artificial intelligence, we can utilise it to create speeches, a whole raft of other documents, sounds, including a person's voice, and video, including the likeness of a person. The last two of which, the subject or subjects, can be blissfully unaware of its production until it is disseminated by its creator. The potential applications for these productions can be completely benign, humorous even, satirical, but they can also be malevolent. And it is incumbent on governments and parliaments alike to act to deter and punish individuals to ensure that society can reflect on the criminal law keeping pace with technological adjustments. And this is the position we find ourselves in today with the measures contained within this bill. One that forms a crucial step in addressing one of the most insidious forms of abuse that has emerged in our digital age, the non-consensual creation and distribution of deepfake sexually explicit material. Deepfakes, generated through advanced artificial intelligence, can create disturbingly realistic but entirely false depictions of individuals in compromising and degrading situations. This legislation aims to protect individuals, particularly women and girls, from the profound harm caused by these digital fabrications. Deepfakes are manipulated images, videos or audio recordings that depict individuals in situations they never actually experienced. The technology behind deepfakes has advanced rapidly, making it increasingly accessible and easy to use. This has led to a surge in the creation of deepfake content, much of which is sexually explicit and intended to humiliate, degrade and harm the victims. As noted by the Australian Federal Police Commissioner, we are facing a potential tsunami of AI-generated abuse material. The impact of these deepfakes on victims is profound. They suffer from severe emotional distress, reputational damage and, in some cases, financial harm. The victims are often young women who find their likeness manipulated into explicit content that is then shared widely on the internet. This not only violates their privacy but also perpetuates harmful gender stereotypes and contributes to a culture of gender-based violence. The emotional and physical toll on these victims cannot be overstated. Many suffer from anxiety, depression and a profound sense of violation. This is a form of abuse that leaves deep and lasting scars. The Criminal Code Amendment, Deepfake Sexual Material Bill, introduces new offences to specifically target the non-consensual sharing of deepfake sexually explicit material. The key provisions of the bill include the creation of a new offence for transmitting sexually explicit material using a carriage service, where the person depicted is an adult and has not consented to the transmission. This offence carries a maximum penalty of 6 years imprisonment. The use of a carriage service has indeed evolved with its meaning over the course of time. But such is the nature of the law adapting to reflect technological change and capture future developments within its auspices. The bill also introduces aggravated offences with a maximum penalty of 7 years imprisonment. These apply where the perpetrator was responsible for creating or altering the material, or where they have a history of civil penalty orders under the Online Safety Act. These offences will cover both real material, such as unaltered images and recordings, and fake material, created or altered using technology like deepfakes. Existing laws have not kept pace with the rapid advancements in technology that enable the creation of deepfakes. The current definition of private sexual material does not explicitly extend to artificially generated content, leaving a significant gap in our legal framework. This bill addresses this gap, ensuring that those who exploit technology to create and disseminate harmful material are held accountable. The introduction of these new offences is a clear signal that the law must evolve to meet the challenges posed by new technology. Moreover, this legislation is a response to the growing public outcry against the misuse of deepfake technologies. Victims, community groups and advocacy organisations have called for stronger protections against this form of abuse. The Albanese government's commitment to introducing these reforms reflects our dedication to safeguarding the dignity and rights of all Australians. The need for such legislation is underscored by the numerous reports of deepfake pornography circulating online, often targeting young women and causing significant distress, even leading to self-harm and suicide. There have been numerous instances where individuals, particularly young women, have been targeted with deepfake pornography. For example, recent reports highlighted a case where students at a school were subjected to fake nude images circulated online. These incidents underscore the urgent need for robust legal protections. In another case, a female teacher found herself the victim of a deepfake attack, with manipulated images circulating among students and colleagues. These examples illustrate the profound harm that can result from the misuse of deepfake technology. Law enforcement agencies, including the Australian Federal Police and the Commonwealth Director of Public Prosecutions, have provided critical input in shaping these reforms. Additionally, legal experts and victim survivors have emphasised the importance of creating a legal deterrent against the creation and dissemination of deepfake pornography. The involvement of these stakeholders ensures that the bill is both comprehensive and effective in addressing the issue. This bill is part of a broader suite of measures aimed at tackling online harms. The Albanese Labor government has been proactive in addressing various forms of digital abuse, particularly those targeting women and girls. These measures include increasing funding for the e-Safety Commissioner, advancing the review of the Online Safety Act, and committing to address harmful practices such as doxing. These efforts demonstrate the Albanese Labor government's commitment to creating a safer online environment for all Australians. The rapid growth of deepfake technology has created new challenges for law enforcement and policymakers. While artificial intelligence can have many positive applications, its misuse to create deepfake pornography represents a significant threat to individual privacy and dignity. This legislation ensures that our laws keep pace with technological advancements and provide robust protections against digital abuse. By criminalising the non-consensual sharing of deepfake sexually explicit material, we are taking a decisive step to protect individuals from digital abuse and to uphold their dignity and their privacy. The new offences introduced by this bill are designed to be both comprehensive and proportionate. They target the non-consensual sharing of both real and artificially generated sexually explicit material, ensuring that perpetrators cannot evade accountability by exploiting gaps in the existing law. The bill also includes specific defences to ensure that the offences are targeted and do not overly criminalise legitimate activities. For example, the transmission of material necessary for law enforcement, court proceedings or genuine medical or scientific purposes are exempted from the purpose of this legislation. These defences are consistent with the existing exemptions in the Online Safety Act and ensure that the new offences are applied fairly and justly. It is important to note that this legislation does not intend to interfere with private communications between consenting adults. The government has no interest in regulating the private activities of adults who engage in consensual behaviour. The focus of this bill is solely on the consensual creation and distribution of sexually explicit material. This distinction is crucial to ensure that the legislation is both effective and proportionate. By targeting the harmful and non-consensual use of deepfake technology, we are upholding the rights and dignity of individuals while respecting personal freedoms. Whether it is in transmitting or the creation of such material, the knowledge that the subject has consented to being a part of it should remain vitally important as to whether it can be deemed to be lawful or otherwise. The reckless indifference of someone as to whether someone has provided consent to be involved in any sexual activity, whether it is involving them or a digital likeness, whether it is within cyberspace or outside of it, should always have a presumption of being unlawful. The bill also addresses the issue of aggravated offences which carry higher penalties for more serious conduct. These aggravated offences apply in cases where the perpetrator has previously been subject to civil penalty orders or similar conduct under the Online Safety Act, where they were directly involved in creating or altering material. By introducing these aggravated offences, the legislation provides a stronger deterrent against repeat offenders and those who engage in particularly egregious conduct. The inclusion of these higher penalties reflects the serious nature of the offences and the profound harm they cause to victims. The introduction of this legislation follows extensive consultation with key stakeholders, including law enforcement agencies, legal experts and victim advocacy groups. This collaborative approach has ensured that the bill is both comprehensive and effective in addressing the issue of deepfake pornography. The feedback from these consultations has been invaluable in shaping the final provisions of the bill and ensuring that it meets the needs of victims and the broader community. This process has also highlighted the widespread support for these measures and the urgent need for action. The importance of this legislation cannot be overstated. It sends a clear message that the non-consensual creation and distribution of sexually explicit material is unacceptable and will not be tolerated. It provides a robust legal framework to hold perpetrators accountable and protect victims from digital abuse. This is not just a legal issue, but a moral imperative. As a society, we must stand against the misuse of technology to harm and exploit individuals. This legislation is a critical step in that direction, and I am proud to support it. By working together, we can create a safer and more respectful online environment for everyone. The issue of deepfake technology and its misuse is not confined to Australia. It is a global problem that requires international cooperation and collaboration. We must work with other nations to develop and enforce standards that protect individuals from harmful use of deepfake technology. By leading the way with this legislation, Australia can set an example for other countries to follow. This global approach is essential to effectively combat the spread of deepfake pornography and to protect individuals worldwide. Additionally, legal experts and victim survivors have emphasised the importance of creating a legal deterrent against the creation and dissemination of deepfake pornography. The involvement of these stakeholders ensures that the bill is both comprehensive and effective in addressing the issue. Moreover, it is essential to continuously evaluate and adapt our legal frameworks as technology evolves. Though we must continue to develop innovative legal solutions to address the dynamic challenges posed by emerging technologies, we must explore avenues to enhance digital literacy, strengthen cybersecurity measures, and promote responsible AI development as it continues to evolve, and improve its ability to learn and execute even more complex commands and functions. We need to ensure they follow society's expectations. Ensuring the creators and the end users of this technology are not just ethical but uphold community values and expectations are important, given the artificial intelligence itself isn't ethical or moral of its own accord. This bill lays a foundation for future efforts to combat digital abuse through collaborative efforts between government, industry and civil society. We can create a digital environment that prioritises safety, privacy and dignity for all Australians. Australians, whether they are public figures or just someone who, like all of us should, have an expectation that if anyone were to create and transmit sexually explicit deepfake generated content without their consent, that such conduct would be explicitly defined as criminal behaviour. And perpetrators of this conduct must know that they are doing what they are doing is not just unethical and morally reprehensible, but also know that it is something that is also illegal, and that this criminal behaviour is of such a nature that it deserves to be condemned by both the Government of Australia and the people of Australia, insofar that when prosecuted, their actions are punished. And that punishment also provides a strong deterrent, not just for themselves, but for others out there who might attempt to do the same to someone else in the future. Just in closing, I want to urge the mums and dads, fathers, mothers, brothers, sisters, we have an obligation to educate our young people in society and ensure that we uphold a value that we all expect. This type of behaviour needs to stop. I commend this bill to the House.
Order. I thank the honourable member for Spence. The question is that the amendment be agreed to, and I call the honourable member for Canberra.
Thank you, Deputy Speaker. And I also rise in support of the Criminal Code Amendment Sexually Explicit Deepfakes Bill 2024. This important bill will ban the non-consensual sharing of deepfake sexually explicit material, something which is a serious and growing concern that is very sadly already impacting Australians who have fallen victim to this new technological abuse. Digitally created and altered sexually explicit material is a vile and damaging form of abuse that can inflict deep harm on victims. Young people in particular are at risk of image-based abuse. The internet has changed dramatically in recent years, with new social media apps constantly popping up, changing platforms that are increasingly showing children and young adults damaging content. Further, the rise of artificial intelligence, while potentially an incredibly useful tool in work or study, has the potential to be increasingly harmful. The children of today are digital natives. They have never lived in a world where the internet and social media doesn't exist. Older generations have learned new technologies as we move into the workforce and engage with many of these new apps. However, without the innate knowledge of being on the internet from as young as a toddler, as Gen Zers do, they inherently understand and use social media. And I see this with my own very young children, the way they've adapted very quickly at a very young age to these sorts of technologies. With the onset of new social media and the wide range of AI platforms now available, new ways of subjecting particularly women and girls to assault and harassment have disgustingly infiltrated their way into society. And Deputy Speaker, we must act now to ensure that we can end violence against women and girls within one generation, as our government has committed to. Specifically, this bill amends the Criminal Code to modernise and strengthen offences targeted to non-consensual sharing of sexually explicit material online, including material that has been digitally created or altered. This bill also includes aggravated offences which will build on the underlying offence for people who have created or altered the material that has been transmitted. The reforms in this bill make clear that those who share sexually explicit material without consent using technology like artificial intelligence will be subject to serious criminal penalties. The new offences will have a maximum penalty of 6 years imprisonment for transmitting sexual material without consent and 7 years imprisonment for aggravated offences, including where the person created the material. These amendments are high priority reforms following the government's public commitment on the 1st of May this year to introduce a suite of measures to tackle online harms, particularly those targeting women and young girls. These new offences will place a high burden on anyone who thinks to perpetuate this kind of abuse. It is another step that the Albanese government is taking to protect women and girls from horrific online attacks. Sexually explicit deepfakes, which are created and shared without consent, are used to degrade and dehumanise victims. They primarily target women and can perpetuate harmful gender stereotypes and drive gender-based violence. When they are shared with others or posted online without the consent of the person depicted, it is a serious breach of a person's privacy and can have lasting physical and psychologically harmful impacts on victims. Image-based violence and abuse is not a new phenomenon. Currently, the Criminal Code criminalises the sharing of private sexual material online. There has also been a decades-long discussion of how sharing private sexual material, often called revenge porn, revenge porn has been criminalised in every state and territory and the Commonwealth, with the exception of Tasmania. This has ensured that people who are victims of that form of image-based abuse can receive restitution for the harm that they have been through, and perpetrators can be charged. However, the current definition of private sexual material does not adequately cover deepfake images or other artificially generated material. This bill proposes to repeal the existing offence relating to private sexual material and replace it with a new offence that applies where a person transmits material using a carriage service, where the material depicts a person who is or appears to be 18 years of age or older, where the material depicts or appears to depict a person engaging in a sexual pose or sexual activity or particular parts of their body, where the person knows that this person depicted does not consent to the transmission of the material or is reckless to whether the other person consents. Oh, thank you. The bill also introduces two aggravated offences which apply increased penalties to the offence, where before the commission of the underlying offence, 3 or more civil penalty orders were made against the person for contraventions of relevant provisions of the Online Safety Act 2021, and the person was responsible for the creation or alteration of the sexual material transmitted. These amendments are essential to assure that our laws can apply to both real material, such as unaltered images and recordings, and fake or doctored material that has been created or altered using AI or other technology. The bill sets out specific defences to the transmission of the sexual material without consent to ensure the offence is targeted and proportionate. The new offences will not cover private communications between consenting adults or interfere with private sexual relationships. It's about sharing with other people or more broadly. They will also only apply to material depicting or appearing to depict adults. The Criminal Code continues to criminalise the use of carriage services for child abuse material, including child abuse material generated by artificial intelligence. Deputy Speaker, I am proud to be part of a government that is aiming to end gender-based violence in a generation. Our government's work is guided by the National Plan to End Violence Against Women and Children. The plan sets out how all parts of society, including governments, businesses and workplaces, media, schools and educational institutions, the family, domestic and sexual violence sector, communities and all individuals must work together to achieve this shared vision. In the recent budget, our government permanently established the Leaving Violence program, so those escaping violence can receive financial support, safety assessments and referrals to support pathways. The Leaving Violence program is support victim survivors of intimate partner violence to make informed choices about leaving violent relationships and ensures they are receiving the vital support they need. Our government has also funded a pilot of age assurance technology to protect children from harmful content like pornography and other age-restricted online services. The new pilot is part of a suite of interventions aimed at curbing easy access to age-inappropriate material by children and young people and tackling extreme misogyny online. Education is such an important part of the prevention of gender-based violence. That's why our government is funding a new phase of the Stop It at the Start campaign. This new phase will specifically include a counter-influencing campaign in online spaces where violent and misogynistic content thrives, to directly challenge the material in the spaces where it's being viewed. The campaign is intended to counter the corrosive influence of online content targeted at young adults that condones violence against women. It will raise awareness about a proliferation of misogynistic influences and content and encourage conversations within families about the damaging impact of the material. Deputy Speaker, the disturbing reports we heard out of Victoria last month, where over 50 girls were subjected to sexually explicit deepfake photos of them spread around their school, indicates how important it is for our government to act now. Criminalising deepfake sexually explicit images is the next step we can take to ensure that vulnerable people are protected online. Sexually explicit deepfake images can affect everyone, from major celebrities to school students. For each person subjected to image abuse online, it is a harrowing and life-altering experience. As technology develops at a never-seen-before rate, our laws must protect vulnerable people from new forms of abuse. No one should ever be subjected to any form of abuse, and this bill is how our government is working to ensure that future generations are kept safe online. And I must say, as a mother of young children, just how important this is and how concerning. I suppose as my staff that drafted this described as an older generation, which I guess so, you know, we are not exposed from such a vulnerable and young age. We have not lived through that in the way that our children's generation are. The idea that young girls could have these faked images spread around their school, just to think about the impact that that will have on those girls for the rest of their lives, is why this bill is so incredibly important. And as I've said, our government is wanting to end gendered violence, gender-based violence in a generation. And it doesn't just exist. You know, the online abuse is a really important part of that. This deepfake AI-generated or altered pornography is something that we first saw affecting celebrities, but now it's affecting children in our schools. And so I'm very proud that our government is taking this action now, taking this seriously and putting an end to it. Thank you, Deputy Speaker.
Thank you. Order. I thank the honourable member for Canberra. The question is that the amendment be agreed to, and I call the honourable minister.
Thank you, Mr Deputy Speaker. This is a timely piece of legislation. The Albanese government will create a new criminal offence, set of offences to ban the non-consensual sharing of deepfake pornography. Digitally created and altered sexually explicit material is a damaging form of abuse against women and girls that can inflict deep harm on victims. And I say women and girls because overwhelmingly this material is created and used against women and girls, although some boys are also the victims of it. In fact, some of the apps that create this deep fake material won't work on male bodies. They only work on female bodies. These reforms will make clear that those who share sexually explicit material without consent using technology like artificial intelligence will be subject to serious criminal penalties, as they should be. Now, this includes material that's been created or altered using technology such as deep fakes. Sexually explicit deep fakes created and shared without consent are used deliberately to dehumanise and degrade others. They particularly target women and girls, and they can certainly perpetuate harmful gender stereotypes and drive gender-based violence. When they are shared with others or posted online without the consent of the person depicted, it is a serious breach of that person's privacy, and it can have long-lasting harmful impacts on the subject. So I welcome this legislation. It's the work of a government that is looking at the issues that our society faces and addressing them in a swift and thorough way. This legislation is designed to stem the flow of the particular harms that result from deepfake pornography, and it's very important that we act now because the world's changing, the technology that's available to online actors is changing. We're in a very particular moment of history before what I think will be a really massive change as AI becomes even more dominant. And mainstream. The shift that we're talking about with the massive upswing in the use of AI is as profound as the shift that we saw in 2007 when the iPhone was introduced. But only now is the alarm beginning to be raised, I think the last kind of couple of years, about the huge impact that social media is having on our health, on our attention spans, and in particular on the mental health of our children. So the lag between the introduction of the iPhone, the widespread use of social media, and the way that this government is beginning to address those harms it shows how quickly our society can change, and not for the better, and how important it is that we tackle these problems now and don't allow the new and additional problem of AI-generated deepfake pornography to escape from us in the way that some of the worst elements of social media have escaped from us. This bill amends the Criminal Code Act 1995 to modernise and strengthen offences targeting the non-consensual sharing of sexually explicit material online. The new offences will have a maximum penalty of 6 years imprisonment for transmitting the sexually explicit material without consent, and 7 years imprisonment for aggravated offences, including where the person created the material. These amendments are a high priority following the government's public commitments on the 1st of May 2024 to introduce a suite of measures to tackle online harms, particularly harms that target women and young girls who are overwhelmingly the victims here. This is timely. As I said a moment ago, we're at a moment in history where AI is about to massively take off in its influence in all elements of our life and of our lives. And I do think that as a community, we're not even beginning to grapple with what some of those effects might be. We're just perhaps beginning to understand what the future looks like. And we really do need to think about how we get the best out of artificial intelligence, how we use it for public good and human benefit, and give some thought to that now in these early stages in a way that we really didn't give consideration to the massive upswing in the use of social media a few years back. We allowed open slather in social media, and we're constantly chasing the harmful impacts of that now, trying to, in some ways, put the genie back in the bottle. If you look at deepfake porn apps for a start, essentially what you do, you feed a picture of a real person into an app and it spits out a faked, sexually explicit, pornographic, but ultra-realistic image of that person. In fact, one Spanish mother that was interviewed on this said if she hadn't known the details of her daughter's body, she would have assumed that the image that was circulating in her small town of her 14-year-old daughter was a real image. In her book, Time to Reboot Feminism in the Algorithm Age, Canberra writer Carla Wilshire calls this an epidemic of non-consent. The apps and the fake images are being used very deliberately to bully, to harass, and to cause immense distress to the largely young girls who are being pornified by their classmates. Young girls, fellow students, sometimes teachers and other women that they come into contact with. Parents who were interviewed by News Corp papers in May told horror stories about their children even taking their own lives after being bullied and threatened with these sorts of deep fake images. There's so many horror stories, including that of Tilly Rosewarne from Bathurst, who was bullied from grade 5 onwards but found that the bullying escalated beyond endurance when one kid faked a pornographic picture of her and put it on Snapchat till he suicided. Bullying follows children home from school. They cannot escape because of the influence of social media in their lives, the fact that their phones are always in their pockets. And it becomes 1,000,000 times more toxic and more powerful when you combine it with the technology that allows this sort of deepfake pornography. So we're acting with this legislation to ban the creation and the non-consensual distribution of deepfake pornography. These reforms will make it clear that those who seek to abuse or degrade people through doxing or deepfakes or abusing their privacy online will be subject to serious criminal penalties. Because what is happening to people online is having a real-world impact in our homes, in our schools, in our workplaces, in our community. In the most recent budget, we funded a rapid review of research into perpetrators that we expect will also look at the way perpetrators of violence are using social media and technology to continue their harassment and intimidation. Researchers in the area of domestic violence and sexual violence, Jess Hill and Michael Salter, are very explicit too about the connection between pornography and rising rates of violence against women. Professor Salter said last month, and I quote, "The technology sector is profiting from services and products that cause mass social harm, including violence against women and children." And Mr Deputy Speaker, the most recent research shows that pornography-related searches and downloads range between 10 and 20% of overall internet traffic. While research on the algorithms that porn sites use is just beginning, what is very clear from the studies is that people are being shown and recommended new and more extreme forms of pornography compared to what they searched for or even have expressed an interest in. A 2024 study from Dublin City University shows that the recommender algorithms used by social media platforms are rapidly amplifying misogynistic and male supremacist content. The study tracked, recorded and coded the content recommended to 10 neutral accounts on 10 blank smartphones, 5 on YouTube Shorts and 5 on TikTok. The researchers found that all of the accounts that were identified as male accounts were fed masculinist, anti-feminist and other extremist content, irrespective of whether they sought out general or male supremacist related content, and that they all received this content, and this is the bit that really blows me away, within the first 23 minutes of the experiment. This is what the algorithm is feeding people, whether they want it or not. And there are plenty of young men who will say to you, I believe in equality between men and women, girls and boys. I don't search out this stuff. They know I'm a bloke, perhaps because I'm looking up car videos or something, and the stuff that gets fed to me is violent, it's degrading, it's graphic, it's harmful. Released today was a study that outlined the link between social media use, pornography and choking, which has become very common in the sexual relations of teenagers and young adults. Choking is a sexual activity that is significantly on the rise, and there's no question in my mind that it's on the rise because it's being depicted in pornographic videos that are being fed to young people in their social media accounts. Researchers from the University of Melbourne and the University of Queensland raised the alarm about the harms done, again mostly to women and girls, by the increasing adoption of this practice. Harms include obviously losing consciousness, and of course every time you lose consciousness you're damaging your brain in the same way as you would if you're a footballer getting a knock to the head that knocks you unconscious. Obviously can lead to death in extreme cases, after minutes, mind you, it can lead to death. But the harms also include risk of strokes. In fact, sexual choking is the leading cause of strokes for women under the age of 40, according to this research. Most people engaged in these practices are not aware of the risks involved. And I have to say, this is a really, really good example of where you need very explicit sex education for young people, and you need very explicit consent education, because I don't believe you can consent to a practice unless you know that there is a potential for brain damage, stroke or death leading from that practice. So, Mr Deputy Speaker, can I congratulate the Attorney-General for this very important legislation. It is one of the ways that we are seeking to address the increasingly hostile and dangerous online world that exists for our children, increasingly hostile and dangerous online world that I think is, instead of helping us build a better, more equal, fairer society, in many respects is taking us backwards. And I want to also finish by saying to the E-Safety Commissioner how important her work is and how much as a government we value the effort that she and her team are putting into creating a safer online world for our children. We cannot allow the progress that we've made over decades towards gender equality. We cannot allow progress that we want to make towards safety for women and girls from gender-based violence to be undermined by the tech bros and the cowboys who think the rules don't apply to them.
The question is that the amendment be agreed to, and I call the Honourable Member for Hunter.
Thank you, Deputy Speaker. I rise to speak on the Criminal Code Amendments Bill, deepfake sexual material. One of the biggest changes in our world over the past couple of years has been the rise of artificial intelligence technology. Every second day now there is another news story involving AI. It's being used in all sorts of ways, mostly for good, to help people learn new things and for businesses to increase their productivity. It is generally being used to make the world a better place. But as is sadly common with new powerful technologies, AI is also being misused for bad reasons. One of the most highly disturbing examples of this is the use of AI to create non-consensual deepfake sexual material. Deputy Speaker, a deepfake is a fake image, video or voice clip depicting a real person. Deepfakes are created by using AI to manipulate real data associated with the depicted person, which could be photos or videos of them from social media. Deepfake content can be highly convincing and hard to distinguish from real photos or videos of a targeted person. This is especially true as AI tools become more advanced and people uploading more and more content of themselves online as well. The more data that is out there and available for a given person, the more realistic deepfakes of them can become. Most deepfake content isn't sexual, and sometimes deepfake technology can be useful. I suspect many singers around the world would probably not have a career without auto-tune. Deepfakes can also be funny when they are created in good faith and clearly meant to be a fake, such as when a constituent in my electorate sent a deepfake image of me as a kind of transformer merged with a helicopter. That was a nice surprise, but unfortunately, alongside the harmless deepfakes a serious issue has been brewing. Deepfakes can be very dangerous. The danger of a deepfake lies in the fact that they can depict people doing or saying things that they did not actually do or say. When sexually explicit deepfakes are created of a person without their consent, this is a highly distressing experience for the person depicted and extremely harmful to them and their loved ones. It is a damaging form of abuse and it must stop. Fake and manipulated content has been a feature of our society for many decades. Famously, in magazines and newspapers, photoshopping has been used to make all kinds of alterations to the way people look, be that slimming them down, whitening their teeth or removing their wrinkles. But deepfakes are opening the door to a whole different league of manipulation. In terms of the quality of output and how realistic it is and how easy it is to generate, AI-powered deepfakes are making Photoshop look like ancient technology. Soon it is possible that an everyday person will be able to generate huge amounts of almost any content they like at very high quality at the click of a button. It is deeply disturbing that some people in our community will use this technology to degrade and dehumanise others by generating non-consensual sexual material based on their likeness. Sadly, deepfake technology is already being used in this way. When deepfake sexual material is shared or posted online without the consent of the person depicted, is a serious breach of the person's privacy and a sense of security. The effects can be long-lasting. Once images are out there, victims may have to live with the fear that the reputational damage they're experiencing will follow them throughout their life. The harm also extends to their friends and family of the victim who share their distress as well. Recently, we have heard shocking news stories about non-consensual deepfake sexual material. Some of these stories involve material being distributed at schools and at workplaces. The stories involving school students are particularly disturbing. Other existing laws already appropriately penalise the use of AI technology to generate sexual material depicting children. This bill applies to deepfake depictions of adults. As young people are early adapters of AI technology, it is crucial that we clearly set out expectations in law. This bill ensures that it will be illegal to generate non-consensual sexual material of any person, regardless of their age. Given the new risks that AI technology is opening up and the harms that are already being brought upon victims of deepfake sexual material, it is crucial that we, as a government, match powerful advancements in technology with advancements in the law. And that is what this bill seeks to do. It addresses an important area of risk and harm that the rise of AI has opened up. This bill will amend the Criminal Code to ban the sharing of deepfake sexually explicit material of a person without their consent. This offence will carry a serious criminal penalty, a maximum of 6 years in prison. If an offender is also responsible for the creation of the non-consensual sexual explicit material, the offence will be considered aggravated, which increases the maximum penalty to 7 years imprisonment. The law, as it already stands, criminalises non-consensual sharing of private sexual material. However, this bill amends the law to ensure that it equally penalises deepfake sexual material of a person too. These important reforms make clear that those who share and create sexually explicit material without consent, including by using new technology like AI, will be subjected to serious criminal penalties, and so they should be, Deputy Speaker. What makes this bill especially needed and important is we also know that in the vast majority of cases, the victims of deep sexual material are women and girls. The government is deeply concerned about the level of gendered violence in this country. In May, the Prime Minister met with state leaders from across Australia to address how the gendered violence crisis could best be addressed in our nation. After that meeting, the government announced almost $1 billion of funding towards Leaving Violence program, which will provide those escaping violence with financial support, safety assessments and referrals to support pathways. We also announced a trial of age verification technology to limit the ability of children to access sexually harmful content online. Non-consensual deep-fake sexual material, perpetrators, harmful gender stereotypes and gender-based violence. That's why our next step to address gendered violence crisis is to crack down on harmful deepfakes. This bill builds on other initiatives of this government that work towards ending gendered violence in this country. We made a commitment to tackling online harms, particularly online harms that affect women and young girls, and this bill is part of our effort to honour that commitment fully. The bill was developed in consultation with the Australian Federal Police, the Commonwealth Director of Public Prosecutions and other relevant Commonwealth agencies. It will work hand in hand with relevant state-based laws to empower law enforcement and prosecutors to properly go after the people of this that are doing this abuse who share and create non-consensual deepfake sexual material. We have heard the calls of victims and members of the public who have felt strongly that the law must be strengthened to address non-consensual deepfake sexual material. We are listening and we are also acting. I support this bill because it penalises the sharing of non-consensual deepfake sexual material, will reduce this terrible kind of abuse. And I support this bill because it helps our continuing fight against gendered violence in our country. I commend this bill to the House and thank you, Speaker.
The question is that the amendment be agreed to, and I call the Honourable Attorney-General.
Thank you very much, Deputy Speaker. Digitally created and altered sexually explicit material that's shared without consent is a damaging and deeply distressing form of abuse. This insidious behaviour is degrading, humiliating and dehumanising for victims. Such acts are overwhelmingly targeted at women and girls and perpetuate harmful gender stereotypes and gender-based violence. This bill delivers on a commitment made by the Albanese government following the National Cabinet held in May to address gender-based violence. This commitment recognises the urgent and collective need to respond to the growing challenges associated with artificially generated sexual material. This bill will strengthen the criminal law to protect vulnerable people from online harm and abuse and hold perpetrators to account. It will create a new criminal offence that applies where a person transmits sexual material depicting an adult person using a carriage service and the person knows the person depicted does not consent to the transmission of the material or is reckless as to whether or not the other person consents. The new offence will carry a maximum penalty of 6 years imprisonment. The bill also introduces 2 new aggravated offences. The first aggravated offence applies where the person transmitting the material is also responsible for creating or altering the material. The second aggravated offence applies where a person has already been found liable for similar conduct at the civil standard under the Online Safety Act 2021 on 3 occasions. These aggravated offences carry a maximum penalty of 7 years imprisonment to reflect the seriousness of this offending. The bill sets out specific defences to ensure these offences are targeted and proportionate. Let me address some matters that have been raised in debate. The bill ensures criminal offences relating to non-consensual sharing of sexual material applies to both real and fake material, including deepfakes. The bill repeals previous offences in the Criminal Code dealing with non-consensual sharing of private sexual material. Those existing offences do not adequately cover the situation where deepfake sexual material is shared online without consent. This was the clear advice of the Commonwealth Director of Public Prosecutions to the Parliamentary Joint Committee on Law Enforcement in December 2023. The new criminal offences remedy this defect and create a strong framework to criminalise the non-consensual sharing of sexual material online. The new criminal offences are based on a consent model to better cover both artificial and real sexual material. Consent is not defined in the legislation and relies on its ordinary meaning, which is understood to be free and voluntary agreement. A person is taken to have consented if the person freely and voluntarily agrees to the sharing of the material. It would not apply where consent was obtained through fear, force or deception. The new offences will apply to sexual material depicting adults, with child abuse material continuing to be dealt with comprehensively in a separate division of the Criminal Code, which includes detailed offences and heavy penalties. The new offences do not change the meaning of recklessness. Rather, it clarifies that being reckless as to whether a person has consented includes, quote, not giving any thought to whether or not the person is consenting to the transmission, end quote. This is consistent with other offences in the Criminal Code which deal with non-consensual sexual activity, for example, the war crime of rape and sexual violence crimes. The spurious arguments raised by the opposition, particularly the member for Bradfield, to the effect that these new criminal offences are not needed, should be firmly rejected. The opposition should instead support stronger laws to counter deepfake sexually explicit material. The bill will hold perpetrators to account for causing harm through the non-consensual sharing of deepfakes and ensure Australia's criminal offences keep pace with new technology. The Albanese government is committed to keeping Australians safe from technology-facilitated abuse.
The question is that the amendment be agreed to, and I put the question. All of that opinion say aye. To the contrary, no. No. I think the noes have it. Is a division required? In accordance with Standing Order 133, the division is deferred until the first opportunity the next sitting day. The debate on this item is therefore adjourned until that time. I call the clerk.
Government business, order of the day number 6, Nature Positive Environment Protection Australia Bill 2024, resumption of debate on the second reading and on the amendments moved by the members for Ryan and Fairfax.
Before the debate is resumed on this bill, I remind the House that it has been agreed that a general debate be allowed covering this bill, the Nature Positive Environment Information Australia Bill 2024, and the Nature Positive Environment Law Amendments and Transitional Provisions Bill 2024. The original question was that this bill be now read a second time. To this, the Honourable Member for Fairfax moved as an amendment that all words after that be omitted with a view to substituting other words. The Honourable Member for Ryan has moved as an amendment to that amendment that all words after House be omitted with a view to substituting other words. The question is that the amendment moved by the Honourable Member for Ryan to the amendment moved by the Honourable Member for Fairfax be agreed to, and I call the Honourable Member for McKellar in continuation.
Thank you, Speaker. In addition, sorry. In 2023, over 270 acres that was bulldozed in the Banana Shire for beef pasture had been mapped as habitat for 45 EPBC-listed species, including koala, northern quoll, spotted-tailed quoll and the greater glider. These areas of critical habitat were able to be cleared because of the continuous land use exemption in the current EPBC Act. This bushland was able to be cleared without any assessment under our national environment laws. In the midst of an environmental and climate crisis, in a country which leads the world for both its mammal extinctions and deforestation rate, it is extraordinary that this can still be happening. An assessment of a project's climate change impacts must also be integrated into the EPA's functions through the establishment of a climate trigger. The 2021 State of the Environment report clearly made the point that climate change is supercharging the destruction of our environment and our nature. As I said earlier, already 19 ecosystems across Australia are on the brink of collapse, and as UN experts warn, greenhouse gas pollution is the largest and most pervasive threat to the natural environment the world has ever known. Environmental destruction, extinctions and climate change are inextricably linked. Any EPA must have a duty to consider and assess projects for their carbon and their methane emissions. Otherwise, it will be doing a vastly incomplete and insufficient job. And this will mean we will continue to see wide-scale destruction of our environment and our species extinctions. It is illogical in 2024, having already hit 1.5 degrees of global warming, to create Australia's first Environment Protection Agency with no mandate to protect against further climate change impacts. And that takes us back full circle to the problem of establishing this EPA as part of the so-called Stage 2 and delaying Stage 3 until who knows when. Because this EPA, once created, will only be tasked with enforcing the Environment Minister, what the Environment Minister herself described as fundamentally broken nature laws, laws which for the past 25 years have failed to protect our nature. As the Climate Council pointed out, more than 7.7 million hectares of threatened species habitat have been cleared since the EPBC Act came into effect in 1999. 1,918 species are now under threat, with more than half of those at risk of extinction. And more than 740 fossil fuel projects have been waved through under the current Act, despite their direct role in fuelling harmful climate change. With the great uncertainty about when or if the Stage 3 reforms will ever see the light of day, it is critically important that simple steps such as repealing the RFA exemptions and implementing a climate trigger be enacted now in this stage of the reforms of the EPBC Act. Australia absolutely needs a National Environment Protection Agency, no doubt about it, and I thank and commend the government for their work to establish this body, but it could be so much better and stronger. If ever there was a time for strong and visionary leadership, it is now, and so I urge the Minister and the government to act decisively, to enact a strong and independent board to oversee the duties of the EPA. This is what environmental organisations across the country are calling for, loud and clear, as a critical step towards the true protection of our nature. I would also strongly urge the Minister to include a climate trigger in the EPBC Act in this stage of the reforms and repeal the Regional Forestry Agreement exemptions in this stage of the bills. Because if the intention is to truly protect nature, then it simply does not make sense to not do so. Thank you.
The question is that the amendments be agreed to, and I call the Honourable Minister.
Thank you so much, Deputy Speaker, and I too rise to speak on these really important nature-positive bills. And the fact is, the Labor Party is committed to a nature-positive Australia. It is something we believe in very much. And we believe in it because our livelihoods, our economy, indeed all our well-being depends on the health of our natural world. And we all want a country in which nature's being repaired and is regenerating rather than continuing to decline, and we have to address that, and we're doing that. We also want to ensure compliance with environmental laws. And I would like to commend the Minister for the Environment and the work that has been done on these bills and across the range of different projects since we have been in government. We are a very proactive government when it comes to protecting our environment. Because, of course, the Albanese Labor government went to the election promising a strong national independent environment protection agency to be a tough cop on the beat, and we are delivering upon that. Now, of course, this all comes after a wasted decade under the Liberals and Nationals. But in contrast, Labor is getting on with the job of what needs to be done for the environmental repair. And we're delivering more than ever on programs, projects, policies and actions to create a nature-positive Australia. In fact, no government has done more for the environment and acting on climate change than the Albanese Labor government, and we are absolutely committed to acting on climate change, and we've shown that through our very decisive actions in terms of our transition to renewables and the vast amount of projects and investment that we've made in that area. Now, Labor wants to see our precious natural landscapes repaired instead of the continuing decline that we've seen under those opposite after a wasted decade of really environmental vandalism. And Deputy Speaker, when we turn to these bills, what they'll deliver is stronger environmental powers, faster environmental approvals and more environment information and transparency. In essence, the key changes are within these bills Australia's first national independent Environment Protection Agency with strong new powers and penalties to better protect nature, more accountability and transparency with a new body called Environment Information Australia, which will give businesses easier access to the latest environmental data, release data of the environment reports every 2 years and report on progress on national environmental goals. We will, of course, keep continuing working to fully deliver the third stage of environmental law reform. And we'll do this by constant consultation closely with environmental groups, with businesses, with states and territories and others on further updates when it comes to environmental laws as outlined in our Nature Positive Plan. So it's very clear the depth of our commitment. Now this parliament has the opportunity. So the choices before the parliament are very clear. Do you want an independent Environment Protection Agency or not? Well, we do. We know it's important. Do you want better data to inform environmental decisions? Well, Labor believes that we do. And do you want tougher penalties for those breaking environmental laws? We do. Labor wants to see that. And what a really important question for this House to look at is, do you want Australia to be the first jurisdiction in the world to enshrine a definition of nature positive in legislation or not? Well, Labor does, and that's why we have these bills here. Now, our new EPA, the Environment Protection Australia, along with Environment Information Australia, will ensure compliance with environmental laws, and it will improve so many processes as well, and it will integrate environmental data collection so there's consistent and reliable information on the state of the environment across the country to inform decision-making and track our progress against our goals, like protecting 30% of our land and oceans by 2030. Now, I think there's consistent agreement that the current regulatory system doesn't work. We know that it is not working at all. So, under Labor, we're fixing our laws and we'll make sure they improve nature, protect our unique native plants and animals and prevent extinctions. And that is what Australians expect of us. It's what they voted for. It's what we are, in fact, delivering on. Now, last year, we passed legislation to establish the world's first nature repair market. We also increased the reach of our environmental laws, so the Minister for the Environment must assess all unconventional gas projects, including shale gas, which trigger our environmental laws. And we're now moving quickly to establish the Environment Protection Agency and the Environment Information Australia. They're really crucial elements of our plans to create the Nature Positive Australia, and we want to get them in place as soon as possible so they can begin their really important work. And as I said, EPA is an important part of delivering the government's Nature Positive plan. Passing this legislation will mean we can get on with the actual work of setting up the new EPA before they're being asked to administer new environmental laws. And it's a smoother transition of responsibilities from the department to the agency. And we're doing all of this to better protect nature. And we will have a truly national environmental regulator that we can all be incredibly proud of and responsible for a wide range of activities under Australia's environmental laws, including in relation to recycling and waste exports, hazardous waste, wildlife trade, sea dumping, ozone protection, underwater cultural heritage and air quality. And we are investing in our people, our planning and our systems, and to speed up development decisions. So essentially to deliver quicker yeses and when necessary quicker noes, but to have that much faster process in place. And the fact is the EPA will be a tough cop on the beat, enforcing our laws through new monitoring, compliance and really important enforcement powers. Now, of course, we did have the Samuel review, and we know what that found, that the regulator was not fulfilling their necessary function in terms of the monitoring of our environmental laws. And Professor Samuel also found that serious enforcement actions are rarely used and that penalties need to be much, much stronger. Again, it showed us that the current system is just not working. And our bills respond to those findings of the Samuel review. As I said, stage 3 will continue our broader efforts to halt and reverse environmental decline and, of course, to protect nature. That is our objective. Deputy Speaker, as I said, these bills also set up the Head of Environment Information Australia, an independent position with a legislative mandate to provide environmental data and information to the EPA. And it's so important to have this independent position to transparently report on different changes in the environment. So both of these are major initiatives that we do absolutely need to see in place. Now, Deputy Speaker, as I've outlined already, the Albanese government is doing more than ever to protect our environment, to act on climate change. We just know how important it is to have a whole range of programs, policies, actions and reforms all in place to do that. We do that because we are a party that's committed to preserving the environment. We believe in climate change and we act responsibly. That is the essence of all that we do when it comes to protecting our environment. This is an issue that I know many people in my area, Northern New South Wales, feel strongly about, indeed right throughout the country as well, and one that we have consistently raised here and indeed at many, many elections. Now, we don't deny the science as those opposite often do, or stand in the way of sensible progress like the extreme Greens political party always do. And, you know, we've seen many occasions, particularly of late, the opposition and the Greens, so the extreme Greens political party, are all about the headlines. That's all they're about, the headlines, not actually about the hard work of reform and implementing sensible and effective changes that actually protect our environment, and also in terms of securing our future energy sources. So, you know, it's so important that we transition to renewable energy at the same time keeping the lights on. We have to do that sensibly, and we are doing that, absolutely. But particularly we see the opposition and the extreme Greens just chasing those headlines. I mean, even last week it was quite hard to believe, in fact, Deputy Speaker, in the Senate we saw the Greens teaming up with One Nation to try and delay the Senate inquiry in relation to setting up the first National Environment Protection Agency. So there you've got the Greens with One Nation trying to delay it when it comes to trying to delay protecting our environment. And as the member for Blair pointed out, and the member for Cunningham, when members of the extreme Greens spoke, including the leader and the member for Brisbane and Griffith, they didn't actually address anything in the bill at all. They just spread a lot of misinformation, as they often do. And in fact, I mean, they referred to a recent approval claiming that there was no protection for koala habitat, whereas in actual fact, as the minister said here in question time, that there were very strict conditions. There were no koala breeding or foraging habitat that can be cleared in relation to that. So we constantly see the misinformation from the Greens political party. They claim they want to conserve forests, but wasn't that long ago that we actually had a Green senator who was proposing to bulldoze koala habitat to build 3 luxury investment properties? Yeah, outrageous, and people still are outrageous. We often do see that hypocrisy from the party of protest, from the extreme Greens. We see it on the environment. We see it again and again with housing. How many times we've spoken here, they'll block every initiative when it comes to housing that they can. It is absolutely unbelievable, and it's certainly an issue that people raise with me locally about how extreme the Greens are and holding up any good reforms that are in place. But of course, we also see the Liberals and Nationals when we look at their record. And when we were first elected into government, when the Albanese Labor government was elected, the minister released the official five-yearly report card on the Australian environment, the State of the Environment report. Of course, it had been previously hidden by the previous Liberal National government, and it was just horrific, a catalogue of horrors, and it shows how much damage a decade that the opposition did in terms of their neglect when it comes to the environment. The report told us that Australia's environment was in a very bad shape and getting worse. And it's quite staggering when we actually look at some of the details of what it found. It found that Australia has lost more mammal species to extinction than any other continent, that for the first time Australia has more foreign plant species than native. It found habitat the size of Tasmania has been cleared. It found that plastics are choking our ocean, up to 80,000 pieces of plastics per square kilometre, and it's found that flows in most Murray-Darling rivers had reached record low levels. And that is fairly confronting when you look through lists like that, when we see the absolute neglect by the previous government when it came to the environment right across the board. So there was a lot of work for us to do in terms of that decade of neglect. And with a lot of the initiatives that we've brought forward, we have seen, and we certainly hear from many people who are very pleased that we are in government and we are taking that decisive action. But also we hear from other experts. In fact, Professor Graham Samuel said the government and the minister are doing everything exactly as they should be, and I don't underestimate the complexity of what has to be done. We look at ACF, they said they welcome the government's announcement that it will set up an agency to enforce environmental laws, something previous governments had failed to do. And the Australian Marine Conservation Society saying these new institutions are essential and welcome. These groups know how important it is to be proactive when it comes to protecting our environment. And in fact, the Business Council of Australia saying the government is taking the right step because business needs certainty as well. Vitally important. Urban Development Institute of Australia, the minister is doing the right thing. And National Farmers Federation too. Our members have said for years the current act is broken. It's hard to engage with producers who want to do the right thing, and in some instances it's preventing the best practice management of the landscape. Well, that is exactly what we're addressing, all of those concerns right across the board by the establishment of these particular agencies. We know that it is absolutely the right thing to do, and that's because we understand on this side of the House how important it is to addressing all the complexities when it comes to protecting our environment, whether it's about addressing climate change through our really decisive action and also really making sure that we enhance that environmental protection and also, of course, in the examining the economic and business realities as well. And I know that the Minister and many of us on this side have been working with many different groups in our communities and hearing firsthand, as we have for years, about the action that needs to be taken. And we have done a lot too, particularly in establishing the Net Zero Economy Agency to have a focus on economic opportunities for the regions, which is important, and our National Electric Vehicle Strategy as well. We've also rolling out the 400 community batteries across the country. Really important to have that in place too. But the fact is, these bills that we're looking at today, the three nature positive bills, represent a really groundbreaking step towards the commitment to preserving our incredible landscapes and our what is, as we all know, our very unique biodiversity and very rich ecosystems that we are so fortunate to have in this country. But it takes time and it takes commitment and it takes investment and it takes a long-term vision as well to make sure this is in place. That's why we have had so many ongoing stages when it comes to the reform to make sure it's all in place. And it really is a new era of environmental conservation, and it really does recognise the urgent need to act and also longer term as well to ensure all those challenges are met, particularly when it comes to addressing climate change. And it has a lot of work that has to be done because we've had so much environmental degradation under the previous government. That's why there is an urgency about starting all of this. But we, those of us on the Labor side and those of us in the Albanese Labor government are very proud to be taking this decisive action. We went to the election and put it to the Australian people, and they elected us to take action on a number of fronts, and one of those was absolutely taking action on climate change and absolutely addressing the needs in our environment, and that's exactly what we're doing, and very proud to be doing so, Deputy Speaker, and I commend all these bills to the House.
The question is that the amendments be agreed to, and I call the honourable member for Dawson.
Thank you, Deputy Speaker, and I rise today to speak on the Nature Positive Bill 2024. As a farmer by trade, I know a thing or two about working the land. I know a thing about being environmentally savvy. And I know a thing or two about what it takes to protect the environment and to leave the land better than when you found it, which is something the Albanese Labor government is simply not doing. This Albanese Labor government will have the Australian public believe that those who work the land are the problem. And you can see this in all their rust legislation that they're trying to bring in or have brought in. Right across Australia, they've attacked our farmers, they've attacked our fishers, and they've attacked our logging industry. which I know is a major cause of concern for my colleagues down south. Those opposite say they want a future made in Australia, but the Albanese Labor government are MIA when it comes to Australia's future. Closer to home, in my electorate of Dawson, the Minister for the Environment and Water bowed down to UNESCO and their 10 demands, including the bans on gillnet fishing, a decision that has put Australia's sustainable, wild-caught fishing industry in jeopardy. The reality, though, Deputy Speaker, and I can say this based on decades of experience, those of us who have made a living out of working on the land, we look after our rivers, we look after our oceans, we rely on these ecosystems to not only survive, but to thrive. Without these thriving ecosystems, there would be nothing there for us to harvest. We would lose our ability to make a living. We would lose our ability to pay our bills, and we would lose our ability to feed our families and to feed our nation. Deputy Speaker, Aussie farmers and fishers are Australia's biggest environmental warriors. We know what it takes. But more importantly, we do what it takes to ensure that our land and our waterways are healthy. Anyone who says otherwise has never been a farmer. Those opposite are persecuting us at every turn, with more and more paperwork, more regulation, even monitoring the amount of fertiliser we use, claiming that we are the problem. What an absolute joke. Anyone who thinks a farmer wastes fertiliser has never had to pay for the stuff. Farmers are nature positive, unlike this bill. I can stand here in this House and tell you all about how lazy the Albanese Labor government are when it comes to their policy and legislation. I can tell you how lacklustre this government has been. I can tell you exactly how much they do not care about rural and regional Australia, and that the only thing they care about is putting out political agendas and marketing spin to draw on the heartstrings of those inner city voters. And yet they make no real effort towards positive change. I stand here and I say this, and yes, I will yell it from the rooftops if I have to. Let's actually have a look at a few of the examples of how those opposite have already let the Australian public down and how they continue to let the Australian public down. Now, I've already mentioned the Minister's ban on the use of commercial gillnets right across Queensland, impacting Australia's fishers, removing 2,000 tonnes of Australian wild-caught seafood from the market. This decision was rushed and not based on science. It was pushed through by the Labor government without consultation with the local fishing industry, without any plan of how these men and women were going to get compensated, if or when, leaving all of them scared about their future, which for most spans back many generations, all with a stroke of a pen from Canberra by a minister who, when invited to my electorate to speak to these fishers and consult with the experts and all of industry, they were just refused. Tell me how that works, Minister. Please, because I really struggle with this concept. I say it again. This decision was rushed through without any scientific backing, a pattern that we've been seeing emerging from this one-term government. So what else have those opposite done that goes against protecting the environment or that goes against protecting Australia's future? As a display of hypocrisy at its best, the Albanese Labor government wants to destroy thousands of hectares of prime agricultural land and native vegetation for this reckless race to renewables. Now, let me be clear. I am not against renewable energy. I love renewable energy. But you have to do it sensibly and you have to do it in the right place. Instead of clearing the plant life that naturally removes carbon dioxide from the air and turns this into oxygen through a process called photosynthesis, now those opposite of the House might want to Google that and just see what photosynthesis actually does. They want to build massive metal wind turbines that only produce energy when the wind blows. But not too much wind, Deputy Speaker, because they won't work then either. Those opposite want to fill thousands of hectares of land with giant solar panels that can't be recycled at the end of their life, which is only about 10 to 15 years. And then where do they go? Straight into landfill. Straight into landfill, and then the landfills have to be monitored forever. Now that is not very nature positive, is it? In fact, I'd have to say that's nature negative. And instead of having a mature discussion without looking at the viability, safety or potential, the Labor government won't even talk to us about zero-emission nuclear technology that would provide continuous and reliable power 24 hours a day, 7 days a week, and have a life expectancy of 80 years, and takes up a physical footprint only a small percentage of the renewables plan. Instead, those opposite are utilising scare campaigns with images of three-eyed fish from The Simpsons. Deputy Speaker, Australia already has a nuclear industry in Sydney. Where are the three-eyed fish there? Refusing to have a mature discussion about zero-emission technology that lasts for decades and choosing to bulldoze thousands of hectares of prime agricultural land and native vegetation instead, well, that is certainly not nature positive. Deputy Speaker, those opposite gag the debate on the family ute and car tax and rush that legislation through without bothering to stop and consider the consequences of those of us living in rural and regional areas, where the infrastructure to power these vehicles simply does not exist. It's nowhere to be found. In my electorate of Dawson, we are the biggest cane farming region in Australia. We have farmers growing the beautiful bowl mangoes. We have a $500 million horticultural crop, and we supply food for the entire nation. What this government doesn't understand, our farmers and food producers can't use electric vehicles because they're not fit for purpose. They can't carry the weight, they can't tow the load, and they cannot travel the vast distances that we need to be able to travel. As a result, our farmers are going to be charged thousands of dollars more for their vehicles for the privilege of just feeding our nation and keeping our nation alive. It is abundantly clear that the Labor government are not interested in the welfare of Australia or the Australian environment. Those opposite are playing a game of pass the parcel with Australia's future. And you never know what you're going to find under each new layer of bureaucratic paper. Deputy Speaker, now we have had these rushed nature-positive bills through from Minister Plibersek. Nothing about these nature-positive bills are very nature-positive at all. But everything about them is Australia negative. These bills are going to be bad for business, bad for the economy, and bad for every Australian who is trying to work hard and get on with the job. Let's get to the reality of the situation. If Labor gets their way with this legislation, we are going to have yet another Environmental Protection Agency handed millions of dollars to do exactly what all the other environmental organisations have been established to do. The Minister is handing over all of the power to these organisations before even legislating how they will work. Another pattern emerging from the Albanese Labor government. This is what happens when you have a Prime Minister that provides weak leadership. It filters down through the whole organisation. And as the fishos in my electorate say, the fish rots from the head. Deputy Speaker, we already have the Environmental Defenders Office, who come after legitimate projects and shut them down. But where are they when it comes to defending the environment, as a Labor government are decimating thousands of hectares of prime agricultural land, native vegetation, koala habitats, to put up wind farms and solar panels that all end up in landfill? There is nothing renewable about these renewables. The Environmental Defenders Office is nowhere. As I mentioned before, the Minister wants to legislate another body that is a duplication of something that already exists. But this isn't even the most sinister part of this bill. This organisation won't have to report to anyone, not even the Minister. They will have all the power to walk into a workplace and shut your business down, stop your projects, hand over enormous fines, and all they have to say is, we have reasonable suspicion to do it. Now, whose version of reasonable is reasonable, though, Minister? Nothing those opposite have done so far has shown to me that they are reasonable. This is nothing but green lawfare on business, on the hard-working Aussies just trying to do their bit and get on with their life. Deputy Speaker, this isn't an Environmental Protection Agency. This is an environmental union. This minister wants to give this organisation union power, and the scary thing is, it is going to hurt everyone. Yes, it's going to hurt big business, and yes, it's going to hurt small business too. This environmental union will be able to walk into any business, restaurants, hairdressers, accountants, engineering shops, your local fish and chip shops, and force them to stop trading. If they want to shut you down, they will be able to do this. I will not be supporting this bill, as I've clearly demonstrated. This bill is not nature positive. On the contrary, this bill is nature negative.
Question is that the amendments be agreed to, and I call the honourable member for Spence.
Well, thank you, Speaker. I think that went for about 13 minutes, 35 seconds, and I'm not really sure what it was that the member for Dawson was trying to achieve there, apart from, I'll take your interjection, member for Dawson, but apart from trying to run a scaremonger campaign based on the fact that on that side of the chamber we know farmers, and on this side of the chamber we don't know farmers. You're bad, we're good. Well, newsflash, buddy. Without a productive, safe, positive environment, our farmlands don't work. And I know that because I spent quite a lot of my youth growing up on family farms. But also was lucky enough that my father had spent quite a long time with the Victorian Department of Conservation and Natural Resources, and had a first-hand experience travelling along with him, you know, take your kid to work days, and got to see what happens when we don't take care of our environment. We have that soil degradation and higher salinity levels. It makes farming harder, production drops off. It is important that we take care of our environment, because without our environment we don't have anywhere to live, and as the member for Dawson likes to rightly point out, we can't grow crops. Yes, we need to feed the nation, but we also need lands that support that production of food. And importantly, we need an environment that is supported by good policy to ensure that that land remains productive and safe for generations to come. And that's what this bill essentially goes towards, or a set of bills. It's about setting a framework whereby we can look to the future and know with a high level of certainty that we are going to have an environment that is habitable, that is productive for food production, where farmers are profitable. This is not about shutting down farming. This is about working with farmers, working with our agriculture sector, working with our environment. Right? It's about having a positive environment so that we can work positively with farmers and people to live in harmony. So I really have to sit here and say, the member for Dawson needs to pull his head out of his proverbial and see the sunlight. They constantly hear this rhetoric about wind towers taking up land that we can't farm on. Well, actually, the truth is that you can still farm around your wind towers.
It being 7:30 p.m, the debate is interrupted. I propose the question that the House do now adjourn. I call the Honourable Member for Wentworth.
Deputy Speaker, I want to share the concerns of parents in Wentworth about the harmful impact of social media on young people. Over the past 2 years, I've had countless conversations with people across the community who are worried about what social media is doing to our kids. And nearly 400 responded to my recent survey about how to keep kids safe online. 3/4 of those surveyed said they were extremely concerned about the impact of social media on young people's mental health, showing the extent of parental anxiety in my community. People's concerns related to a broad range of different issues, with most parents in Wentworth worried about multiple negative impacts that social media can have on kids' health. More than 80% were concerned about online bullying, social media addiction, and access that kids have to pornography. And a further 3/4 said they were worried about eating disorder content and the promotion of negative role models. I welcome today's announcement from the E-Safety Commissioner that she will give internet companies 6 months to develop an industry code that dictates what minors are exposed to on their platforms. But we have to go further. In my community survey, there was a substantial support for a range of actions from government and social media companies, including introducing tools to report harmful content, banning gambling and alcohol ads. I was just speaking to a young man in Year 11 last night who was talking about how many gambling and alcohol ads he was served on his social media, despite being well under the age under which he should be receiving those ads. Increasing the transparency on social media algorithms and creating an overarching duty of care for social media companies to protect the well-being of young people online. Parents also raised the importance of better education for children so they know how to use social media safely. The solutions favoured by people in Wentworth closely reflect the recommendations from work conducted by the Butterfly Foundation and Zoe Daniel MP, and I commend them for their work. I also commend the work of community campaigners like the team at WaitMate, a Wentworth-based organisation that has recently started to help families to come together in their schools and in their local communities to slow the spread of smartphone use by young kids. My community was also open and certainly interested in the support in the idea of banning social media access above the ages of 16, under the ages of 16. Speaker, the impacts of social media are just one of the mental health challenges facing people in Wentworth. And I want to talk for a moment about the difficulties experienced by people in our community with complex mental health conditions. The tragic events at Bondi Junction in April highlight the urgent need to better support people with complex mental health conditions. Since the attack, I have been contacted by family and friends of people suffering complex conditions, telling me about the challenges they face every day in caring for their loved ones. Those suffering from complex conditions are often referred to the missing middle, but they aren't really missing at all. They're our family members, our friends, our co-workers. And they're faced with a lack of active and ongoing support, with a lack of integration between services, with staff shortages across crucial clinics, and with police who lack the training to adequately respond to mental health crises when they are frequently recalled to the scene. People are not just falling through the cracks in our mental health system, they're falling through chasms. Tomorrow morning, I'll be holding a roundtable in Parliament aimed at elevating the voices of people with complex mental health conditions and understanding just how much more there is to do to better support them. There are no easy answers, there are no quick fixes. We need long-term solutions, not band-aids. I acknowledge the important work that the federal and state governments have been doing to date and have committed to better provide and more integrated support, including the Mental Health Reform Advisory Committee and the recently appointed peak bodies for carers and consumers. These are very positive steps forward. We need to continue this work and expand it. And the unifying call from 17 mental health organisations coming to Parliament tomorrow is for long-term funding and reform that is agreed to during the upcoming Mental Health Ministers' meeting and enshrined in National Health Reform Agreement. I urge the government to listen to those experts who are coming to share those stories. Thank you.
The question is the House to now adjourn and give the call to the member for Fraser.
Speaker, next week is NAIDOC Week, which began nearly 50 years ago to raise awareness and to celebrate the history, culture and achievements of Aboriginal and Torres Strait Islander peoples. In light of NAIDOC Week, I want to acknowledge the history and achievements of Ian Ham, a Yorta man and constituent in my electorate. Ian chaired Victoria's Stolen Generations Reparations Steering Committee, which provided advice and recommendations on the design of Victoria's Stolen Generations reparations. Ian has made a huge contribution to community and not-for-profit groups and devotes significant time to improving Aboriginal people's representation on boards and in governance roles. He has worked in senior roles in the Commonwealth Government, the Victorian Government, and has been chair and board member of a number of major not-for-profit organisations. Ian has been prominent in promoting the economic empowerment of Indigenous people, including through Indigenous-owned and managed businesses. Ian was taken from his birth mother when he was just 3 weeks old. Ian didn't find out about his origins until he was an adult, but made up for lost time after connecting with his 4 siblings, cousins and extended family in the mid-1980s. Unfortunately, he never got to meet his mother, who died in the same year he was taken from her. His aunts said that they were always struck by how similar he was in character to his mother. The theme of this year's NAIDOC Week is Keep the Fire Burning, Black, Loud and Proud. It honours the enduring strength and vitality of First Nations culture, with fire a symbol of connection to country and to each other. Ian Ham embodies that strength. Speaker, there is a large and vibrant Nepalese community in my electorate and right across the broader Melbourne northwest. Canberra is also home to a strong Nepalese community. Last week I met with leaders from Melbourne's and Canberra's Nepalese community in Parliament House. The Nepalese community is the second fastest growing migrant community in Australia. There are many Nepalese students in Australia studying at universities and vet providers. Indeed, it's the third largest student body in Australia. Nepalis also make a huge contribution to the aged care and hospitality sectors. I recently met Bom Yonzon, the leader of the Nepalese community in my electorate and president of the Federation of Nepalese Community Organisations in Australia. The Federation recently marked International Everest Day by talking about the significance of the mountain to the Nepalese culture and also to its economy, for example through tourism. Everest Day is also a time to consider the threat to the Himalayas from global warming and climate change. The Federation of Nepalese Community Organisations in Australia is undertaking important work in raising awareness of the problems and issues faced by new immigrants, students and temporary workers, including by providing settlement services, mental health, family violence, financial hardship, workplace discrimination and dealing with the lack of representation in elected bodies. They also do so much for the young people in the community, including through the holding of major sporting festivals in Melbourne and also right around Australia. Speaker, I would also like to bring to your attention the very important work done by the East African Women's Foundation in my electorate, but again, right across Melbourne's west and north. This group helps women in vulnerable situations to deal with social isolation, with family violence, and with financial vulnerability. The East African Women's Foundation is a key partner of the Western Bulldogs Foundation, and through this has helped numerous women participate in the Daughters of the West program. This is a fantastic program that helps women with their health, their social connectedness and their overall being. I felt very privileged to attend a graduation ceremony of women from the African communities in my electorate who had graduated from the Western Bulldogs Daughters of the West program. The East African Women's Foundation is also a leader in dealing with complex social issues. I recently met with the Foundation to discuss their concerns in relation to the practice of female genital mutilation. The Foundation says that too little is being done to stop the practice and that many women in the Somali community in particular report that there is little information available to help them or legal advice to help them protect their children. The Foundation is seeking to establish a network to advise and inform affected communities, health professionals and social workers, and also to provide support for victims of female genital mutilation. I look forward to partnering with the Foundation on all of its important work.
The question is the House to now adjourn. I give the call to the member for Forrest.
Thank you, Speaker. Labor is forcing regional Australia and Australians to just simply be their repositories of wind turbines and solar panels with their renewables-only energy policies. In my electorate, my communities certainly don't support Labor's proposal for a massive offshore wind farm in Geograph Bay. And I say massive because it is 7,674 square kilometres to power 20 gigawatts of renewable energy. That's what the proposal is. That's at least, when you sit down and look at it, 1,000 wind turbines. And of course the height to tip height is 268 metres. In the most amazing part of not just Western Australia, but we think Australia, in Geograph Bay, from Cape Naturalist right through to Mandurah. And I had a look at some of the other largest offshore wind farms. In the UK, the largest one there is a 3.6 gigawatt, not 20 gigawatts, such as the plan here. And the UK version is at Dogger Bank. And they only have 277 turbines, or will when it's completed. But what's being planned, the 7,674 square kilometres offshore at Geograph Bay is almost the total size on land of my whole electorate. That's what's being planned for the southwest of Western Australia. Well, Geograph Bay is an iconic part of Western Australia. It is certainly the wrong place for this massive wind factory, as I call it. And of course, my communities are definitely not supportive of this. And they are certainly not supportive of being the repository for Labor's renewables-only energy policies. But when we look at what's being proposed, there was a terrible process used that was supposed to be consultation. Well, it was anything but. And the communities reacted really badly to that. And then when we look at what is actually happening in Geograph Bay, I said it's iconic and it is just beautiful. It is the place where both domestic and international visitors come for holidays. It's where locals and visitors alike enjoy the diving, the fishing, the camping, the recreational and commercial fishing, the boating. It's a resting ground for whales before migration north and south. It's a nursery habitat for many shelf species, such as the dusky whaler shark and our western rock lobsters as well. And we're going to see an enormous amount of aquatic environmental damage during the construction and, of course, the impact of electromagnetic fields in both the construction and operation. There will be undoubtedly an impact on bird life, and we're told by the department that we won't even know how many wind turbines in total. The area will simply be declared and then it'll develop from there. We're told that we don't even know what the exclusion zones will be. They could range from 50 metres to 500 around each turbine, 500 metres. We won't know what these are. The community will have this foisted on them, and we won't know what the exclusion zones are for at least 10 to 12 years after the approvals have been put in place. Too late. And this certainly will affect recreational boating and fishing and commercial fishing. So, you know, the social licence issue here, the consultation process has been absolutely appalling. But what we fear most is simply being rolled over, that Labor will be determined to steamroll us in the southwest. simply waving this through because it is a renewable energy project, without considering the damage that will occur in our local environment. And Geograph Bay is pristine. We get people, as I said, from all over the world. It is one of the most visited areas, not only in Western Australia, but I would say in Australia by domestic and overseas visitors. And over 7,600 square kilometres. And that's a number that I want people to consider. The sheer number and volume of wind turbines in Geograph Bay. And of course, the heights alone really need to be seriously considered when looking at this, when we talk to close to 300 metres in height and the effect on our natural environment.
The question is the House to now adjourn. Give the call to the honourable member for Blair.
Thank you, Mr Speaker. The Albanese Labor government is a big supporter of rugby league, and the North Ipswich Reserve in my electorate is getting $20 million as part of a $40 million Stage 1 upgrade. $10 million from the Miles Labor government and $10 million from the Ipswich City Council. And of course, I'm a Broncos supporter, Brisbane Broncos supporter, but I'm also a supporter in the Host Plus Cup of the Ipswich Jets and a regular attender at the North Ipswich Reserve. I say tonight, Mr Speaker, to the National Rugby League CEO Andrew Abdo and Commissioner Peter V'landers, it's time for a team in the NRL with the moniker Jets in it. I know there's 17 teams in the NRL, and the NRL's had a variety of different numbers. When it was reformed in 1998, with the merger of the Australian Super League and the ARL, there were 20 teams, and teams have come and gone, and fortunately for myself, can I just say, as a great supporter of rugby league and the Prime Minister, the South Sydney Rabbitohs were readmitted in 2002. The Redcliffe Dolphins were expanded in 2021 and admitted last year, and a success. The Ipswich Jets unfortunately missed out in their bid for that licence and went to the Dolphins. But Ipswich is the fastest growing area in southeast Queensland, probably the fastest growing in all of Queensland. And I know in April 2021, the NRL were considering an 18-team competition. In March last year, the NRL were talking, there's news reports about a 20-team competition. Now, the Albanese Labor government's a supporter of rugby league, not just here in Australia, where we're giving $600 million to the Papua New Guinea Rugby League and government over a 10-year period to expand the game and for associated programs as well. Ipswich has a long history of rugby league and a proud history from the Bulimba Cup days playing against Toowoomba and Brisbane. We've provided the front row of the Australian Kangaroos in 1959, Gary Parcell, Noel Kelly and Doug Beattie. Who can forget the 1950s Dennis Flannery, the Kangaroo Flyer, or the legendary Huey O'Doherty who played for Valleys in the 70s. Rugby league legends like Alan Alfie Langer, Kevin and Kerrod and Steve Walters, and now Aline Brigginshaw, an Ipswich girl who plays for the Broncos and Queensland and Australia. Now, the NRL's thinking about 20 teams. There's talk about a North Sydney Bears team. I reckon a Perth Bears team would be good. They could play in red and black, and of course the yellow and black of Western Australia. I know Roger Cook wants a team, the Premier of WA wants a team over there. But what about the Jets? I know the PNG want a team. That's the 19th team or the 18th team, but the Jets should be the 20th team. Rugby League corridor. We've got 8,000 players in Ipswich and 7,000 in Toowoomba in the corridor. Now, I know Newtown are called the Jets. I know Ipswich is called the Jets. Ipswich plays in green and white, and Newtown plays in blue and white. And there's a connection because the legendary New South Wales player, Australian captain, Tommy Raudonikis, of course, played for Newtown Jets and scored a try in that last grand final when they got beaten 2011 by Parramatta. But he coached Ipswich Jets to their first ever grand final. And I was talking to Steve Jono Johnson, the chair of the Ipswich Jets, just tonight to have a bit of a yarn to him about rugby league in Ipswich. And Jono reminded me how much Tommy loved Newtown and he loved Ipswich. Both call the Jets. That would be fantastic. What a great symmetry to have a team in the NRL call the Jets. And this is really important for a few reasons. One, the history of rugby league in Sydney and the history of rugby league in Brisbane and surrounds. But those merger teams have been successful. We've seen the Brisbane Lions taking the heritage of the Fitzroy Lions, and you can see it at Brighton Homes Arena, where the heritage and the history of that merger is honoured. We've seen it with the Sydney Swans and South Melbourne Swans. Why can't we do it with the idea of the Newtown Jets and the Ipswich Jets playing in green and blue and white? And I say to the NRL, it's time for an Ipswich team. It's time to bring back the Jets. It's time to bring back those colours. And it would be welcomed, I say, in Sydney and Brisbane and surrounds, but it would back in Ipswich and that great corridor west of Brisbane. From Ipswich, of course, all through to Toowoomba, home of great heritage, back the Jets, support an NRL team by the name of the Jets in the NRL.
The question is, the House to now adjourn and give the call to the member for Hughes.
Mr Speaker, on Anzac Day, Australians gather in towns and cities around the structures we know as war memorials, around 5,000 throughout towns and suburbs throughout our country. Many small towns erected these structures to commemorate and remember their dead in the aftermath of the devastation of World War I. The Australian War Memorial here in Canberra is a memorial and museum dedicated to the preservation of Australia's war history. Its vision, Mr Speaker, was articulated by its founder, Charles Bean, who witnessed Australians fighting from the Gallipoli landing to the Western Front and right through to the armistice. When he returned from the front, Charles Bean simply wrote, "Blackened men everywhere, torn and whole, dead for days." A mortally wounded Australia asked of him, "Will they remember me in Australia?" Bean, in announcing the memorial, said, "Here is their spirit, in the heart of the land they loved, and here we guard the record in which they themselves made. Will they remember me in Australia?" Well, Mr Speaker, we remember them throughout Australia and especially at the Australian War Memorial. The roll of honour that records the names of over 103,000 members of the Australian Armed Forces who have died during or as a result of war and peacetime. When we visit the memorial, Mr Speaker, we are struck by the serenity, the stillness, the simplicity, the poignancy, the respect, the remembrance, the tomb of the unknown soldier, the Flanders poppies that adorn the roll of honour. Therefore, what occurred on the 14th of June and last Saturday night with the defacing of the Australian War Memorial and the Korean and Vietnam War Memorials on Anzac Parade in Canberra is a most egregious and despicable act, an attack on one of our most important national sites, on one of our most important traditions. Desecration through graffiti with words of violence, including "River to the sea," "Blood on your hands." However, even more despicable and egregious has been the response of the Greens party to this desecration. Yesterday, the Greens, in the other place, led by Senator Steele-Johns with the imprimatur of his leader, refused to support a motion containing the defacing of the memorials. The excuse given was a nebulous link that graffiti represented freedom of speech and a peaceful protest. But the irony, the hypocrisy from the Greens is this. The very reason that the members of the Greens party have the privilege of being able to serve in this place and the other, the privilege of living in a democratic country that has ideals of freedom of speech and expression that allows peaceful protest, is because of the men and women of our defence forces who have sacrificed themselves, many of whom made the sacrifice to ensure that future Australians could enjoy these very freedoms. The Greens, by their behaviour, their refusal to condemn these acts, have again demonstrated they are an extremist party, out of touch with most Australians, out of touch with the very values and moral code that underpins us as a nation. The Greens respect our right to protest, provided it is an issue of their choosing. The Greens proclaim freedom of speech, provided it is in line with their ideology. The Greens speak for equity for the disabled, provided the disabled are not members of our defence forces. The Greens will stand up for those killed in conflict, provided they are not members of our ADF. The Greens condemn genocide, provided it is not the Holocaust. The Greens support a safe workplace, a safe education, provided the workers and the students are not Jewish. The Greens espouse the importance of our history, provided it is their version of history, provided it does not remember or acknowledge the heroism of Australians in war and peacekeeping missions. But our military history, Mr Speaker, matters to most Australians, and when this or other memorials are graffitied, we disrespect that history. We disrespect those 103,000 who are listed on the Roll of Honour. We also disrespect every other Australian who has served our country in the ADF, served our country willingly, bravely, often at great personal cost and sacrifice. Often they return very different to the way that they left. So, Mr Speaker, will we remember in Australia? Yes to that unknown soldier. We will remember you, and we will continue to support the monuments, the memorials and the museums that support and remember your service. And at every opportunity, Mr Speaker, we will call out, we will condemn all and every attempt to do otherwise. The Greens should have condemned the defacing of these memorials. Their failure to do so means that the Greens themselves stand condemned. Thank you.
The question is the House to now adjourn. I give the call to Member for Lyons.
Thank you, Speaker. This week, the Australian Labor government is wiping $300 from the power bills of every Australian household. At the same time, we continue to roll out the plan we took to the election for cleaner and cheaper power across the nation. By contrast, the Leader of the Opposition is proposing to inflict on Australian households and businesses the most expensive form of energy there is. The Opposition Leader was a senior minister in the former Liberal government. Over 10 years in office, the Liberals proposed 22 energy plans and failed to land even one, the Liberal version of net zero. Proposed 22, deliver zero. But none of those 22 failed plans included nuclear as an option. When someone mused whether nuclear should be in the mix, a conga line of Liberal ministers, including the now Leader of the Opposition, told Australians why it was a bad idea. Too expensive, too slow to deliver, and nowhere to store the waste. Those reasons remain. Nuclear is simply the wrong solution for Australia's energy needs. The Opposition Leader's newfound nuclear obsession is a blank cheque for a bad bet, but it's the mums and dads of Australia that he'll stiff with the bill. The Opposition Leader has kept the details locked in a bottom drawer, but luckily for Australia, the CSIRO has done the numbers. The cost of power from nuclear reactors is up to 8 times more expensive than firmed renewables. Not twice as expensive, not 3 times or even 4, 8 times. Take a bill from today, multiply it by 8, and that's what you're looking at. The Smart Energy Council reveals building 7 reactors could cost taxpayers as much as $600 billion. It's nuts, completely bonkers. And to top it off, no reactor, by the Opposition Leader's own estimates, will generate power until at least 2035. But if the Liberals win next year's election, they have to get nuclear laws through both the House and the Senate. And you've all seen the Senate. And then there's all the paperwork and the inevitable legal challenges and protests. It's a sure bet that no reactor will be online inside of 20 years. In his budget reply speech, the Leader of the Opposition dismissed the capacity of renewable energy despite Australia's obvious natural advantages. There's no need for all the proposed solar panels, wind farms and new transmission poles and wires, he said. Incentives to boost critical mineral processing and green hydrogen to drive a homegrown renewable energy sector were dismissed as corporate welfare. So let's get this straight. Securing a made-in-Australia renewable energy supply chain is corporate welfare, but spending $600 billion of taxpayers' money on foreign-supplied nuclear reactors, that's fair dinkum? It's a simple fact. Driving more investment in renewables drives down emissions, creates thousands of jobs in the regions, and advances Australia's bright future as a renewable energy superpower. And it's all at risk because the Liberals are recklessly spooking investors. The party of business has become the party of tinfoil hats. As a regional MP, I am deeply concerned that billions of dollars and thousands of jobs are on the line. Earlier this year, I joined ministers to announce a $70 million federal investment to help build the Bell Bay Hydrogen Hub. It'll produce 45,000 tonnes of renewable hydrogen a year, enough to fuel more than 2,200 heavy vehicles and create more than 700 jobs in northern Tasmania. Is that what the opposition leader means by corporate welfare? How many Tasmanian engineers, technicians, truckies, plumbers, concreters, fitters and sparkies do the Liberals want unemployed instead of contributing to energy transformation? And I wonder if management of the Bell Bay Advanced Manufacturing Zone shares the opposition leader's view about so-called corporate welfare that the zone is receiving to develop green hydrogen. At this stage, the known details of the Liberals' nuclear obsession fit on the dry corner of a wet beer coaster. But what we already know is nuclear is too slow to build and too expensive to deliver. Australians deserve the cleaner and cheaper energy that Labor is delivering today, not a risky Liberal nuclear obsession that smashes energy investment, takes 20 years to deliver and drives up power bills. Thank you.
It being 8 p.m, the House stands adjourned until 9 a.m. tomorrow.